a cafe that's just a short walk around the circle when you go out the main part of the building. Let me just click this. Okay. And for the duration of the workshop, questions can be placed in the Q&A portion of the Zoom meeting. And those of you in the room, of course, raise your hand and you'll need to press the microphone to speak, to be heard by everybody on the meeting. And then I wanted to also remind you that the meeting is being recorded. It will be available in a couple of weeks. We'll post this on the HEAL website as well as the NIDA website, and we can send out a link to that when it's available. So to first thank the HEAL Initiative for sponsoring the workshop. We put concepts forward and they get approved. And this was one that we thought of several months ago. We thought it would be a great meeting, not just for HBCD, but other research programs at NIH. So I want to thank HEAL for agreeing to do that. And then I also wanted to thank our logistics contractors. They've been wonderful reaching out to all of the speakers, making travel arrangements, and setting up this sort of complex hybrid meeting. So thank you to Caitlin and Susan and Dave for running the show. And then I also wanted to extend my gratitude to the planning committee for this workshop. This is a subgroup of one of the HBCD working groups, the Transitions in Care working group. And the members of that came together and helped pull together the agenda and reach out to speakers and invite them to attend the meeting. And that was led by Brenda Jones Harden and Judge Peggy Walker, who unfortunately cannot be here with us today. She's traveling for work. Then I also want to thank folks at NIDA, Chloe Jordan and Kathy Cole, who work directly with me, always supporting in every way they can. So I appreciate that. And then I want to go ahead and give a few moments for Dr. Rebecca Baker to speak. She's the director of the HEAL Initiative. And after that, we'll have some remarks from Dr. Volkov. There was one more slide. Sorry. Did I cover everything here? Yes. I think go ahead and start. So Dave, if you can put Rebecca up, that would be great. That's not me.
Good morning. I'm not quite as exciting as lunch, but I'm very, very pleased to be here with you today and welcome you to this very exciting and important meeting. My name is Rebecca Baker. I work in the Office of the Director, where I oversee the NIH HEAL, or Helping to End Addiction Long-Term Initiative, and we're very pleased to help sponsor today's Child Welfare Workshop. I'd like to echo Michelle in giving thanks to the organizers, to the research community, and other partners for this important research area. It has not gotten the attention it deserves. And so the NIH HEAL Initiative is really keen on working with all of you to provide scientific solutions to the opioid crisis and the many different ways that it is affecting people and families across the United States. So many problems are nested within this crisis: substance use, untreated pain, mental health, structural inequities included. And we know that these are all connected at some level. And so HEAL aims to focus not just on the diseases and the conditions and the treatments, but on the practical issues that affect individuals and families. We all know that infancy and childhood are critical periods for both children and mothers, and that the needs of these families are therefore a key area of research focus for the HEAL Initiative. And I thank Michelle and the rest of the team for really thinking about this for the past several years leading up to today's workshop. We also know that finding and implementing the best approaches to address the medical and social needs of children as they grow is critical for the future health of our country. And so I'm thrilled to share that we're beginning to see signs of return on our research investment through the HEAL Initiative. You may have seen some new findings coming from the ACT NOW, or Advancing Clinical Trials in Neonatal Opioid Withdrawal research program that showed that the Eat, Sleep, Console care approach for infants born exposed to opioids during a mother's pregnancy reduced hospital stays by nearly 7 days for babies experiencing extreme discomfort and withdrawal symptoms. The Eat, Sleep, Consult, Care approach also reduced by 63% the infant's need for opioid medications to recover from withdrawal syndrome symptoms. And so I think that this is just one start to our body of research to support the needs of families affected by the opioid crisis and infants and children especially. One of the guiding principles for HEAL research is to address the systemic inequities that prevent people from receiving high quality care. Everyone in this country deserves effective treatment for substance use disorder or other health conditions. And in order to achieve this goal, our research needs to align with the need to confront and overcome inequities such as bias, discrimination, housing, transportation needs, and food insecurity. And so our prevention research portfolio has incorporated research on a range of community systems involving different populations with substantial risk, including individuals in the carceral legal system. And last year, our research showed that by providing medication-based treatment in jails in the state of Massachusetts, we reduced recidivism or rearrest by 30% compared to jails and communities that did not offer treatment. Other HEAL research offers ideas for enhancing safe housing for homeless youth, helping individuals in juvenile detention centers to deal with past trauma, guiding children in after-school programs to avoid risky behaviors, and other practical strategies to help reduce the risk of opioid misuse, mental health, and other health challenges. HEAL is also funding prevention research to address the needs of families referred to the child welfare system for severe substance use related to methamphetamine or opioids, and for child neglect. In addition to treatment for substance use disorder, the program also delivers parental skills training, mental health treatment, and help with ancillary services such as housing and employment. And I know that the work you're going to do today and after today will really begin to expand on this and address the needs of individuals and families that are often left behind, but that are bearing the burden of this increasingly challenging public health crisis. And so I look forward to hearing about how the meeting goes. I'm going to be able to tune in a little, but I'm really, really excited that we've been able to put all of you together, and some of you even in a room in one place in Bethesda. So thank you again to Michelle and the others who helped organize today's meeting. And thank you for everything you give to HEAL. So I'll stop there and turn it back to Michelle Freund.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Dr. Volkov is sorry she can't be here in person today, but she did plan ahead and recorded a message that we're going to just play for you guys now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nora Volkov, and I direct the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this workshop on for systems in research on young children. It's an opportunity, the first of its kind since I've been at the NIH, to bring together individuals as that families that have been affected participated in child welfare systems in order to hear from one another and to create what would be seen as we would like to say in the future collaborations between classic academic centers as funded through the NIH that respond to the needs for data and knowledge and intervention that can improve the outcomes of children that end up in the welfare system. As a researcher that has been involved in the substance disorders, we know, and I'm very sensitive to the fact that one of the consequences of parents taking drugs is that sometimes their children end up in the welfare system and they end up in foster care, or later on, they can go into other institutions. And one of the aspects that has been surprising to me is how little research that has been done in this intersection. In other words, what are the outcomes when children whose parents are taking drugs are sent into the welfare system, And what are the outcomes when they are placed in foster homes? We can expect that the quality of the foster home is going to have a huge impact on the overall outcomes. But we also need to understand when interventions targeted to strengthening the families may be preferred and favor better outcomes than placing children in the welfare system and then placing in foster care. And it is research that can enable us to get the knowledge that can inform us on how to optimally intervene and what practices lead the best outcomes. So this is the first time for all of us to get together, to know each other. And I wish you that you all have a chance to do this and follow it. I look to potential recommendations of what areas on research we can tackle together. So I wish you the very best in this workshop, and I look forward for the recommendations and deliberations.
It over to Brenda, who's going to lead the first session and introduce our keynote speaker.
Okay.
Dr. Brenda Jones Harden. I apologize. I think everyone knows her.
Hi, everybody.
Yes.
First of all, oh,
One
sure.
second.
Interrupt.
Apparently, we're having some bandwidth issues. So those in the room who are on Zoom, if you could log off, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. First of all, I want to thank Michelle. She not only provides intellectual leadership for HBCD, but if you can imagine working with 25 sites across the country, she's herding a lot of cats. So I really appreciate her leadership all round, but in particular, I appreciate her foresight to find a way for us to have this dream meeting for somebody like me. And those of you who know me know that marriage of developmental research and thinking about research in child welfare is like what I do, what I live for. So I'm very excited about this meeting. And that's why I was willing to kind of step up and do the work, even though our HBCD project starts July 1. So we got a lot of stuff going on. But anyway, thank you to Michelle for having the foresight to have this meeting. I also want to thank our committee led by Julie Pellman. We have a Transitions in Care Committee work group, if you all can imagine, in this HBCD study. And Julie leads that, and I'm really, really proud of some of the work that we've already done, in particular this meeting. So I also have to say thank you to all my colleagues in child welfare who I called and begged to be a part of this, who really don't have time to do this either. But I really appreciate this because I want your work to shine. And I think there has been a disconnect between NIH and all the work that's happening in child welfare across the country. And there is a lot happening. So over the next day and a half, we're going to get a chance to hear about it and hopefully show NIH what maybe they should be funding more, right? So that's one of our goals. So I want to just mention to you all before I introduce Brian that for those of you who are in HBCD, you know this. Our key question is, what is the impact of early adversity on children's brain and behavioral development? That's like our key question. And you can't ask that question without thinking about children in this particular service delivery system. One, because child welfare is really a proxy for adversity. And we can argue about whether it's the right service system for children. I'm looking at my colleague Alan back there. He and I have had these kind of discussions a lot. But the point is that these are the children who end up in this system, right? And a former colleague of mine always said, it is the system where the children go where all the other systems have failed them, right? So these are the kids who really have experienced a range of contextual adversity factors. But the other thing to say is that the child welfare system itself creates some adversity for children. And why am I making this point? Because in HBCD, we are not just looking at what children bring to the world in terms of their physiology. We're looking at their environmental experiences, right? So child welfare is one of those experiences that on our committee, right, Julie, we're going to be pushing for people to think about and to follow the children in that system and to ask questions about children's experiences in that system because we know they affect children's outcome. But the other thing that I just want to mention, and I know some of my colleagues who'll be speaking will address this, is that when you look at the NCANS data, right, the national data on children in the child welfare system, who are the kids who have the highest rate of maltreatment? Who are the kids who have the highest rate of fatalities? Who are the kids who have the highest rate of foster care placements? It's infants. Right? And HBCD is trying to look at these very young children, starting in the prenatal period, and really trying to see what happens to them over time, right? Given what we know about the data on these, the epidemiologic data on these children, it is critical that HBCD think about this from the perspective of the child welfare system. So I wanted to put that out there. You're going to learn from a variety of experts. And I mean, we have brought in some of the top people in child welfare research. So I'm really grateful that they were willing to do this. And the first one is going to be my good colleague, Brian Samuels. And I won't go through his whole long CV and bio sketch and all that, but I do want to tell you some particular things about him. First of all, he has a personal investment in seeing that children in the child welfare system get the attention that they deserve. He has also run a state child welfare system in Illinois, by the way, that includes Chicago, which is one of the largest urban areas when you think about the numbers of children in child welfare. He also is a former head of the Children's Bureau, so he's been at the national level, and he is currently the executive director of Chapin Hall. You all may have heard of it, but it is one of the few sort of research to policy think tanks in the country. And if you know anything about the history of Chapin Hall, it started as an orphan asylum, right? So it was like one of the first sort of institutions that addressed children in the child welfare system. And years later, it converted to this policy think tank with the goal of using research to inform policy, particularly about this population of children. Certainly other children as well, but this population of children is a priority of Chapin Hall. So I am thrilled that Brian has agreed to come speak to us. I have been on a number of panels with him, and I think you're in for an intellectual treat. So thank you, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. Brenda, thanks for the gracious introduction. In a lot of ways, I couldn't resist the opportunity to get on a plane, come to DC, get in a cab, come to Bethesda to speak to this auspicious group for a half an hour. But the opportunity presented itself, and obviously Brenda's a wonderful advocate for this work. So I'm going to try to do a couple of things, but do it fairly quickly. As Brenda indicated, I am a recovering policymaker, and so most of what I will say today is in that vein. Admittedly, there are lots of things that could be said beyond the data, and I'm going to just try to be disciplined enough to lay the groundwork and then get out of your way to take advantage of really going deeper. So what I hope to be able to cover this morning is, one, talk some about the front end of the system and the way policies are evolving, talk some about the population of children and families that are involved in the child welfare system, and then raise some of the debates that are coming up around where child welfare should go, not necessarily to take a position, but just to point out where the data is that then creates the opportunity to have these debates. So, if I'm going to talk to folks about the child welfare system, I start with the evolving policy framework in which child welfare exists. So it isn't recognized that the system does evolve across time. And so what you see today in the data may be very different than what you saw 10 years ago, and that is largely a function of policy changes. I'll just point out a couple here. So you've got the policy change around 1980, which really focused for the first time on subsidizing adoption, specifically accelerating the pace at which children left the child welfare system to adoption by eliminating the cost associated with the services that those kids might need after they've been adopted. You've got 1997, which is fundamentally the infrastructure around which child welfare has been built over the last 20 years. Really, it's the Adoptions and Safe Families Act that is the first place where you articulate what safety, permanency, and well-being actually means. It's also the policy that set time limits on how long a child could be in the foster care system before determination of best interest has been made. And you also have in the Adoptions and Safe Families Act a recognition that the children had rights too, and that the goal of the foster care system ought to be able to balance the rights of the parents with the rights of children. Move quickly forward to 2012 to 2014. The Title 40 waivers they're not a policy change as much as a policy innovation. Congress created an opportunity for states to do their own thing while also continuing to receive funding from the federal government. And this is really the first time the federal government articulated an interest in evidence-based practices. So in order for you to successfully get a 4E waiver, you had to propose using evidence and evidence-based programs in a particular way to move your system forward. And then you've got in 2018, the Family First Prevention Act, which is just past its 5-year anniversary. A lot of attention has been paid to this policy because it's the first time that the federal government made significant contributions to preventing children and families from entering the child welfare system. If you dig into the policy itself as Congress articulated it, the relevance here is that the act itself, at its most basic level, targeted services to families, but not all families. It was particularly interested in families that had mental health problems, families that had substance abuse problems, and families that had mental health, substance abuse, and parenting problems. And so it's really the first time that you've called out a unique population of parents around which the child welfare system is now trying to organize a set of policies and practices to meaningfully meet the needs of that group of families, and in doing so, prevent them from entering the child welfare system. So this slide here is intended to capture, I'm not sure why it's got the little green thing here where it does, but I'll let somebody else figure that out. So this here represents kind of the front end of the system. So this is data that comes from NCANS. It's the latest NCANS data, so it's 2021. And what's important in presenting this slide here is the recognition that the front end of the child welfare system is really driven by a series of decisions that are made from the original contact all the way through the removal of children into the foster care system. So at the top, what you have is the question of somebody deciding whether or not to make a hotline call. And the response to that is you get almost 400,000 calls on an annual basis. I'm sorry, let me get that right. 4 million calls on an annual basis related to over 700,000 individual children. There's then the question of whether to investigate. So in that case, about 51% of the reports that are made are determined to be, there's sufficient information to determine that an investigation is appropriate. The third question is, did abuse or neglect happen? and roughly 600,000 kids, 600,000 kids are identified as having been abused or neglected. And then the next question at the front end of the system is removal necessary? And in this particular year, about 270,000 kids entered the system because a determination was made that a removal was necessary. And then the final question is, what services are appropriate? And in this instance, you have both services for those young people and families where children are removed, but you also have children that would be considered non-victims of abuse and neglect who also receive services. So it's just a kind of a chronological explanation of how the front end of the child welfare system operates today. This is just a little bit of data to motivate some of our additional discussions. So as you can see at the blue line here is again the total number of referrals. So these are the number of calls that are actually made, but again, the population for which those calls are made are even larger than here. So as I indicated in 2021, while there were almost 4 million calls that related to more than 7,000 young people. And the interesting thing there is if you think about what's the population ages 0 to 18 in 21, it's roughly 74 million. So you almost have almost 10% of kids of that age for which somebody raised a concern and picked up the phone and made a hotline call. From that, there's then the decision about whether to investigate. So that's the second line here, the orange one. And then the determination that abuse has occurred and the entry into the system was necessary. And that's what you have here as the green line. So you start off with 4 million calls, but you only end up removing about 200,000 kids. And as you can see, the lines go slightly downward. This is a relatively short period of time to look at the evolution of the population. If you went 10 years back instead of 5 years back, you would see the number going up and then coming down. So the number in 2012 was almost exactly the number in 2021. But in between there, the number went up significantly and then came back down, almost 40,000 kids different between those two periods of time. Glad to say more about that, but just again, to give you a sense of the number of calls taken, the number of reviews done, and ultimately how many children are removed. Glad to talk more about that. Brenda mentioned this one, which is looking at the age makeup across time of children who entered the child welfare system in 2021. And what you can see here is almost 21% of them are under the age of 1 year old. And almost 50% of them are 0 to 5 years old. So substantial population coming in at the earliest end of the child welfare spectrum. It's also worth noting, though, that there are just as many 4 and 5 year olds that enter care as there are 14 and 15-year-olds entering care. So while there is a skew towards the earlier age groups, it's not a distinctly different population across the age groups. And so we're thinking about that as we think about policy and what it means, as well as research and how we make meaning of these different developmental stages as we think about intervening. Racial makeup of the child welfare system in 2021, as you can see, about 41% of all families were identified as white, Hispanics and African Americans at about 22%. About 8% of folks report being two or more races, and then Native Americans, Asians, Pacific Islanders. I think what's striking here is the number of Hispanics is equal to the number of African Americans. That's not typically the narrative about what child welfare looks like, but increasingly those two numbers are very similar. So the question here is the system prepared to respond appropriately for children of Hispanic heritage relative to kids of color being African American? So is it the same response? Is it different? Is different? In what ways is it different? I'd note two other things here. That getting to this equal number between Blacks and Hispanics, actually, if you look at the numbers over the last 10 years, actually doesn't represent an increase in the number of Hispanics entering the system. It represents a continuing decline of the number of African Americans entering the system. So 10 years ago, relative to this data, there were 85,000 Hispanic children in out-of-home care. In 2021, there were 86,000 Hispanics in out-of-home care. So their number has remained. It's the African American number that continues to decline. There's much discussion about the circumstances associated with child removals, with neglect representing the largest determination made by the child welfare system at well over 60%. As you can see, again, relative to this meeting here, the second largest circumstance associated with removal is substance abuse, followed by caretaker inability to cope, followed by physical abuse. If you take physical abuse and sexual abuse, you put them together, it's less than 20% of the total circumstances. And so there's been a lot of attention paid to, are there better ways of responding to neglect? And by doing so, significantly deter the number of families entering the child welfare system. I would note one other thing here. This is, again, data that comes from NCANS. These categories are not mutually exclusive. So you can both have the circumstances noted as neglect, as well as any of the other categories too. So these two things aren't a big, so it's important to make that distinction. Folks tend to look at the neglect and say, okay, well then we just need to solve the problems of poverty and we'll solve the problem, maybe. But it's an important consideration as you think about the role of research and understanding what's underneath that neglect number and the extent to which there's a Venn diagram between the neglect and the substance abuse. Obviously, the Family First Prevention Act was looking at this data when it decided that part of the new policy was to focus on substance abuse of parents as a way of reducing their involvement in the child welfare system. So it's a good example of data-driven policymaking. They looked at these numbers and it was clear that if you're going to affect change at the front end of the system, you had to address the issues of substance abuse for parents. And I'll just focus a little bit on part of the long-going and current debate about, again, the role that economics play in children entering and not entering the child welfare system. I think there's a healthy debate about if you take neglect as a category, it's roughly 63% of the total circumstances for children entering care. That said, well, let's break that down some more to try to understand what's underneath that neglect. And so we've been spending a lot of time in the literature trying to look at the impact of material hardship or poverty and the way in which that is a risk factor for entering the child welfare system. And as you can see here, if you're a low-income family and you experience material hardship, you have a greater likelihood of an investigation for neglect, as well as an investigation for abuse. And if you experience multiple hardships, you can see that the likelihood of being investigated by child welfare accelerates even further. Again, this theme of the role that poverty or economics might play in the way in which children come to the attention of the child welfare system. The most reliable economic predictors of child welfare involvement are a loss of income, housing hardship, and cumulative material hardship. The Family First Prevention Act has created a lot of discussion around these issues, as well as a recognition that the most straightforward way to say this is policymaking in DC is often about picking winners and losers. And unfortunately, early on in federal policymaking, back in the 50s and 60s, there was a decision made to separate out what we call the safety net programs from child welfare, as if they were unrelated to one another. And deal with those abusive parents over here, and then we're going to help the other families who need help around issues of poverty and low income circumstances. And in some ways, we've harmed our ability to respond appropriately to abuse and neglect, in part because we decided that those policies didn't relate to one another. And again, if you look at the strongest predictors of investigated neglect reports here, you see, again, lots of issues specifically around economics and poverty. But again, if we take the neglect number, we just have to remember probably some other stuff going on there too. So we could solve the economic circumstances of families, and we might significantly reduce the number of kids and families that come to the attention of the child welfare system. But we would also likely still have a significant population of families that have both substance abuse problems as well as specific issues of neglect. I think there's also, as a former child welfare director, I think there's also a little bit more investigation that ought to happen on the neglect conversation for this reason. The child welfare system is defined by timelines. The Adoptions and Safe Families Act articulates how quickly somebody has to go out to investigate a case and how quickly a determination needs to be made about the outcome of that investigation. And as a former child welfare director, I can tell you the default for removal is neglect. If I got to get in there and make a decision fairly quickly, I can't distinguish all of the factors associated with it, but I can see neglect, right? And so is that the only thing that you could see during that investigation? Probably not. So again, I think interrogating the neglect category, I think, is important. But again, for the purposes of this meeting, it's unambiguous that substance abuse plays a role in the families that come to the attention of the child welfare system. And so I think there's lots of reasons to look at the overlapping circumstances of families, beginning with looking at substance abuse and the role that that plays in removals. So I've said a lot in a fairly short period of time. I could say a lot more, but I think I'm up there. Thank you.
I'm back on you.
Thanks, Brian, for setting the tone. He sort of gave us a broad brushstroke, and most of the issues that he addressed, we're going to sort of take apart and really go down deep into those over the course of the day and tomorrow. But what I want to do now is bring up a different kind of expert. And you all know that in the field of applied research, at least, we are really pushing for community-based participatory research where we are really elevating and centering the voices of parents. And you're going to hear Darcy Merritt sort of dig deep into that later. But in that spirit, we decided that we wanted to have some parent experts address you as part of this introductory session. And I'm a pesky 0 to 3 board chair, so I'm always begging them for stuff. So I begged them to bring in 2 of their parents who are part of our Safe Babies project. That's a signature 0 to 3 project that is focused on changing the child welfare trajectories of very young children. They're all over the country at this point doing really good work in collaboration with courts and child welfare systems. So we have asked them to bring us 2 parents, and I have to tell you, they had to get up early in the morning because one of them is in Nevada and the other is in Hawaii. So we have to give them lots of kudos for even wanting to do this at all. But they are parent leaders and they felt strongly that it's important to share their stories. So I want to introduce, and then I'll have to let Susan figure out how to get them on. But I want to tell you their names: Crystal Halleck and Kimberly Nabarro, and they are parent leaders with 0 to 3 Safe Babies program.
Before you start, can everybody who's not Michelle sign off of it? We were having a really hard time with the bandwidth. So if you're on the internet, either use a hotspot or just log off completely. Just so that we can hear back and forth, which I don't know that you're going to be able to with how bad the internet is.
And
Sorry.
thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Kimberly.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Kimberly Nabarro. I am a native Hawaiian birth mother. I'm joining you from the island of Oahu in the state of Hawaii. I've had child welfare involvement for 6 of my children, always in relation to my addiction. I'm a recovering meth addict and have battled perinatal substance use disorder for all 6 of my children. During my pregnancies, I was also homeless and lacked an identity beyond being an addict or being my partner's girlfriend. I was bonded to my partner and was a teenager when I first started getting pregnant at 14 years old. My first removal was in 2003, and my last removal was in 2017. The children that were removed from me at birth were permanently placed outside of my care, and I did not successfully navigate child welfare and was never able to reunify. Today, I raised the 2 children that I was able to take home from the hospital. I was able to breastfeed or nurse these babies, connect, bond, hold, smell them. I bonded and connected to these children. And when I end up relapsing after a few years after I gave birth, I was able to successfully navigate child welfare because of that bond and that connection I had with them. I want to mention that having an identity outside of addiction, being able to really believe that I could be a mom and that I could be good at being a mom, is something that definitely helped me to, helps me even currently today, to stay the course and make me stronger as a parent that I didn't have before with the other children, my first 4 children that were removed. Being able to find my strengths outside of who I was in my addiction, and being able to believe in that, having faith in that. At one time, I thought that's all I was good at, was who I was in my addiction and what I did to get me through. And my reconnection to who I am as a Native Hawaiian is definitely something that my culture is something that I pull from, who I am in that, what it is to be Native Hawaiian, and how can I heal the community that I come from, and in turn heal myself. The recidivism of going in and out of child welfare with all my different cases that I've had, I think the difference that I can see from then until now is, again, believing that I am the best for my children, and I'm able to believe that, articulate that, and demonstrate that I can be a good mother. On a professional standpoint, today I serve as a parent leader consultant for Safe Baby Court Programs, National Resource Center. I serve locally here on Oahu as a parent leader, a parent partner, and a Makua ally. I walk alongside parents who are navigating child welfare themselves. I work as a Makua ally or parent ally with the perinatal substance use disorder population and prevention of child welfare involvement. I work with women to increase stability factors like getting into prenatal care, being able to identify as mom and believe that they can be what's best for their baby, and also prepare them to know what child welfare might be looking at. That might be grounds for a removal or an open case, but also being there in that space with them to help them continue to engage in that. For me, I pull from my lived experience, or I utilize my lived experience to be able to connect to these parents. I speak on what I'm doing in my work, or how I personally experience the system, to inform the system today in making the adjustments or changes to be able to continue to support parents who are currently going through the risk of child welfare involvement or child welfare involvement. I think it's important to know that the relationship that I have with myself, with my children, with community supports, with my own natural supports, is a big factor and a big game changer in how I feel about myself as a parent today, and how I felt about myself before. Being able to stay connected to my children was important. That bonding and attachment made a huge difference in my ability to believe that I could be a good mom. And because my addiction, I usually run away from things that don't make me feel good versus things that do make me feel good. It definitely was a big factor in believing that being a mom and being good at it is something that I'm going to invest and engage in. I think was a huge factor for me. And just, again, being empowered by information, understanding, learning about developmental stages, learning about impacts, learning about pathways to be able to empower myself to continue to learn more about myself as a parent, as a person, as an addict, as a recovering person, learning about my child and ways that I can connect and help improve their lives is something that was really important for me to make changes and to really invest and believe in myself. Crystal?
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to really just tell my story. Back in 1994, I was 23 weeks pregnant, and I had my daughter. when I went to the hospital when I was in labor, they'd asked me to terminate, and I told them absolutely not. If it's between me and if it's between my life and hers, I want you to do everything you can to save her life. Which they did. She weighed 1 pound, 3 ounces. And it was a very stressful time. I was clean at the time that I'd given birth to her, but I was not clean all the way through my pregnancy. I did not find out for several months after I had her that we were not compatible blood types, and that was one of the reasons why I was in preterm labor. When I would go in and visit her in the NICU for the 4 months that she was in there, I really got no support, no hope from the staff that was in there. They were all very angry with me. It felt, that I'd given birth to this child and admitted to using during my pregnancy. And so it was very difficult for me to be able to go in there all the time and deal with that. But I was clean throughout the time, her being in the NICU. When it was finally time to be able to hold her, I was so excited about having the opportunity to do that. The nurses thought that I was under the influence, and so they denied me the opportunity to be able to hold her. And I was absolutely crushed. Fortunately, my mom was in the hospital at the time with my little brother. And so I went and asked her if she would please hold my baby so that somebody, could hold her. And they allowed that to happen. And I was, just ecstatic that somebody was able to finally be able to touch this baby. When her time in the NICU was about to be over, they had me come and stay a few nights to make sure that I can care for her properly. And the nurses felt that I was not able to understand her special circumstances, which I disagreed with, but they were above me, I felt. And they had opened a child welfare case. When my daughter got put into the child welfare system, she was put immediately into a flex home, which is a pre-adoptive home. And I got 1 visit a month with my daughter. That was very difficult because as I'm going to visit her, she was starting, as she was getting more aware and getting older, she was starting to cry and scream because she was being handed over to a stranger, and it was very traumatizing for her. And it really, I wanted to do what was best for her, and I just felt like traumatizing her once a month was not what was best. And so I chose to allow her to be adopted by the foster family, and it was supposed to be an open adoption. And I was supposed to have communication, which none of that applied. Once the adoption was finalized, I got no information. And so that was very difficult. I would see her in the store with her adoptive parents, and I would just kind of hide around the coat rack so I could get a look at her, because I knew who she was, and I was just ecstatic at the fact that I would be able to see her. And let's see here. After that decision, I really went into my addiction, and I wound up picking up a charge of uttering a forged instrument. I wrote a bad check for I think it was $182. And I wound up going to prison for that. And it was actually a blessing because I found out that I was pregnant and I was only like 2 weeks pregnant. So I was able to have a healthy baby. I was only there for 6 months. And once I was released from prison, I went back to the father of the baby that I was pregnant with. And I wound up having 3 healthy children during this time. But I was in a domestically violent situation with him. I had stayed clean for 5 years. And because of the domestic violence and him having a child that was 2 days younger than my youngest child with him, I relapsed after being clean for 5 years. My children were taken almost immediately, within 6 months of me relapsing. I lost everything, including my children, and they were placed with my sister-in-law, and my husband at the time went and moved in with my sister-in-law and my children, which was extremely frustrating. Seems how he had domestic violence charges against him from me. And the social worker that I'd had at that time it told me that she did not have to put any services in place for me to reunify with my children because of my prior case. And she really gave me no hope. And I stood up to the challenge of that. And I told her that there was no way she was going to be able to keep my children. And so we butted heads a bit, but she was just the assessment worker. Once I got my permanency worker, she literally grabbed my hand and said, "This is what you're going to do." And she took me to family drug court. She had me meet with the judge, and I was able to observe the court. It was something I wanted to do, but I didn't realize it was a choice at the time. I thought that it was something I had to do. And I went through that program and successfully reunified with all 3 of my children. I got supports out of that program and stayed connected with the director of a small nonprofit. And when it became time to create this position of a mentor mom, is what it was called, to try and get more people into family drug court, I absolutely accepted. It was a pilot project, and that was over 16 years ago. I have went from a mentor mom for a family drug court to a parent partner for the Safe Babies Court. And now I am a national parent leader for the 0 to 3. And I have completely changed my life. I've been clean for 21 years this year. And I'm now, currently raising my 3-year-old grandson, who happened to wake up super early this morning, and I apologize for all the background noise. And that's my story. Thank you.
Kimberly and Crystal, I hope you were able to hear the applause for you both. And I want to personally say to you too, that I am humbled that you have the courage to tell your stories. I've heard them before when I talked to you all on the phone, but I'm even more humbled now. And I just want to celebrate where you are. When you both talked about your sobriety, I was waving my hands, and in Jess' triumph with you. And I really, really appreciate your being willing to do this. I also want to say, before we go into questions, which is where we're going next, and I'm speaking to Kimberly and to Crystal, that what your voices suggest, and Darcy's going to talk about this later, is the import of making sure we get parent voices, not just about their drug use, but their experience, the supports they get, and what helps them to turn it around, because clearly you all have given your children a gift of having relationships with you. So thank you for what you've done for your kids, but also the other parents with whom you work and the child welfare system in general. So, they're a hard act to follow, but we're gonna go into questions. And what we thought we would do is, Brian, I'm gonna ask you to come up front, and Crystal and Kimberly, hopefully you all will be able to hear any questions from the audience of any kind. And I do have some prepared questions, as Michelle said, you all have to have some prepared questions, but I would rather that you all in the audience here, or Michelle's going to be looking on our chat. If there are any questions from outside of me, I think that would be better. You should have a mic close to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me get over here. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. My name is Carrie Wabanascom, and I'm a social work educator. And my question to you both, because you mentioned working with the social workers in the system. What could have some of these social workers done better to support you along the way?
Are you going, Kim?
No, you can go first, Crystal.
I feel that the social workers, if they would have really just been more supportive and just letting me know that I'm human and you know that I'm an equal person to them is a huge thing, because you get this superiority thing as you're going through the child welfare system, and just understanding that we make mistakes and we have struggles, and you know, just being supportive really is the biggest thing, and having trust in the fact that we all get it at some point, and that's kind of what I advocate for our parents, because I have parents that come in that have had 9 children and they finally get it on the 9th child. So you know, we start out fresh every time, and to just treat us like we're humans.
I think it would be really helpful if social workers were able to take the time to just keep themselves up to date with supports that are available, you know, in their community. I think that a parent, if their basic needs aren't being met, are not able to focus beyond that. And that is what you see is lack of engagement or belief in themselves, because their basic needs aren't being met. So if social workers can keep themselves up to date and give that type of information, and not just want to talk about the case, but actually show that they care about the parent and the parent's success and what's important to the parent as well, I think could be really helpful.
I just want to ask a follow-up to that. It sounds like what Kimberly was just talking about underscores what you, Brian, were talking about in terms of the divorce between the safety net programs and the child welfare system. And so I just wonder if any or all three of you could comment on that.
Brian, you wanna?
Sure, I'm glad to. I'm just trying to be respectful.
Can you hit your mic?
Does that work better? All right, awesome. So I think what's interesting about this divorce is that most of those safety net programs exist in the same federal agency. So both child welfare as well as all of the safety net programs are under ACF. So I think there's a great deal of opportunity there to think about moving those two things together. You know, I think there are some of the safety net programs, not most of them, but some of them see that one of their purposes is to prevent child abuse and neglect. Unfortunately, most of them don't see that. And I think the other point I would make is that, and I think it's particularly important to hear, is that policy and more particularly practice in child welfare is driven on the premise that parents have to earn the right to get their kids back. And earning the right to get their kids back is often translated to without any help, you got to figure out how to get your act together, because otherwise we don't have evidence that you're very committed. And in the context of substance abuse and mental health, relapses are assumed, right? And mental health is a disease that needs to be treated on an ongoing basis. So it's reasonable to assume that these families will struggle at different points of time. But the child welfare system isn't organized under the premise that those risks can be managed using evidence-based practices and therefore mitigate the concerns that would allow child welfare to be more responsive to parents like the two that described their journey today.
I don't know if Kim or Crystal want to respond to that at all.
Sorry, what is the safety net program?
Sure. So the safety net program are all of the things like SNAP, like AFDC, like access to behavioral health and mental health through Medicaid. It's kind of the federal government's attempt to provide supportive services to families that are marginalized, poor, or have other struggles.
Okay, so the question is regarding if that isn't available, how that relates to them being involved with child welfare, is that correct?
Or whether those would have been more helpful as you went through your journey.
Right. Well, I want to mention that being in active addiction and things like that, like health, and unless it's something that's gonna impede my ability to get high, I'm not thinking about behavioral health or medical or anything that's even food stamps and all that. For me, I mean, to fill up an application was nearly impossible. And so how does that relate? So for me, would it have helped? These are all the things actually I started to look at because of my involvement with child welfare, if that makes sense. The service plan in following substance use and substance abuse treatment, things like that, gave me enough clarity to start seeing the reason why I should want to take care of my mental health and my medical health and all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question correctly, but I do want to mention that for pregnant women who are battling substance use disorder that I partner with, right? What I see helps is when I explain to them the why behind a resource, right? So helping to understand, okay, it's not because child welfare is against you, but they're going to want to see how safe you can be for your baby by you addressing these following things, right? Safe and appropriateness for parenting, for example. So a home visiting program, they see the why for the resource now to say, this is what's going to help you demonstrate your safety and appropriateness with your baby, right? Substance use treatment, this is going to demonstrate how safe you are because you're addressing your triggers and your likeliness of relapsing, right? Being able to understand what that looks like. So again, you're addressing safety, preparing for your baby, and so seeing the why behind that is probably going to be the most important in order for anyone to want to use resources or believe that those resources are could be beneficial for them.
So I think your comments, though, represent child welfare's understanding of how parents receive supports and what you should expect of those parents. But if you set the child welfare example aside and you look at how the homeless system operates today, right? For a long time in homelessness, you ended up in the shelter, and then you had to demonstrate that you were going to do a set of activities, get substance abuse, get a job, so on and so forth. And if you did that, then they gave you housing, right? And that field has, because of lots of research and evidence, realized that those two things don't have to be sequenced in that matter, that providing housing is a component of achieving all of the other kind of service outcomes that you can imagine. So kind of philosophically, the homeless systems are recognizing that housing first facilitates positive change. It's not the lever to force change. And child welfare still operates under a different kind of mental model about how to organize interventions for families. And then they effectively communicate that to families so that families think now, they know something about good parenting, and therefore I've got to figure out how to do these 12 things, and then they'll see me as a good parent. And we don't necessarily need to subject families to that kind of coercion in order to see positive outcomes. So that would be the distinction I would make. You're right that that's the way child welfare treats you today, but there are other examples where other systems don't treat people as if they've got to earn the right for services, and instead, by providing those services in some integrated fashion, they increase the likelihood that all families do better.
I just wanted to say that, Kimberly, thank you. You answered the question perfectly, and I just wanted to validate your
Yes.
response.
Yes, Kim, it was a great answer. Since we're talking about services, I'm going to ask Crystal a question that came through our chat, and it's specifically at you. Did the staff in the NICU explain what made them feel you weren't capable in terms of holding your baby? Or was it just their assumptions, or were they directed to not allow you to hold your baby?
I'm really glad that this question was asked. I wanted to elaborate on it, but so, because I admitted when I delivered my daughter that I had used, before the delivery, I was clean when I delivered, but admitting to use, puts a red flag on the whole circumstance. So, when I would go up and visit my daughter, and I would ask how she's doing. Of course, it was never a positive thing because she was so tiny. I mean, she's in records and books and stuff like that because she got down to 13 ounces. But there was when I went and stayed the night, I believe that they assumed that I was still using, even though I had been clean during this 4 months of her being born. And they said that I was not waking up for the alarms, which I was. They said that I was not properly, changing her diaper and that kind of stuff. And I just really feel like everything was kind of stacked against me because of my admission. And granted, it was back in 1994 to where, when you're a drug addict, you're just a bad person and you're never going to get it. And that's the way that I felt. I did come from generational substance abuse. So, I felt like a bad person as it was already. But I really felt like I understood the process and I was able to care for her, but it was just all stacked up against me. And I hope I answered the question.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Brian, there's a question that came for you to expand on what systems helped or what experiences helped the decline for African-American children that you referenced when you talked about the data.
Sure, it's a great question. We know some, but we don't know all of the answers to that question. So if you go back to say 1997, which is the Adoptions and Safe Families Act, the child welfare population was a little over 500,000. Today, it's a little under 400,000. If you go back to 1997, African Americans made up about 200,000 of the 500,000. Today, they make up 85,000 of the 400,000. So the numbers have come down pretty dramatically. When I was still in the federal government, we looked at where those declines happened the most. And what we found that there were 10 states that accounted for 80% of the reduction in the number of African-American families involved in the child welfare system. But the other interesting part about that was that the states themselves didn't appear to have any other commonalities. So it wasn't like it was all of the states on the progressive coast. There were as many red states as there were almost blue states as it relates to the number of states that decline the child welfare population. So I think that's one. I think the two is that probably the best explanation is subsidized adoption and guardianship. That the focus on reducing the number of kids in care since '97 has been primarily focused on getting kids to permanency faster. And given that African Americans were so disproportionate when that policy was passed, they ultimately experienced the decline is in part explained by African American families moving to permanency at a more significant rate. But again, that's if getting the system smaller is your measure of success on this issue, then you could say that the system's made progress. But if the only thing we're doing is reducing the number of kids in the foster care system, but don't account for any of their other outcomes, then you would say getting smaller doesn't in and of itself mean that that's a good thing for the kids and families themselves. So permanency and the drive to permanency, given the disproportionality that existed in '97, is probably the best explanation for why there's a significantly smaller population. And I think we can then move to the discussion about, well, is smaller better? And if not, then what else should be done in order to achieve other kinds of outcomes like well-being outcomes in this context?
Thank you guys for sharing your story. I just have one question when it comes to like the policies, because you had the timeline, Dr. Samuels, of what changes. So the outliers in certain situations of biases that happened in Crystal's story, are there actual checks and balances now? So those certain situations of those 1 month visitations where she wasn't able to bond with her child, or certain situations, are there able checks and balances now in the system, in these law changing things that make sure moms and children don't have the same experiences they have? Like, are we actually doing better? Even though the numbers are down, is it still quality over quantity type thing?
So I don't know whether we're doing better. I think we could unpack that some, but I think one obvious indicator that we're not doing better, given the stories that have been told here, is that the largest percentage of kids who get removed are under the age of 1 year old. So that's 20% of the entire population. So if we're taking children at that rate, I think it's hard to conclude that we have in and of itself gotten better. So I think what policies do is move the population around. It provides resources and incentivizes some outcomes over others. But I think it would be unreasonable to conclude that those policies, given that age group is so large in the number of children that are removed, that there are probably continued practices that are harmful in the way in which the other panelists have described their experience.
I wanted to comment on that somewhat. Kimberly was talking about the critical point for her had to do with the ability to first bond with her baby, and that drove her to be able to navigate this convoluted system. And so the glimmer of hope that I see applied, now that might not be in all the states, but the FFPSA has a segment to it that has to do with early childhood court. And the magistrates and judges are focusing on that age group. And what they're doing is for our area, there's piloting happening, but it's being implemented. And they're making sure that the minimum once a week is increased to lots of visits so that that bonding can happen.
Yeah.
It's a critical time period for both to bond with each other. And they're finding that successful reunifications don't have re-entering into foster care, which is a glimmer of hope, I think, in the FFPSA's structure.
No, I think baby court is a wonderful example of taking a different approach for families with young children. And I think when and where we could expand baby courts across the country, we should.
And we are expanding baby courts. They're in like, I think 25% of the states now. So look on 0 to 3's website. The other thing I will comment based on what you said, though, is that visitation is by far the strongest predictor of reunification. So if it's important, I think, for bonding, as you were suggesting, but it's also important for the numbers that Brian is talking about for permanency. There was another question that came up virtually for Kimberly and Crystal. You all know that we have this big HBCD study that we're trying to launch July 1st. We all have that date in our brains. So one question that came through was, what can we do to help parents who are not accustomed to research, right? And we're asking them a lot. What can we do to convince them to be a part of a big, long research project? What suggestions would you have for us?
I think that sharing information about where that information is going to go is so important. Even if it seems like over communicating and big picture ideas and things like that, I think at our core, right? What I've seen, I headed a pilot project that works the perinatal substance use disorder population last year, and then this is our demonstration project this year. And part of my work is to fill out evaluations and things like that. And what I've seen is these women wanting to help. They want to help because they want to help themselves. They want to see the future of our population of this, shared experience and trauma to have some kind of successful outcome. And so I think that they could be more open, even though you're right, it's going to be a little bit of, I'm not sure whether or not they should trust, but to know the limits of that, to say, this is not going to incriminate you. This is not to provide to your social worker or in any way. This is literally to help us understand you better, the population you come from, women like you that have experienced this, children like yours that are experiencing this, so that we can help and they really help plot that out, and break it down. If you could have someone with lived experience to work side by side with you to help decipher that could also, I think, help and really bring down those defensive barriers and be a little bit more open to wanting to engage in a study like that. And incentives help too. As time, the time that they're going to put into whatever you're asking of them can be compensated, considering that they, they're parents, and we can use that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Crystal, do you want to address that at all?
Kim summed it up beautifully. Yes, letting the parents know that they could be the change for maybe the next people that are going through their circumstance. I believe that's what is very enticing for our families. and letting them know if, you know, at all possible that their name is a number versus being named so that they can, you know, so it can be confidential. I think that that's really important because a lot of parents may still have reservations that if they say something, you know, they could get another case or, you know, anything like that. So I think that it would be really important in that aspect as well.
Sorry,
Thank
can I say one more thing, Susan? I want to say that we are super, for me, like, when you know that you've exposed your child, right, when you're pregnant, no matter what level of development they're in, the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is this because I was using, right? So that could be also a way to explain or to explain to them as a motivator to say, you know, we want to understand your child better and how the effects might be seen throughout their life, right? So that we can produce reports or we can produce research that will help inform that, so that people can be more aware of what that can cause in a long-term effect, since there is limited study or whatever based on that. So I think that could be a motivator too. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank the three of you. You have set the tone for our day and a half in a way that I'm so appreciative of. I knew you would do it, but you really did it. And I want to thank Brian for coming from Chicago for an hour in the morning and then running back to Chicago. And I want to thank Kim and Crystal for getting up so early in the morning and being with us. We are really planning to dig deep in a lot of the things that the three of you talked about. And thank you so much for starting our day.
Thank you for having me.
And now I'm going to turn it over to Keisha.
Good morning. Good morning. It's so good to be here in person with all of you and also to hear the experiences that were shared by the parent leaders, as well as Brian and sharing his thoughts around the child welfare system. So this morning, we're going to start our second session. It's focused on providing an overview of the child welfare system. So I invite my colleagues from ACF. Dr. Kara Kelly, she is a child welfare program specialist with the Children's Bureau with the Administration for Children and Families. She will kick off our session by providing a high-level overview of the child welfare system, including relevant practices and policies. Then Dr. Christine Fortunato, who is the team leader for child welfare research, and Dr. Tamarie Willis, who is Federal Executive Branch Policy Fellow, both from the Office of Planning, Research, and Evaluation at ACF, will provide an overview of the experiences of children and families involved in the child welfare system, including services, needs, and utilization. And after their presentation, we will invite them to sit at the front of the room and open up the room for further questions and comments and thoughts that you all may have around this topic area. So thank you and welcome to my colleagues from ACF.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for the invitation to have us here to speak about this. Our team here is excited to, as mentioned, to go over an overview of the child welfare system and really what it looks like for families as they move through the public child welfare agency. So at its most basic level, the child welfare system is a group of interventions that are designed to promote the well-being of children by ensuring the safety of them, achieving permanency, and strengthening families. The work of child welfare gets carried out through both private and public partnerships. However, federal laws have a significant impact on how states and jurisdictions individually fund and deliver child protection, child welfare, and adoption programs. The Department of Human Services, Administration for Children and Families holds the primary responsibility for implementing federal child and family legislation. The Children's Bureau works with state and local agencies to develop programs that focus on preventing child abuse and neglect by strengthening families, protecting children from further maltreatment, reuniting children safely with their families, and finding permanent families for children who cannot safely return home. Child welfare legislative policy outlines both child welfare funding and practice expectations. And while there are numerous pieces of federal child welfare policy, there are a few that stand out as being particularly important for your work and understanding the functioning and funding of child actions. First, the Social Security Act of 1935 authorized the first federal grants for child welfare services. These first federal grants served as an impetus to child welfare agencies and to develop local programs to develop child welfare services. In 1974, the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, known as CAPTA, was enacted by Congress. CAPTA was the first piece of major federal legislation addressing child abuse and neglect in the United States. In exchange for federal funding for child abuse prevention and treatment, CAPTA requires states to establish child abuse reporting procedures and investigation systems. The Child Welfare Act, known as ICWA, was enacted shortly thereafter in 1978. Under ICWA, all child welfare court proceedings involving children must be heard in tribal courts if possible, and tribes have the right to intervene in state court proceedings. It also specific guidelines for family reunification and placement of American Indian and Alaska Native children. In 1997, the Adoption and Safe Families Act made the most significant changes to child welfare provisions as they had been established in their current form in 1980 by the Adoption Assistance and Child Welfare Act. The key provisions of ASFA ensure that the safety, permanency, and well-being of children are prioritized in child welfare decision-making. Amended and revised numerous times since its passage in 1974. However, an important amendment was made by the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act of 2016, known as CARA. CARA places the focus on infants born and identified as being affected by substance abuse or withdrawal symptoms resulting from prenatal drug exposure or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and requiring notification of substance-exposed infants and requiring states to develop policies and procedures to address needs and their families. This includes developing a plan of safe care to address the health and treatment needs of substance-exposed infants and affected family or caregivers. Lastly, the Family First Prevention Services Act of 2018. As an innovative piece of legislation, the law significantly shifts how the country provides services for families and youth. In particular, it changed the role of community service providers, the way courts advocate and make decisions for families, and that youth are placed in when they experience out-of-home care. While federal legislation sets an overarching umbrella for state child welfare practice and funding, states and jurisdictions each have their own ability to establish policies and procedures for their own child welfare systems. This results in variation of policies and procedures across states and jurisdictions. Individual state statutes and policies vary from state to state topics, such as the definitions of child abuse and neglect, who constitutes a mandatory reporter, how the agency's child welfare system infrastructure is developed, and the level and type of funding available. Additional information on variation in state statutes related to child welfare can be found on the SCAN Policies Database website here on the slide with the link here on the top. This website provides information about the SCAN Policies database, about selected definitions and policies of child abuse and neglect across all states and jurisdictions. To date, there are currently 2 rounds of data available in SCAN, which reflect the state definitions and policies in effect for calendar years 2019 and 2021. The data are organized into 6 variable domains, including first, definitions of child abuse and neglect, which specifically outlines state statutes around prenatal exposure or drugs or alcohol in their definition of child abuse and neglect. Next is reporting policies. Then policies related to screening in and screening out of reports of abuse or neglect, investigation policies, child welfare responses, and child welfare system context. So despite these differences related to child welfare system development and infrastructure, there are some commonalities regarding how a family moves through the public child welfare system once initial contact is made. Agencies ultimately provide four main sets of intervention: a child abuse and neglect hotline, investigation and family response, foster care and in-home case management, and permanency. These interventions are distinct from one another, and the involvement of children and families differs as families become involved in various aspects of the child welfare system. This slide presents child welfare administrative data sets. First is the National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System, known as NCANS, and the Adoption and Foster Care Analysis and Reporting System, known as AFGARS. So during the most recent reporting period, which was federal fiscal year 21, our administrative data shows that nearly 4 million referrals alleging abuse or neglect involving slightly more than 7 million children were received by child welfare agencies across the United States. Of those referrals, around 52% screened in and later became reports of abuse or neglect. The remaining 49% were screened out. And of the 52% that were screened into a public child welfare agency, 3,016,000 children and youth received intervention from the public child welfare agency in the form of either an investigation or a family assessment response that we'll talk about in the next few slides. So of these youth, around 80% had allegations of abuse and neglect that were unsubstantiated or with 20% of these youth receiving a substantiated or founded allegation. And as families become more deeply involved with the child welfare system, the number of children involved in various capacities decreases. For example, at a single point in time in 2021, there were 391,098 children in foster care. Of those youth, 207,000 entered and 214,971 exited. Of the exited, just around half, at around 47%, were reunified with their families, followed by adoption at 25% and guardianship at 12%. The smallest number of youth emancipated or aged out from foster care into independent living. Now I'll walk you through the typical pathway through the child welfare system or child welfare agency. Beginning at the very first touch point with the public child welfare agency, typically the child abuse hotline. Once child abuse and neglect is suspected by a member of the community or a mandated reporter, the front door of the child welfare agency is the child abuse hotline. So each state and jurisdiction operates some form of a child abuse hotline as required by CAPTA to gather information regarding concerns of abuse or neglect. Some states have a state centralized child abuse hotline and others have regionally specific hotlines. These hotlines are staffed 24/7 by trained professionals who collect information from the reporter regarding concerns of abuse or neglect and make decisions regarding whether the information meets statutory criteria in the state for an investigation to be completed or whether that information will be screened out. These decisions are typically made around whether or not there is a safety concern present regarding the alleged victim. When information does not meet criteria for further agency involvement, these cases are screened out and do not have any further involvement with child welfare. In many instances, these reporters are referred to external community resources to further support the family. So once an allegation of abuse and neglect has been determined to meet statutory criteria to be screened in for further child welfare agency involvement, depending on the state's system infrastructure, a family typically can experience one of two interventions from the child welfare agency. The first is a family assessment response in lieu of a traditional investigation that can occur for families determined to be at low or moderate risk. Around half of the states and jurisdictions in the United States have developed a family assessment response pathway in their child welfare infrastructure. And decisions regarding whether a family receives a family assessment response or an investigation is usually based on factors such as the type and severity of the alleged maltreatment, the number and sources of previous reports, and the willingness of the family to participate in services. A family differs from a traditional investigation in that the focus is on providing families with support to meet their needs that led to the concerns for abuse or neglect. This usually involves providing services and resources to the family. And since the focus of a family assessment response is on support rather than an investigation, there's no finding resulting from the allegation of abuse or neglect for the family. After services and supports are completed by the family as outlined in their case plan, in this family assessment response pathway, formal involvement with the child welfare agency typically ends. To the contrary, an alternate intervention that exists in every state and jurisdiction is a traditional investigation. The purpose of the investigation is to learn if a child has been harmed or is at risk of harm, to reduce the risk and increase the safety of the child, to determine if a criminal action has occurred, and to assess the need for services to support the family. After the investigation has been completed, the child welfare agency makes a determination or a finding regarding the allegations of abuse or neglect. If the report is substantiated, it means that the information gathered supports a finding of child abuse or neglect. This is obtained by the state in a If the report is unsubstantiated, it means that the information gathered does not support a finding of child abuse or neglect. And after the investigation is completed, one of three further actions typically occur. The majority of families at this point have their case closed with no further investigation with the Public Child Welfare Agency, as the child or children that were assessed in the home were determined to be safe with no need for CPS involvement identified. These families are often referred to other community supports outside of the Child Welfare Agency to strengthen and provide continued support to the family. A much smaller number of families are referred to in-home case management and foster care. After the investigation is completed, families can receive services in the home, as well as ongoing supervision and case management from the Child Welfare Agency. This is commonly known in the field as services, as services are provided to the child and family while the child remains in the home. When families are involved with in-home services, an assessment is completed regarding the family's needs, and programs and services are identified to help support, strengthen, and stabilize the family. These services can include a wide range of interventions and can be provided through the community through referrals of programs and services provided either directly by the Child Welfare Agency or through a practitioner that is contracted with. An example of a community-based service referral may be for housing assistance, substance use disorder treatment, or parenting education. Others that occur through a contracted provider can such as mental health, substance use, parenting education, or intensive family preservation services. When the Child Welfare Agency is involved with families and are providing support in an in-home capacity, the court can sometimes become involved. Court involvement for families who are receiving services in the home typically only occurs when additional support, legal intervention, and oversight is necessary to ensure the safety of the children in the home while they're receiving services. Families can need services for as long as the family needs to work through their identified case plan goals. However, child welfare involvement in these instances tends to be more short-term. If a family successfully completes all programs and services in their case plan in order to address concerns identified during the investigation and assessment phase, in most instances, the family's case for child welfare can be closed and formal involvement will end. In a small percentage of instances, a family has identified risks, safety concerns, despite the provision of services, and it's determined that the child can no longer remain safely in the home with their family. In those situations, the Child Welfare Agency can engage in further interventions, and the child and family can become involved in foster care, with the child being placed outside of the home. The most restrictive intervention from child welfare is when a child is removed from the home and placed into foster care. Although the public perception may be that neglect reports result in placement out of the home, this is not in fact the case. The number of children placed into foster care represents a relatively small percentage of children who come in contact with the public child welfare system. When removal is necessary, children are placed in a variety of settings, with placement priorities established in federal legislation. Child welfare agencies strive to place children with kin or relatives whenever possible when a child needs to enter foster care. When kin or relatives are not able to provide care for a child entering foster care, children can be placed into licensed foster homes with a focus on ensuring that the behavioral health, medical, educational, and social needs are being met. In some instances, children entering foster care require a higher level of care, and as a result are placed in congregate care settings such as group homes, or in very rare instances, more restrictive settings. And when children enter out-of-home care, the court becomes involved and families receive legal representation as they work to reunify with their children. During this process, families receive ongoing visitation with their children and participate in programs and services that are designed to support the family in reunification efforts. These services are similar to the kinds of services received by families whose children remain in home and can include both community-based or agency-level interventions designed to address family needs that are related to involvement of child welfare with the family. Permanency. Imperative for agencies find safe, permanent homes for them as quickly as possible. In most circumstances, children can be reunified with their families, but in some cases, children find homes with relatives or adoptive families. Permanency options for youth include reunification, adoption, guardianship, or a planned permanent living arrangement known commonly in the field as independent living. Around half of the children and youth that are placed into foster care are reunified with their families. The remainder of young people experience either adoption, guardianship, or in cases of some older youth, independent living. Adoption can occur either from a relative or kin, the child's foster placement, or an adoptive parent, and occurs after the termination of parental rights. Guardianship creates a legal relationship between a child and the caregiver that is intended to be permanent and self-sustaining and can provide a permanent family for the child without the necessity to terminate parental rights. Independent living occurs at times for older youth as they reach the transition age to adulthood, and these youth are provided a wide range of supports to prepare for independent living. When helping children and families achieve permanency, child welfare professionals really have to navigate a complex system and an array of issues that are facing children and families, as well as legal requirements. For instance, families may be experiencing issues such as substance use, mental illness, or domestic violence, which may require complex service provision. Permanency can be challenging for some families, as families may be involved in multiple systems such as criminal, juvenile justice, requiring additional layers of oversight and coordination. When these decisions are being made, the judicial system is also very involved, ensuring that all legal processes, practice standards, and timelines are followed by the child welfare agency. The ultimate goal is to eventually close out the family's involvement with the child welfare agency once permanency has been established and the family is stabilized. Prior to case closure, the child welfare agency ensures that adequate supports have been put into place to ensure long-term stability and support for the family, ultimately preventing future involvement with the child welfare agency. And now moving to come into contact. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague.
Thanks, Kara. Begin, we want to kind of provide a review of administrative data at the federal level. We also want to kind of mention that there are differences in administrative data collection by states and localities. But we also don't have time to get into all of the intricacies of these today. We want to mention some ongoing research that are currently exploring variations in administrative data collection efforts at the state level. So first, we want to start off with kind of notifying that the Children's Bureau has federal level data across the child welfare continuum from the point of referrals received of the child abuse hotline to data collected on youth aging out of foster care, beginning first with beginning first with prevention. The Children's Bureau collects information from states that choose to opt out of voluntary Title 4E Family First Prevention programs. These data is reported at the child level and includes information on services provisions, placements, statuses, and basic demographic information. So for families with formal involvement in the child welfare system, data is collected at the National Child Abuse and Neglect Data System, NCANS. NCANS is a voluntary data collection effort from all states and jurisdiction across the United States. The information included in NCANS includes front-end system data related to referrals, received reports, substantiations, and child fatalities, as well as services received by children and families. Then once the child enters into out-of-home care, data is then collected by AFCARS, also known as Adoption and Foster Care Analysis and Reporting Systems. AFCARS includes case-level information on children who are in the foster care system or who have been adopted. AFCARS data include information related to demographic information, reasons why children enter out-of-home care, and permanency outcomes. And finally, we want to move into the National Youth in Transition Database, which gathers information on transition age youth. This data collection effort includes data, living services received by those youth and children, and some of their targeted outcomes. A little deeper into kind of what Brian touched on in his presentation. First, kind of starting off with the NCANS data. So beginning at the front end of the system, using NCANS data, the number of referrals received by the child welfare agencies has fluctuated over time, and to do with, again, policy changes. With the peak referrals of abuse and neglect occurring about 2019. So during 2020, nearly all 52 states and jurisdictions saw a decrease in the total number of referrals that were received from the prior year. In 2021, the number of referrals remained relatively stable without significant increases or decreases. However, during the more recent reporting year, this fiscal year 2021, states and jurisdictions across the United States screened in around 51% of all referrals that were received, and about 49% of those referrals received are also screened out. Of the referrals that were screened in, not all children and families received an investigation. Some states, those who were screened in, referrals that were screened in were transferred to receive an alternate assessment and response track. So moving into children that were determined to be victims, children determined victims when allegations are received by the child welfare agencies are those that are substantiated. The number of children determined to be victims is a very small percentage of the total referrals received. I think my colleague Kara kind of went through that whole process for you all. Of approximately 3 million children that received an investigation or an alternate response for fiscal year 2021, the majority of these youth were determined to be non-victims, with approximately 600,000 children being identified nationally. So since 2012, the number of children determined to be victims has fluctuated, with a peak happening in about 2015, when about 683,000 children were determined to be victims of child abuse and neglect. However, in 2019, that number of victims has continued to decrease. During the most recent reporting year in fiscal year 2021, 51 states reported an estimated 600,000 victims and about 2.4 million victims. During the same period, and the majority of children determined to be victims were victims of neglect. So 76% of children who were screened to be victims were kind of shown that neglect was the cause of that screening result, followed by 16% of those who were physically abused, 10% of those who were sexually abused, and about 0.2% of those who were sexually trafficked. And as Brian mentioned earlier in his overview, the vast majority of children who are coming into care are children who are under the age of 1. They consistently have the highest rates of victimization among all age groups. So the child welfare agencies provide program and services to children and children who are determined to be victims, and after maltreatment and investigation of children determined to be victims, more than 50% of these children receive post-response services. And my colleague Chris will get into services during her portion of the presentation. NCANS data to children within the foster care system, kind of what this data set is showing. So over the last decade, the number of children in care rose about 11% from a low of about 392,000 in 2012 at about 437,000 in 2017. However, since fiscal year 2018, the number in care has steadily decreased. What the numbers are now showing is that as of fiscal year 2021, is that more than 10.5% decrease from fiscal year 2017, and it's back down now to about 391,000 children. Similarly, exits from foster care in fiscal year 21 represents a 14% decrease relative to 2019. And it's the fewest number of exits since the collection of ASCAR data began more than 20 years ago. The number of exits can be influenced by decrease in entries, and this is likely to be true particularly within the last 3 years. AFCAR's data also shows that while the percentage of children are waiting to be adopted remained stable over the last decade, around 47% of children end up reunifying with their caregivers. The chart on the left shows various statuses of children in care as a fiscal year 2021, ranging from those who were served in some capacity by the system, and those who entered and exited foster care, and those who were adopted. It is very important to mention, however, that the children waiting to be adopted, that total number also includes the number of those whose parents kind of saw their parental rights terminated. So of that total number, about 50% of that count had children included whose parental rights were terminated. And lastly, children who were adopted account for 25% of those who were being discharged from foster care. At a very because I delve deeper into this topic over the next day and a half. We kind of wanted to look at the subset of infants from the administrative data standpoint who come into contact with the system with prenatal substance use exposure. The Addiction and Recovery Act, CARA of 2016, includes an amendment to collect the number of infants with prenatal substance use exposure. It's referred to as IPSY in this presentation. So these laws and policies are kind of happening in approximately 42 states and the District of Columbia that require healthcare providers to notify CPS when they're involved in the delivery and the care of an infant who shows evidence of birth, evidence at birth of having a prenatally exposed to drugs, alcohol, or other controlled substances. And data from fiscal year 21, the data shows about 49,000 infants in about 49 states were referred to CPS as infants with prenatal substance use exposure, and around 83% of those who received the referral to CPS were referred and screened in for either an investigation or an alternate response. Then, from the 83%, about 70.4% of those had a plan of safe care, and 67% of those had either referral to appropriate service as well. So development of safe care for infants who were born and identified as being affected by substance use or with withdrawal symptoms is to ensure the safety and the well-being infants following their release from care of healthcare providers. This includes addressing the healthcare and also the substance need issue of the family as a whole, not just the infant. So parents are also referred to substance use treatment services as well. It's important to also mention, I think this based on this presentation and what's happening in the next day and a half, just the important role of parental substance use and its correlation with the removal of children from their home. Fiscal year 2021 data shows around 42% of children who were removed from their home is as a direct result of parental drug, alcohol, or other substance use. So that's very important to kind of highlight. Next, the National Incident Study, so NIST, is a congressionally mandated periodic research effort that's assess the incidences of child abuse and neglect within the United States. So historically, NIST NIST includes children who were investigated by CPS agencies, but it's not, excuse me, but it also obtained data on children who were not reported to CPS or those who were screened out by CPS by other investigations. So these additional children were recognized as being maltreated by community professionals, and these professionals are often called sentinels. So NIST uses standard definition of abuse and neglect, so it estimates the number of children, and incidences are often calibrated. As in previous cycles, there happen to be 4 cycles as kind of outlined by the PowerPoint of NIST. Children submitted by the sentinels and those who are described in CPS case samples were evaluated according to the standard definition of abuse and neglect. And only children who fit the standard definition of abuse and neglect were used in generating this national estimates. Recently, ACF implemented and is currently implementing efforts to better understand state level data and the promise of leveraging existing administrative data, innovative methods, and advanced statistical techniques to obtain more accurate and complete information on incidence rates of children who are identified as being abused or neglected or at risk. So the Child Treatment Incidence Data Linkages, or CMI Data Linkages project, aim to explore how innovative administrative data linkages can improve our understanding of child maltreatment incidences, the risk and protective factors as well. So the State Child Welfare Data Linkage Descriptive Study aims to provide very novel information regarding state data linkages and may be leveraged to improve ongoing accurate surveillance of children who and other related factors. Okay, so why did we mention the NIST study, right, and ACS efforts? Because it's helpful to understand the of child abuse and neglect for those who come in contact with the child welfare system, as well as those who may never come in contact with the child welfare system. Many incidents are reported to the child welfare systems, and few reported incidences are investigated and substantiated. The depiction of the iceberg, you can kind of see from the PowerPoint slide here, reported cases can be visualized as those above the water, right? You can see that it's the top of the iceberg. As you may be aware, there even may be severe information weaknesses even at this level. Although NDCANS, as Kara explained, reports overall rates of those who are screened in and screened out due to substantiation or unsubstantiation. Children and family information is only available for substantiated cases, and in many cases, states and locality have lack evidence in a few different areas based on risk of this designation. The National Incidence Study, where this figure is adopted from, uses mandated reporters as sentinels to examine the use of unreported cases just below the waterline of the iceberg. But this also does not capture the approximately half of potential unreported cases who are and potentially reporters who are not mandated. Further down the iceberg are where cases are known to alleged perpetrators and victims. Incidences may be substantial, but they're likely underestimated due to a range of factors, including the parents' reluctance to admit abuse, difficulty in asking children about maltreatment, and even just recall bias in retrospective surveys. And lastly, and just kind of want to touch on the aspect of the very important topic of racial disparity and disproportionality within the. So we won't go into detail. This is a very high level overview as there are experts who are going to go into this over the next day and a half. We simply want to note the significant body of research that has documented the overrepresentation ethnic groups of children within the child welfare system. It's important to mention this is relative to their representation in the general population, right? So racial disparities occur at every major decision-making point within the child welfare system continuum. national data sets always kind of tend to show that, right? So for instance, African-American families are overrepresented in the reports of suspected maltreatment and are subjected to Child Protective Service investigations at a higher rate than other families. In families and also American Indian and Alaska Native children are often at a greater risk of children being confirmed of maltreatment and placed in out-of-home care when compared to other populations of children. Relative to other children, African-American children spend more time in foster care and are less likely to reunify with their families when compared to white children, and they're less likely to receive services. Finally, African-American children and American children are more likely than any other children to be removed from their home and to experience termination of parental rights. May be contributed to, racial disproportionality, and this disparity could include, but not limited to, existing racial bias and discrimination within the child welfare system and those that work within it. Geographic context, public policy and legislation, and just overall structural racism within our society. Now I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Chris.
Thanks, Tammy. I'm gonna do a quick check. Everybody okay at the 30,000 foot level? Yeah, we're gonna stay at this altitude. Yeah, okay, great. Excellent. Okay, for the remaining portion of the presentation, I'm going to provide some research findings on the experiences and well-being of children and families, as well as their service needs and utilization. This information was primarily obtained from the National Survey of Child and Adolescent Well-Being. There are some phenomenal experts in the audience. I see you here today who have provided wonderful input into this survey. A big thank you to all of you. You can give yourself an internal round of applause. That would be lovely. So the National Adolescent Wellbeing, referred to as NSCA, some people refer to it as NISCA, I won't judge you, is the only source of nationally representative firsthand information about functioning and well-being, service needs, and service utilization of children and families who come to the attention of the U.S. child welfare system. Whether or not the case is substantiated, information is collected about children's cognitive, social, emotional, behavioral, and adaptive functioning, as well as family and community factors that are likely to influence their functioning. Family service needs and service utilization are also addressed in data collection, and children remain in the study and data is collected at follow-up whether or not they receive services. NSCA has, to date, data has been collected directly from children and their caregivers, caseworkers, and teachers. As I mentioned, the sample includes children investigated for maltreatment during the sampling period, whether or not the reports are substantiated. NSCA also oversamples for infants because, as Brenda, Brian, Tamara mentioned at the start of the workshop and throughout, that there is a high prevalence of contact with the child welfare system. NSCA 1 included approximately 5,100 children birthed to 14 years of age with 5 waves of data collection sampled from 1999 to 2007. NSCA 2 included 5,800 children birthed to 17.5 years with 3 waves of data collection sampled 2008 to 2012. Are we noticing a pattern? NSCA 3 is currently underway. It maintains the strengths of the previous of data while addressing the changing child welfare population and evolving policy and practice, such as the increased use of differential response strategies, in addition to sampling children who enter the child welfare system custody through a maltreatment investigation. A new design feature of NSCA 3 is to also sample children who enter custody for other reasons, such as through the juvenile justice system or due to human trafficking. New to NSCA 3 is merging of data with the survey data, which we're really excited about. We are always extremely appreciative of all the children and families and caseworkers who participate in the studies over the decades. NSCOR 3 baseline data began in November 2007 and was completed in March 2022. Due to the in-person nature of data collection, baseline field work was on hold as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic from March 2020 until May 2021. I'm sure many relate to that pause. Follow-up data is currently ongoing and estimated to be completed by the end of 2024. Baseline data collection is estimated to be available at the National Data Archive on child abuse and neglect this year. The forthcoming data is available as well. A wonderful colleague, Dr. Cecilia Casanueva, will give you more information on how to access the data for secondary analysis in a subsequent presentation today. On the next view, I pique your interest in introducing some highlights of the survey findings and leave you wanting more details. There's a trailer to the main event later on today. I would give you my impression of a trailer voiceover, recovering from a cold, so you're welcome. Research from NSCOR 1 and 2 have provided a wealth of information, experiences of children and families. Child welfare involved children, whether they remain in the home, are placed in the home, or are discharged to permanence, are at higher risk for behavioral and developmental problems compared to children in the general population. More than half of all children reported for child maltreatment have adverse childhood experiences by the time of contact with the child welfare system. These level of adverse events are extremely high. Of comparison, almost forgive me, almost 2/3 of adult population of adverse childhood experiences, adverse childhood experiences. Even the youngest children in the NSCOR population have accrued more adverse childhood. Many of the adults interviewed for the ACEs. Additionally, over 85% of children who were infants at the time of the investigated maltreatment experienced at least one caregiver instability event during their first 2 years of life. Caregiver instability was associated with the child having a chronic health condition. Moreover, a quarter of parents whose children remained at home following a maltreatment report experienced physical 12 months. Among the same parents, investigative caseworkers identified active domestic violence for about 1 in 10. Lastly, voluntary kinship caregivers, which are operationalized as kinship care arrangements in which the child welfare agency is involved, but the state or tribe does not have legal custody of the child, reported more financial struggles than formal kinship caregivers and non-caregivers. As you can see from this figure, the well-being needs of children with and without substantiated cases of maltreatment do not significantly differ. Children with unsubstantiated reports of abuse or neglect experience the same risk of negative outcomes of abuse and neglect, the same negative outcomes as children with substantiated reports. Both groups were at risk for severe developmental and cognitive problems, as well as emotional or behavioral problems and substance use disorders. This finding highlights the needs for referrals and receipts of services to all children who come into contact with the child welfare system. Highlights from research on referral and receipts. And referral needs from and from children 7 years or older. Following a child abuse or neglect investigation, the child welfare system, as Kara mentioned, determines whether a child should remain in home to be placed in out-of-home care and or if the child or family should receive supportive services, such as having an assigned caseworker or receiving reunification services. CPS agencies, their partners, and other entities provide services and their families. Reasons for providing services may include preventing future instances of child maltreatment, remedying conditions that brought the children and their family to the attention of the agency. These services range from counseling to childcare to employment support and many more types of services aimed at meeting the needs of children and their families. Overall, NSCA demonstrated that children placed in out-of-home care, such as kinship care, and children who remain in home shortly after a report of child abuse or neglect have similar and extensive needs. NSCA data suggested that children reported for maltreatment have a high risk of experiencing developmental problems, cognitive problems, behavioral and emotional problems, or substance use disorders, regardless of whether they were placed in out-of-home care, remained in home with receipt of services, or remained in home without services. Only a given difference was identified where young children ages 0 to 5 placed out of home were more likely to have developmental problems than children who remained in home and do not receive services. Data revealed that high needs are aggravated by a low rate of services received, particularly among those living at home after a maltreatment report, and also among infants. Among children with a condition that would potentially qualify them for Part B or C in out-of-home care, including kinship and non-relative kinship care, their caregivers reported that half or fewer received individualized family service plans or individualized education plan services. Additionally, children 12 years or older placed in foster care are particularly at high risk for remaining in long-term foster care. And children living with kinship care less likely to receive needed services than children living in non-relative care. In particular, voluntary kinship caregivers were less likely than formal kinship caregivers to receive temporary assistance for needy families, TANF. Both voluntary and formal kinship caregivers were less likely than non-relative foster carers to receive peer support group and respite care services. And children in voluntary care were less likely than children in formal care and non-relative care from child welfare, immunizations, mental care, and Medicaid. Switch a little bit. Given that there's a major focus in the Administration for Children and Families on prevention, we wanted to take a brief moment to discuss a bit more about the Family First Prevention Services Act that Kara touched on at the beginning of the presentation. As many of you know, this act is an important component of child welfare in the United States and is part of the broader vision for changing child welfare at the national level. The legislation is comprehensive and accomplishes this goal in a few key ways. First, the legislation focuses on strengthening families and communities and recognizes the importance of working with children and families to prevent unnecessary foster care placement. Next, it focuses on prevention of child maltreatment as a primary goal rather than a foster care placement as a mean intervention. And importantly, it provides an opportunity for states and jurisdictions to envision and advance a vastly improved way of serving children and families. Legislation has around the target population and the types of services that can be received. A state may provide services the Family First Prevention Services Act to 3 categories of children. First, a child who is a candidate of foster care. Next, a child who is a foster care who is pregnant or parenting youth, and parents or kin caregivers of the above. Related to the programs and services that can be provided, programs and services must relate to the categories of mental health and substance abuse prevention and treatment, in-home parent skill-based programs, as well as kinship navigator programs. All services provided to a child or family must be provided under a framework that involves understanding, recognizing, and responding to the effects of trauma. As DF established the Title IV Prevention Services Clearinghouse to perform systematic reviews of research and evaluation on programs and services intended to provide enhanced support to children and families and prevent foster care placements. The prevention was developed in accordance with the Act. The Handbook of Standards and Procedures details the systematic review process of the clearinghouse. to identify and rate studies, and ultimately to provide ratings of programs and services as well supported, promising, and does not currently meet criteria. The handbook details the unique standards and procedures developed in accordance with the Act. The Prevention Services Clearinghouse website is the primary way that the clearinghouse information to the public. As you can see on the snapshot of the homepage, website visitors can navigate through specific programs that have been rated on the Find a Program or Service page, learn about the clearinghouse standards and procedures on the review process page, access relevant resources on the resources page, access information on program or service implementation, as well as information about specific studies reviewed, their eligibility, their design, the met the design and execution standards. They can also learn the next programs and services planned for systematic review, and responses to FAQs and information is also provided. Visitors to the website can sign up for the Clearinghouse's email list to be notified of updates, including the availability of new ratings and resources. To date, the majority of states have opted to participate in the optional Family First Prevention Program by submitting a Title IV-E prevention plan. The Children's Bureau has approved 39 state plans and 3 tribal plans. 7 states, 1 jurisdiction, and 1 tribe have submitted plans that are currently under review by the Children's Bureau. 5 states have not yet submitted. However, most states have expressed an intent to opt into the program in the future. We wanted to share some new and exciting news. We have a notice of funding opportunity. It's entitled the Prevention Service Evaluation Partnerships. These are 3-year grants. They're aimed to support randomized controlled trials or quasi-experimental evaluations of mental health, substance abuse prevention and/or treatment, in-home parent skill-based or kinship navigator programs or services. The grants will support collaboration among evaluators and partnering Title IV agencies, community entities, and/or other researchers to conduct well-designed and rigorous summative evaluations of programs and services intended to provide enhanced supports to children and families, including pregnant and parenting youth in foster care, as well as prevent child abuse and neglect in foster care placements. ACF is particularly interested in evaluations of programs and services designed for or that have been adapted for specific cultural, ethnic, or racial groups, or programs and services that aim to serve populations that have been historically marginalized and/or have historic or ongoing disproportionate representation in the child welfare system. I'm going to pause just for one more moment. Okay. Time question to provide you with a list associated links in case people want to find out more information about CB and OPRE's efforts, some of which we touched on today. We're also happy to send a PDF of the slides upon request. And Keisha, I left you 6 whole minutes for questions. Are you excited?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and talk. And now we're opening up the floor for any questions you may have or comments or thoughts. Sir?
So Keisha,
Please state your, go ahead.
yeah, I have one from the Zoom, but also remind folks in the room to introduce yourselves if you ask a question for those who are listening. Thank you. So I have a question from Kim LeBlanc, and her question is: the timing of the decrease in victims seem to overlap heavily with the COVID pandemic. Can the speaker address to what degree COVID impacted this versus other factors?
I can take that one. So in terms of reports and victimizations, we've heard varying information from states across the United States where a number of jurisdictions had indicated in their commentary in the child maltreatment report that they do believe that the number of reports that were received and subsequent victimizations was a result of the COVID pandemic and less surveillance in the community. Since COVID has started to recover, we've seen a slight return of some of those numbers, but not to the level that they were before COVID. So if you're interested in learning more about what individual states said about the COVID pandemic related to their administrative data, in Child Maltreatment 2020, we actually have an entire chapter, chapter 7, on the COVID pandemic. And the final chapter in the child maltreatment reports is always dedicated to state commentary about their data. So you can learn additional contextual information from each individual state and jurisdiction in regards to the information that they provide in NCANS that's presented in the child maltreatment report.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I think my question is for Kara. That was a very thorough, brief but thorough overview of the services that the system provides. I felt that it was provided in a way that assumes that the services are neutral or benign somehow without any mention of the enormous harm and trauma that's caused to children and families at every level of those services. How should that get mentioned in a presentation like this?
So you're referring to services that are provided to children and families, both in-home and out-of-home?
Yes, all services provided by the child welfare system.
When assessments are completed in child welfare, whether the children remain in the home or out of the home, the caseworker does a comprehensive review of all of the needs of the family and ensuring that they're connecting the family with appropriate supports and resources. So that includes both if there's like a housing needs or other resource related concern that's been addressed by the caseworker will refer those families to community supports. In other instances, when there's a more clinical need in the family, whether it be substance use, mental health concern, then the caseworker will provide those referrals directly to those services in the community to help address the issues.
I'm referring more to the direct harm caused by the child welfare system, particularly as a result of forcibly separating children from their parents. That's well documented in the research. How does the system respond to that?
As Chris had mentioned in her presentation, that it is the goal of the child welfare system to keep children with their families. And there has been a big push in our administration to focus on prevention in order to reduce the number of children that enter out-of-home care and the need for out-of-home placement. So I think the best way that I can address that is that the child welfare system and child welfare agencies really have begun in recent years to push towards prevention efforts in order to keep children in the home whenever possible.
Right, but when you do forcibly separate children from their parents, how does the system address the harm that you're causing those children?
So I think that we look forward to hearing some of the research about that. I think, what Kara was talking about was the process itself, but we appreciate that question, Alan, and we look forward to hearing your discussion later on today or tomorrow.
And with
gonna be
that,
great.
and with that, I'm sorry, we're out of time for this session. So thank you all again. Thank you to the panelists for your presentation and your questions.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, if you could take your seats, we're ready to start. Oh, good, great. Everybody, please take your seats.
And then should I go ahead and bring his presentation up?
Yes, she's just gonna introduce him and then you can. Yeah.
Let me.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to start the third session that focuses on substance use, criminal justice, and child welfare involvement. Dr. Mishka Turpelin will be the facilitator. He is the medical director and senior research scientist at Friends Research Institute, an adjunct faculty at the University of California, San Francisco, where he is a substance use warm line clinician for the National Clinician Consultation Center. Mishka will be facilitating facilitating this session. And I want to welcome him to the podium and welcome the panelists as well.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce the panel. It's really the focus is on the intersections between substance use, criminal justice, and child welfare. I'm going to focus really on policies, federal and state policy as it relates to birth and sort of the role of health professionals in the reporting to child welfare. Sean Couch, who's a senior program associate in the National Center for Substance Use and Child Welfare, which is a wonderful organization in this space, is going to talk about sort of state strategies with some specific examples of the plans of safe care, which is a way of sort of operationalizing engagement. And finally, Rebecca Schlafer, who's an associate professor at the University of Minnesota, who's an expert really in women's health amongst incarcerated women, is going to talk about the intersection between substance use, criminal justice, and child welfare involvement, with specific emphasis on those people who are incarcerated. So, all right. Next, I hope I don't have to do this for all of them. Okay, so I'm going to focus, as I said, on the intersection between sort of where drug policy collides with reproductive health policies and how sort of the current heterogeneous landscape of criminal legal policies really criminalize the care of pregnant and parenting people who use drugs, and how health professional behaviors and also that sometimes of health researchers can further the oppression of people who've already been rendered marginal. And I want to begin really and ground this in the seminal work of the reproductive justice people, really, which emerges from Black feminism in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And they locate or they identify a distinction between human rights, which are aspirational. For example, the right, to reproductive health, and the reality that access to rights can be constrained. And so reproductive justice in a way is a framework, both of analysis and also of action in order to realize, these sort of aspirational rights. And in particular, it's not just the right to have a child or to not have a child, but it's this third one that I think is key, the right to parent children in safe and healthy environments. And I want to hold then this idea of justice kind of close as we walk through this panel, looking at the intersection between substance use and the child welfare systems. So my talk is grounded in a series of assumptions, and I think most of us share most of these. And the first is that addiction is a chronic condition, treatment works, and recovery happens all the time. The second is there is such a thing as child abuse, by which I mean physical, sexual, or severe emotional abuse. It's real, it's rare, and it's within our responsibility to assess and respond. But substance exposure or using drugs while pregnant is not in and of itself child abuse. And further, it is not clear that it's a risk factor for subsequent maltreatment or neglect, a thread that I'm not going to really draw on in this talk, but I hope we can develop through the course of this meeting. So we've had nice overviews about the federal landscape of policy related to child welfare, and the only one I'm going to focus on is CAPTA. And I want to sort of tell the origin story of CAPTA, which is it emerged really from the ashes of the Comprehensive Child Development Act, which was passed with bipartisan support in Congress. It would have funded universal, affordable early education and childcare to families across the United States. It would have spoken to that third reproductive justice values directly, but it was vetoed. in 1971 by President Nixon, and the architects of that plan went back to the table and came up with CAPTA. And I think it was Marty Guggenheim who described this process as being where the federal government shifted from comprehensively addressing child poverty to pathologizing poor families as potential child abusers. And CAPTA's gone through a series of reauthorizations, but it's important to know that in the beginning, there was nothing about drugs. Substance exposure, the quote unquote affected by, enters into the language in 2003. So you have 30 years without drugs involved. And it's built around a rapid response to potential child abuse. Hence, there's an urgency in the administrative system. You have emergency petition hearings within 72 hours of a notification in order to assess child safety. That might make sense if we're talking about somebody who might be being sexually abused at home, but it doesn't make sense if we're talking about a positive drug test for a cannabinoid metabolite or a young mother who was just recently started on buprenorphine for the treatment of her opioid use disorder. The second thing that happens in CAPTA is sort of it describes mandatory reporting and mandatory reporters. And it really, in a way, prioritizes reporting over treatment. And in the context of substance use, it offsets the responsibility for the care of the chronic condition of addiction from the health professional to a surveillance agency. And it shifts sort of the locus of care from healthcare spaces to child welfare spaces, from people who might be trained in addiction treatment and are knowledgeable about the recovery process to folks who are not as trained in behavioral health and response. So this is the language of CAPTA that I think you're familiar with. The states have to have policies and procedures, and it's this affected by substance abuse is the word that's used, or withdrawal symptoms and a reporting requirement. And this introduction of drugs into this paradigm of child abuse response has really, I think, accelerated certain aspects of entry into the child welfare system. We've heard about like the average removal rates, being about 30% of cases, it's 50% of infants. And infants are the youngest age in the data. And really, when we're talking about infants, we're overwhelmingly talking about reports and decision makings that originate during the birthing hospitalization. And health professionals really are the primary driver of child welfare reports for infants in the first year of life. There's been no change in the number of reports for infants from families, anonymous schools, police, and et cetera. But there's been about a 400% increase in the past decade from health professionals, driven, I think, from that federal policy that is, that couples drug use with child abuse. And there are marked racial inequities all down the pipeline, as you know, but in particular with the initiation. And these are unpublished data, manuscript under review, using the NCANES data, looking at the rate of screened-in reports from medical professionals over time stratified by infant race. And you can see what the child welfare people call increasing disproportionality, with a markedly increased rate initially of indigenous children, and more recently, an even rapider rise of Black infants being reported. And you've seen this in different forms. This is my sort of child welfare pipeline that Dr. He put together for us that illustrates when I talk to health professionals what the steps are. And you should know that the screened in rate for substance exposure amongst infants is higher than the average screened in rate. And that it was 83% you just saw, as opposed to like, I think less than 50%. And that's because there are many states that have statutes that don't allow infants who are prenatally substance exposed to be screened out. They must be screened into the system. And there's a time, you know, you've heard about the time frame that's attached to kind of each step along the way. And I'll say, like, I've worked in this space for almost 2 decades, and my introduction to child welfare was really by following my patients from clinic into, you know, family court and then beyond. And it was only recently that I learned that when parental rights are terminated, the birth certificate is rewritten and the mother's name is erased and the adopted parent is placed therein. And there's qualitative literature that contrasts the more sort of behavioral and mental health burden of losing a child to death versus losing a child through the termination of parental rights. And the mental health burden is greater for people whose parental rights are terminated. If your child dies, there's a social, it's tragic, but there's a social role for grieving, you know, loss. If you lose your parental rights, there's no social role. It's been erased, literally in the document itself. One issue is that when we think about what is treatment, what is recovery, how does that align with the time frame of child welfare involvement? 24 months until reunification, which actually is shortened by some states to 18, might not align with people's recovery journeys. And it's important to understand what recovery is, because it's a process, not a place that you end up. Yet I think a lot of the working of child welfare assumes that it's not a process, that it's a place. In addition, abstinence is not an integral or the most important part of recovery. Recovery is about connection, community, purpose, serenity. And yet I think a lot of the child welfare workers think that abstinence is the core ingredient of recovery. And disconnect, this is what happens when health professionals aren't really in charge of these sorts of things in collaboration with the people we serve. So there's this sort of, you know, that's the federal space, but states are markedly heterogeneous in terms of how they describe
Hello, everyone. We have seemed to have lost the main site. We are working on it right now.
All right.
Think we're good to go.
Good. Perfect. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get us started here. And I know, hey, it's right before lunch, so everybody's like, ah, hurry up, it's almost time to eat. But again, good morning, everybody. I'm Sean Couch. I'm a senior program associate with the National Center on Substance Abuse and Child Welfare. And I'm gonna try really hard to stay within this box. I usually walk and talk, so this is gonna be interesting to have this like invisible barrier here. And if I talk too fast to those on Zoom or those in the crowd, just let me know, because I've been chugging coffee all morning. And in fact, my wife, she normally like texts me like right before I present, is like, remember, don't drink coffee. So, and she works for the in the state of Oklahoma for the state substance use treatment authority. So she may be on this call. So babe, this is water, I promise. All right. So again, what I want to talk about with the time that I have is the intersection of substance use and child welfare. And I want to talk a little bit about, oh, here we go. I want to give a little bit of background first on what the National Center is. Again, the National Center on Substance Abuse and Child Welfare. And really, it was launched in 2002, and it is the representation of a collaborative effort from the Children's Bureau and SAMHSA. So they both came together and they stood up the National Center. So again, excited about that opportunity. Really, the goal of the National Center. Oh, I'm gonna do this each time. Okay. All right, so the goal of the National Center is really to resource states and jurisdictions to help them improve outcomes for the families that they're wanting to serve. And we do that in several different ways. First is we do provide technical assistance. In fact, a lot of times when I talk about the National Center, I refer to it as a technical assistance resource center, because that's what we do. We help provide TA to states and to jurisdictions. We also do information dissemination. And you'll see at the end of my slides here, I have a lot of resources and a way to sign up for our newsletter. We're pushing out content on a regular basis. And it's not just content that's like good to know, it's content that's going to help you in the work that you're doing. So many of you are researchers. So there's content that we put out that's going to aid you in the research that you're going to do. We also do trainings as well. In fact, we've hosted Dr. Turpin many a times and other national experts, bringing them on and really making that available to the national workforce to, again, provide you with the resources and tools that you need to improve outcomes for the families that you're serving. We also provide technical assistance to the Regional Partnership Grant. And then we have a program called In-Depth Technical Assistance, or sometimes I call it IDTA. And what that is it's about a 2-year process where we walk shoulder to shoulder with the site and help them to implement programs or initiatives aimed at improving outcomes for infants who've been born prenatally exposed to substances. So that could be everything from helping them to implement a plan of safe care within their state, or helping them to move upstream and implement that plan of safe care during the prenatal period. So it really, again, it's really tailored to the designs and the needs of the specific site. And then Policy Academy. In fact, we wrapped up a Policy Academy we just had, I want to say it was the end of January is when we wrapped that up. But that's where, again, we brought together sites from across the nation. I want to say it was about 10 or 11 sites that we brought together and basically had an intensive time with them to equip them to accomplish goals that they identified for improving outcomes for families impacted by parental substance use, and of course, infants born prenatally exposed to substances. Now, let's see if I get it right. Hey, there we go. All right, so with the time that I have, these are the big rocks. It's like, if I can add value during the time that I'm up here, this is kind of where I want to do it. Now, I really want to give you some insight into how states are responding to the intersection of substance use and child welfare. What are some things that they're implementing? What are some things that they're looking to implement in the future? And then I want to talk specifically about the role of the family care plan or the plan of safe care. You know, different jurisdictions call it different things. And then finally, I want to give you some ways that you can engage these systems to improve outcomes for the families that they serve. So I think that's huge for you to be able to walk away with actual next steps. So I hate to disappoint again. I know I'm in a room with a lot of researchers and y'all probably love data, dream in spreadsheets, but I only have 2 data slides. So, but I think this really pairs well with a lot of the data that you've already been exposed to so far this morning. And this goes over again, the incident of parental alcohol and drug abuse as a condition for removal. And so what this looks at, you can see from 2000 all the way to 2021, kind of where that is. So what it's showing is almost 40% of those children that were removed have parental alcohol or drug abuse identified as a condition for removal. So again, almost 40%. So if we think about it, and specifically in 2021, that was it was a little over 80,000 children. Like, just let that sit for a second, 80,000 children. Imagine all those families that were impacted by this removal. So I think that really gets, when we talk about 80,000, just how prevalent it is. And then though, as you've heard already this morning, the majority of them are under the age of 1. And so this here just shows, again, taking that 80,000, of that 80,000, almost 54% of them were under the age of 1. And as you look at this slide, I'm a born and bred Texan. I've traveled Interstate 10 multiple times to Louisiana. I can promise you, when you look at this data, there is no magical force field between Texas and Louisiana that makes their data look different. It's not. Trust me, I've traveled it, several times. But a lot of times what you find is the state, how they report the data is different state to state. So you tend to find some of those discrepancies there. But I think if you talk to any, child welfare worker, they'll tell you upwards of 70% of the families that they serve, there's substance use or alcohol use somewhere in there. So again, I just want to show this so that it showed the difference between, again, those under the age of 1 and those over. But I encourage you to look at this and be able to get that information about your state and figure out how does that impact the work that you're doing as researchers and those involved in this work. So I want to talk about really 4 ways on how states are responding, to 80,000 children that are being removed. What are some things they're doing to respond to that? First thing that I'll talk about is their definition of prenatal substance exposure, and kind of how a lot of states have shifted to where that's no longer considered in and of itself child abuse or neglect. And then I'll also talk about how some states now require a notification to child welfare versus a report of suspected child maltreatment, and specifically in cases that do not have any risk or safety concerns. And then I'll talk about how we've worked with multiple states to help them create kind of what we call a CAPTA notification pathway, or a pathway for families that have a lower risk profile. And then lastly, I'll talk about the Plan of Safe Care, or the Family Care Plan, and how several states are moving upstream to provide those resources and supports that come with the Plan of Safe Care during the prenatal period. So first, I want to talk about, again, a lot of states, in fact, I think it's over half of states no longer consider prenatal exposure in and of itself child abuse or neglect. And here it shows those that do. Now, I want to tell you this, when you look at this, I guess this is a data slide, so that's 3. So when you look at this, you would think that, okay, the states that are no longer defining it as child abuse and neglect in and of itself should have better outcomes. But what we find is that's not necessarily the case. What it's about is the practice and the policy level, the implementation of that. We can say, we can input legislation that says prenatal substance exposure in and of itself is no longer considered child abuse and neglect. But what does that look like lived out on a regional, on a community level? So that's where we find the need to do more training and to have conversations with those partners there, is to educate on that piece and ensure that there are policies and practices implemented that really live up to the spirit of that legislation. And in fact, one of the states that I'll highlight here is New Mexico. In 2019, they did just that. They basically said that a report of child abuse and neglect should not be made solely on the findings that a pregnant individual has used or abused drugs. So again, of course, they still state there that a report is still required if there's a suspicion of child abuse and neglect based on other criteria or a combination of criteria. So like what we do, and we're working with a couple other states who are looking at legislation like this as well. And again, it's saying that child abuse and neglect in and of itself, or that prenatal substance exposure in and of itself, is not considered child abuse and neglect. There has to be other factors to accompany that. So another way that states are responding is requiring a notification to child welfare instead of a report for when it comes to those without risk or safety concerns. Because of course, in the capital legislation, it says that there must be a notification, not a report. So a lot of states, again, are shifting their policies to require a notification to child welfare versus a report. And they do that in a couple different ways. Rhode Island, I really like what they did. Because as we talk about like, okay, we can change legislation. That's phenomenal. We can craft statewide policy that says, again, this is no longer child abuse and neglect. You should only, you only have to do a notification if there are no safety and risk concerns. But what does that mean to the doctor in the hospital? And so what I love that Rhode Island did is they provided this crosswalk for them that clearly spells out and gives guidance to when a report to child welfare should be made and when what we call a captain notification should be made. So for instance, if a mom is engaged in MAT and there are no safety concerns, there should be no report. That should be a captain notification. So on, if she's taking opioids as prescribed by her clinician and there's no safety concerns, it should be a captain notification. So again, I won't go through all these in detail, but because you'll have the slides. But again, this is one example of how states are responding. And I know Nebraska has done something very similar. And we're working with Wyoming right now to do something as well. Well, they went through and developed their captive definitions. And as a part of that, they created a very similar crosswalk that's going to be used to help resource medical providers who are in the trenches, in the birthing hospitals, having to make those decisions. And then another way that we're helping is some of the states that we worked with have created kind of what we call a captain notification pathway. And these, again, are for those families that are a lower risk profile. And what this does is it allows to where you can still provide a plan of safe care for those families that may not need child welfare intervention. Because what happens, in a lot of states is there's a lot of infants that are born prenatally exposed to substances. And in several states, that's an automatic investigation. Okay, there's an investigation, but a lot of those cases are closed. And again, they'll be provided with resources and supports, but the case is then closed and the families don't engage in those services or supports. And then there's no monitoring or anything like that. So what a captain notification pathway does is it allows for those families where there are no safety or risk concerns, they're engaged into the treatment and the supports that are offered. The plan of safe care is developed and it's tracked by a community partner. And so I'll give you an example of kind of what that looks like. And I'm going to highlight Nebraska here, but basically at that hospital level, the healthcare provider determines if a report or a notification is required. And again, there's something like a crosswalk or practice recommendations to help with that. So if they determine that a report is needed, then it kind of follows what we consider a traditional pathway. They make that report and then child welfare develops the plan of safe care and it goes from there. Some of them though, again, if there are no safety or risk concerns, but again, the infant was born prenatally exposed to substances, then it's a notification to child welfare. But that plan of safe care is created at the hospital and then they partner with local community providers to provide the services and supports. So that's a distinct difference there. And several states have different versions of this type of alternative pathway. But again, it's a pathway to ensure that those that have no safety or risk concerns, but could still benefit from all the services and supports that come with the plan of safe care, that they're able to access that. And they're able to access it within their community with providers who understand, whether it's substance use treatment providers, whether it's mental health treatment providers, they're able to partner with their community supports to implement all those recommendations in the plan of safe care. Now, I want to put this slide in here because sometimes when we talk about a captain notification pathway, it's like, oh, if it's that easy, let's just knock it out. Well, there's a couple of practice implications when it comes to developing this type of pathway. First, all of the stakeholders have to be bought into it, including child welfare. They are critical partners in developing what we call an alternative notification pathway or a CAPTA notification pathway. And then again, so they have to be bought in across the systems to develop this distinct pathway. And then the child welfare agencies, they can help in this process distinguish between parental exposure alone and prenatal exposure accompanied by child safety and risk factors. And basically what that means is they can do things like what happened in Rhode Island, where they, put out this crosswalk to help medical providers. Now, with that being said, I would tell you child welfare in and of itself doesn't develop that. They develop it in concert with the experts, with medical providers. I think of whenever we were doing this in Wyoming and they were going through and developing this crosswalk, it was not child welfare at the table, basically mapping that out. It was a collaborative group consisting of child welfare, substance use treatment providers, medical providers, OBGYNs, pediatricians, all coming together to develop this guidance. And then what that allows for is greater buy-in when it comes to implement that guidance. Because then, it's not, a doctor like, well, child welfare developed this, like, what input did we have? But if they know that the medical community were integral partners in developing this, that helps increase the buy-in and the usage of that type of crosswalk. And again, another practice implication is that it allows for communities to target their services and supports more precisely to prevent child welfare involvement and meet the needs of those families. Now the one, I'm excited about all three of those, but the one I really get excited about is the Plan of Safe Care, or the Family Care Plan, and really the moving upstream, or moving to the prenatal period for the plans of safe care. And we've worked with several sites to do just that, to move further upstream, to implement the Plan of Safe Care during the prenatal period. And what we found is it allows for a mother, a pregnant individual, to obtain those concrete supports well before the birth event. And they're able to, again, expand their support connections before that vulnerable time, that birth event. I can think of, I have 2 kids, and thankfully we had healthy, typical pregnancies and typical birth. And even then, like, doctors are throwing all these things at you, nurses are coming in and out, and you're like, oh, what's going on? Imagine all like trying to develop a plan of safe care in the midst of all that. Like, that's tough. So let's go further upstream, equip them on the front end. That way they have those supports going into the birth event. And then we found that it reduces the need for child welfare involvement and family separation. It allows them to develop some jurisdictions that have implemented a family care plan prenatally. They use this binder model, and it's literally a physical binder. I know you think like 2023, we're using physical paper. Like, they love it. The pregnant individuals love it. They bedazzle the mess out of it. And they're like, this is my recovery resume, because it has my plan of safe care. It has places for other supports. They can track their appointments, not just specific to prenatal care, but across the board. So it has value to them. And then what they're able to do at that birth event, if they'll know in advance if child welfare has to be called. And if they do, they're like, boom, here's what I've been doing. Here's how I've been rocking it out. Here's the supports I've been able to access. And for child welfare, that helps them, because that helps fill in that information gap. A lot of child welfare workers will tell you, I know about 10% of what I need to know when it comes time to do this. Man, this helps partner with child welfare, so they're able to see, look at this mom's journey. So again, it helps reduce the need for child welfare involvement, and it ultimately results in better outcomes. One of the things that I will point out is doing a plan of safe care during the prenatal period is not required by CAPTA, but it's considered a preventative practice. So it's not required, but it's like when states process through it, they're like, it just makes sense. Let's equip them as early as possible. And then the last piece that I have here, just want to highlight the state of Oklahoma, which I currently live in Oklahoma City. So this is kind of a shameless, support for Oklahoma, but they've done some phenomenal things when it comes to implementing plans of safe care during the prenatal period. I think of a substance use treatment organization in Tulsa, that before they implemented plans of safe care during the prenatal period, if an infant was experiencing neonatal abstinence syndrome, they stayed in the NICU for an average of 90 days. They were immediately given pharmacological interventions and placed in out-of-home foster care on an average of 1 year. But what they found is by implementing plans of safe care, or the family care plan, during the prenatal period, of the 50 infants that had it, none of them had NICU stays or pharmacological interventions, and were all able to go home with their parent which is huge. You know, another example is a Star Clinic in Oklahoma City. Same thing. With that Star Clinic, it's a clinic to where a pregnant individual can receive both their substance use treatment care and prenatal care all under one roof. And every single one was offered a family care plan. And of those that had a family care plan, again, 89% of those infants went home with their parent after being discharged from the hospital. And same thing in Okmulgee, Oklahoma. I mean, just the value of having that family care plan during the prenatal period, I can't stress how important that is. Okay, so quick ways that you can get involved. First, know the lay of the land. What are the policies in your states, in your communities? And then, so I encourage you to first do that. Know the lay of the land. If you want to know what are the NAS rates within my state, the National Center, we have access to all that data. We would be more than happy to share as much data as you can take. Nothing, partner with your state's child welfare and substance use treatment agencies to figure out all this phenomenal research that you're doing. How can that influence practice? How can that influence policy? Get them to the table during this period, you know, to where they learn more about, again, the research and that you're doing. And so that, again, you can really speak into how that can influence practice and policy. If you've never heard of your state's perinatal quality collaborative, I encourage you be at the table on that as well. And then seek input from your state hospital associations and your state medical associations. Because again, when it comes time to implement policy and practice that's influenced by your research, those are some of the key stakeholders that you're going to want on board. And when I speak of those stakeholders, like if I could boil it all down to one thing, all the recommendations, it's relationships. I say all the time, like systems are not these monolithic, like unnamed things. They're comprised of people. Okay, get those people to the table. Understand that everybody has their why. And then it's our job, how do we figure out what their why is and connect to that? For some of them, it's the fiscal savings behind implementing a family care plan during the prenatal period. For some, it's, you know, less child welfare engagement. So find out what that is and show them how the research that you're doing and the outcomes that you want to see are going to directly connect to their why. So relationships. Anytime anything phenomenal has happened within these systems, it's been through relationships. Because at the end of the day, like every system wants to find a way to improve outcomes for families. Some are doing well in some ways and not doing well in others. But everybody is aiming towards the same mark of improving outcomes for families. And ultimately, I always like to end with this: more changed lives. Like that's what we're about. That's why y'all are doing the research. That's why y'all understand that every number that's there represents a life. And that's why you're passionate about it, because you understand as we do this research and this research impacts policy and practice, it's going to result in more changed lives. That's all I got. Thank you.
Sort of want to just jump right into the discussion because both of those were so fantastic. And I feel so many pieces of connections already from the presentations this morning. So I'm going to dive right in. I want to first, all right, so I was told right arrow, but that didn't go. How did you all do this? Right click? There we go. Okay, I want to start by acknowledging that I am one woman wearing many hats today. I have come to this work with a variety of perspectives now. So I am a developmental child psychologist and have done some additional training in maternal and child public health. I've had the privilege of working with children and families affected by incarceration for more than 15 years now. One of my roles, one of my hats is as the research director for the Minnesota Prison Doula Project. It's a community-based organization that has provided pregnancy and parenting support to initially pregnant people at our women's prison, but has expanded to county jails all across the state and actually now has a contract with the Bureau of Prisons to provide services in federal prisons as well. And as part of that work, I lead a multi-site study looking at enhanced perinatal programs for people in prison. So those are sort of like my professional hats. And 8 years ago, my husband and I unexpectedly became kinship foster parents. We received a call that my sister-in-law had been involved in a drunk driving accident. She had a long history of substance use and mental health problems. And I'll be honest in saying that I sort of felt like the other shoe was going to drop at some point. I thought we might get this call. We had gotten this call 3 years earlier. And at that point in time, we couldn't take custody of the kids. And at that point, I said to my husband, this could be forever. Are we prepared to say yes? Which could be forever. And we did. And so 8 years ago, we became kinship foster parents and subsequently adopted our niece and nephews who are now 13, 14, and 15 years old. that perspective has often challenged me in terms of what our research is missing. Both of their biological parents were involved in the criminal legal system at different points in their lives. And I think in some ways, these different hats give me different lenses. Sometimes they all align, and I think this is what the research is showing, and that fits with my personal perspective. And then there are days like this where I think, our research is missing so much of these complex pictures. So it's hard not to look at some of the slides where we tick through data, and I think some of those 2,700 kids that are in out-of-home placement, I have 3 of them, right? So just a reminder that these are real families, and we heard 2 beautiful stories this morning about recovery and family connectedness. So this panel really is about aiming at thinking about adding incarceration into this mix, and sort of where does the criminal legal system broadly connect to issues around substance use and child welfare involvement. And I just want to acknowledge here that I'm going to really focus in on the incarceration piece, but as I was thinking about where substance use and child welfare come together, I was trying to pull apart these pieces of the Venn diagram, right? Like, how do we orient ourselves to these interconnecting pieces? And I thought about all of the ways in which maybe that very simplified Venn diagram doesn't at all make sense, right? And I can think about this scenario here where substance use might lead to child welfare involvement, which might lead to subsequent parental incarceration. And we heard that story this morning, right? We heard, in fact, one piece of Crystal's story was her substance use that put her on the radar for child welfare, and eventually then she became incarcerated. There's also this scenario, right, where we see that substance use, or the criminalization, as Mishka points out, the criminalization of substance use leads to a period of incarceration, and that could lead to disruption in child well-being and child welfare involvement and a removal of children from care, right? And that's simplified in some respects. There's also, of course, situations like this, right, where substance use leads to these sort of co-occurring, and again, situations in which we have forcibly put pregnant people who are using substances behind bars, and we have both child welfare involvement and incarceration occurring for the same sort of incidents. And these are the places where I think it's really complicated, because really what's happening for many of these families is this intersecting bi-directional sort of influence around these sort of child welfare and criminal legal system involvement, all with this backdrop of substance use. And I will say that it's not just substance use. Other scholars have pointed out today, right, that it is likely mental health, housing insecurity, economic instability, and this sort of constellation of social determinants of health that ties to both one's risk for child welfare involvement and their risk for involvement in the criminal legal system. And I think what's challenging about these intersections as we start to pull them apart is that our data are really limited in the fact that, as we heard, they're just sort of cross-sectional points in time. Or we talk about these sort of pieces of one leading to the other without really recognizing that for many of these families and these systems, this is multiple co-occurring instances, and one's engagement in the criminal legal system is often over a life course, right? Or child welfare is not a single point in time, and we might have a removal, kids go home, and a subsequent removal. So I included this quote because I think it's a really nice reflection of some of the challenges of this intersection. And I'll read it for folks in the room. I've been a social worker for a long time, and it's heartbreaking when I see our kids grow up in foster care and go from group home to juvenile hall to jail and then to prison. And then I see their children come into the foster care system, and the generational cycle starts again. The corrections and child welfare systems are 2 complicated bureaucracies, often serving the same families, but each operating on different timelines, different rules, different funding. If corrections and child welfare could put our collective resources together, perhaps we could stop this cruel and vicious cycle. I forgot to say in my introduction that one of the hats that I wear was that I was a guardian ad litem in our 4th Judicial District in Minnesota for a decade. Long before I became a foster parent, I watched kids and families go through this system. And I had cases in which there were companion child welfare cases and criminal cases with courts who took place a block apart, with judges making drastically different decisions on the same family. And I remember then in that moment how ridiculous it felt for me, right?
but it wasn't my kids who were being taken away, but these moms and dads were going to 2 different sets of court systems, having to drop UAs for 2 different sets of judges. It was wildly inefficient and incredibly harmful for children and families. So I want to turn now and really focus on this piece of incarceration and kind of pull out the pieces as it relates to child welfare and substance use as it relates to this piece of incarceration. So we know that many systemic inequities have resulted in marked disparities in who is incarcerated in this country. I want to be very clear here that structural racism and racist practices and policies have led to women of color being incarcerated at disproportionate rates in this country. In 2021, the imprisonment rate for Black women was 1.6 times the rate for white women, and Latina women were imprisoned at 1.3 times the rate of white women. In Minnesota, in the state where I'm from, Native American women make up less than 1% of our state's population, and they are 20% of the people in our women's prison. When we think about the intersections here of incarceration and child welfare involvement and the forced separation of Native families across generations, we have to acknowledge that these systems are built on that, right? Racist policies and practices that have stripped families and pulled them apart. So we know that most of the women behind bars are of childbearing age, and a majority of them are mothers with minor children. We also know that women in prison experience very high rates of chronic health conditions and mental health problems. And further, compared to men, we know that women's pathways to prison disproportionately include high rates of mental illness with substance use, trauma, and particularly sexual victimization as part of their pathways to prison. So my colleagues and I have recently led some work looking at trauma history among incarcerated women and parents in particular. So I want to share a little bit of data on this because I think it does start to point to individuals' pathways to prison and what do we know for parents in particular. So these are from a data set of self-reported data of people who are currently in state prison, self-reported adverse childhood experiences among adults in state prison. What you can see here is that parents report significantly more ACEs on average than non-parents, although sitting around 4 ACEs when you consider what this means for long-term well-being of adults, really critical. And then here are the data for mothers and fathers. And what you can see here is that mothers have significantly more ACEs compared to fathers, reporting on average between 4 and 5 ACEs among mothers. Well, what does this mean for this intersection between ACEs and incarceration and child welfare? What we see from this self-reported data is that 29% of mothers in state prison and 17% of fathers reported having their parental rights terminated for 1 or more of their children. This is a really high rate of parental incarceration. And when we think of child welfare and termination in particular, when we think about that bubble of child welfare, right, termination is a very specific and very serious consequence of that massive child welfare bubble. And what we see is when it ties to ACEs, for mothers and fathers, we see a high and significant correlation between high ACEs associated with increased odds of having one's parental rights terminated. This is generational trauma, right? And we have locked up people really who are incredibly traumatized. And as I move forward, you'll see this intervention, if we think about incarceration as an intervention or child welfare as an intervention, is not meeting the needs of their trauma and certainly not meeting their needs in terms of their substance use disorders. So then let's turn to thinking about this other piece of the Venn diagram here, this intersection between substance use and incarceration. So additionally, data from Minnesota here. So this is looking at prevalence rates of substance use disorders among another sample of women in prison. And the language here is a little bit dated. This paper is about 10 years old at this point. Proctor looked at DSM-4 criteria for different substance use disorders. And you can see here very high rates of SUD among incarcerated women. About 30% meet criteria for dependence for alcohol and cocaine. All right, now I'm going to turn to thinking really specifically about pregnancy incarceration. So It may come as a surprise to some of you that most prisons in this country do not systematically collect any information about pregnancy. In fact, jails across the state and country do not actually screen for pregnancy. So we might be picking up pregnant people, putting them in jail, and jails have said, yeah, we don't want to test them for pregnancy because if we find out they're pregnant, we have to provide them with care, and that care is expensive, so we'd rather not test them. I heard that repeatedly in interviews with jail administrators, stunned. And so sometimes what happens is we've incarcerated people, some of whom are pregnant, and they end up later finding out that they're pregnant when they move to state prison. So these are data from my colleague Carolyn Suffren and her team, the Pregnancy in Prison Statistics Study. They looked at data from 22 state prisons, 6 large jails, and the federal prison system. And from these data, what Suffren and colleagues found was that approximately 4% of females entering state prisons were pregnant, resulting in about 3,000 admissions of pregnant people to state prisons each year. So this gives you kind of a big picture of what are we talking about in terms of the numbers here. I want to turn now and just briefly talk about the care and conditions of pregnant people in this context. Before I do this, though, I want you to take home this nugget, and that is that pregnancy in prison is characterized by a lack of supportive policies and practices. Put very simply, these facilities were not designed to care for pregnant and parenting people. They weren't. And while some of my work has been done to really try to improve conditions of confinement, right, by providing parenting education and doula support, I believe very strongly that these systems will never be safe or supportive for pregnant people. This is not the environment in which we should be putting pregnant people. I want to talk about why that is. First, I mentioned this, that most jails don't screen for pregnancy. So we may have many people coming in who don't know that they're pregnant and are not getting basic care. There are no mandatory standards for pregnancy-related care in prisons across this country. And while there are some recommendations and some standards that are voluntary guidelines, prisons across this country are not required to follow those, and there is very little oversight in terms of whether or not those standards are met. We know from data that pregnancy-related care has consistently been described as poor. We hear all the time that pregnant people that we work with are hungry. There are no standards for basic nutrition care in these environments, right? So most states aren't even required to ensure adequate prenatal diets, let alone if they're getting supplemental nutrition, that we have any idea what the caloric intake is. There's concerns about even just access to water, right? And we know, as this intersection with substance use in particular, that detoxing pregnant people with opioid use disorder is quite common and is happening all the time across the country. Some basic data here in terms of pregnancy and incarceration. These again are data from Minnesota, and this is just sort of where I'm going to hone in because we have the most information from our state, in part because we've been following these pregnancies since 2010. So between 2013 and 2020, there were 278 pregnant people that were sentenced to serve time in prison, in our state prison. 34% of them identified as Native American, 12% as Black, 53% white. I want to note here that pregnant people in prison, relative to their non-pregnant peers, are more racially and ethnically diverse. They are younger, and they have fewer years of education relative to their non-pregnant peers. 77% of pregnant women in prison were there for technical violations of supervision, meaning they've been released from prison and somebody, a probation officer, brings them back to prison. I would encourage you to think about what might that be and where it intersects with substance use and mental health, and where there might be community-based solutions to address those needs, because they're not going to be addressed when they return to prison. 84% of them had nonviolent governing offenses. 77% of them were sentenced to prison while pregnant for less than 9 months. I have some more data on that in a minute. And the median length of stay in prison was 4.5 months, and 70% of them are reporting a substance use disorder. This is a brief overview. If you think about this as a linear timeline in terms of the infant's first year of life, what we see here, and these data became so critical for us in Minnesota in terms of policy and advocacy around alternatives to incarceration for this population. What you can see is that 41% of mothers who gave birth while incarcerated reached their release date within 90 days of giving birth. 54% within 6 months, 67% within 9 months, and 76% within 1 year, which means, again, I think really importantly, the majority of these moms anticipate and will get out of prison and resume caregiving, but we have separated these moms from their babies within 24 to 48 hours of birth, put them in alternative placements, not actually treated their substance use, not actually treated their mental health issues, separated from their babies when we now don't have any opportunities or limited opportunities for nurturing and bonding and attachment, right? And we heard about that this morning in the two clients who shared their stories. And then this idea that we haven't treated these underlying issues, we haven't supported the parent-child relationship, and moms are getting out of prison after this critical developmental window and attempting to try to connect and bond with their babies. And again, during a relatively short period of time in the grand scheme of an incarceration. So I want to put these, in the last bit of time I have, I want to put these kind of pieces back together with a little bit of data that we have from our Minnesota Prison Doula Project. So this is, to the best of my knowledge, the only data about what happens to babies when when their moms are incarcerated when they give birth. So these are the caregiving arrangements at hospital discharge among the infants born to mothers at our state prison. And what you can see here is about 17% of them at birth have child welfare involvement. What we don't know is what proportion of those 17% end up in kinship foster care, right? So 33% are going with a grandparent, most likely a maternal grandmother, and the other 50% are really in this variety of caregiving arrangements, family members of the biological father, host families, et cetera. I included this slide because I think it's really important. We interviewed caregivers who took these infants home from the hospital, and they talked about, we asked them to rate the infants' overall general health, as well as their physical and mental health. And one of the things that struck me from these interviews was how frequently caregivers told us that taking temporary custody of this infant was a strain on their physical and mental health. Most of these are very informal placements, meaning there is no child welfare involvement, there is no formal structures in place to support these caregivers. So I would encourage you to think for a second, if you got a call right now from your sister or your neighbor or your best friend that said, can you come pick my baby up from the hospital, whether or not you would be prepared financially, emotionally, with your job to be able to do this. And I think what we're seeing for so many caregivers in these kinship placements is that they have so many of the other social risk factors, if you will, surrounding their attempts to caregive with very little financial or other supports to raise this infant, and their mental and physical health is compromised as a result. The majority of caregivers told us that their physical and mental health had declined as a result of taking custody of these children. And I think what that signals to me is the potential concern as it relates again to systems getting involved, not in a helpful way, but in a punitive way, where we now say, oh, grandma's mental health is declining, or grandma isn't well enough to take care of baby, and child welfare gets involved. Okay, lastly here, I just want to share a little bit of data from my colleagues at Harvard who are doing this really great study, a prospective longitudinal study looking at children exposed to incarceration during pregnancy. And they're interviewing mothers and caregivers in partnership with a community-based organization in Georgia called Motherhood Beyond Bars. And I wanted to show this because I think the last piece of this is so important for HBCD folks in this room. So it's a small sample size, but I think it speaks to the level of caregiving transitions that we can anticipate when we think about mothers who use substances. So this is, just follow the orange bar here. This is at intake, basically. We're gonna show the level of transitions in caregiving environments over time. At intake, some proportion of kids are already on a first temporary caregiver. By 3 months, you can see about 15% of those kids are already on a second caregiver. By the next time point, another 15% of those kids have moved on to their third caregiver. The theme is the same here. The sample size gets smaller as they move on because they're prospectively recruiting families. But the story is the same, and that is that the level of transition in care for these children is very high. And I think that this speaks to some of the challenge that exists in terms of following kids and families and caregivers over time. So lastly, I just want to talk about these like kind of concluding thoughts. The intersections between substance use disorder, maternal incarceration, and child welfare are incredibly complex. They are nonlinear and often incredibly unpredictable. We know that incarcerated mothers, and particularly pregnant incarcerated mothers, report very high rates of substance use disorder. We know that SUD can increase their risk for involvement in both the carceral and child welfare systems, and that these risks are not evenly distributed, right? We know that Black and brown moms, we know that poor moms, we know that moms living in rural areas are more likely to be involved in both of these systems. These systems are inadequate. This is my perspective, I suppose. These systems are inadequate at best, inhumane at worst, at responding to maternal substance use disorder. Right? These systems are not meeting, right now, maternal incarceration, the carceral system is not meeting people's substance use disorder needs. This simply is not. These caregiving transitions among incarcerated mothers are common. They are often unpredictable, and they can be incredibly informal, right? Families are doing the very best they can in the context of tremendous vulnerability and marginalization, which makes this research with this population incredibly challenging. And I think it behooves us to think about then where and how do we collect data, and in what ways, when we recognize that the data collection with these families, when they are so they are in such precarious situations often, what our opportunities are for where research and intervention and policy and practice really have to go hand in hand. So I will stop there. I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and thank you.
Questions?
We have one on the Zoom, but I believe, okay, I'll go ahead and read it. So Pilar San Juan asks, how much of this do you think is related to POs or other justice system workers, including judges, having the mistaken belief that incarceration will protect the baby from the mother's substance use or other behavior?
Oh, there it goes. It flashed right at me. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is absolutely part of the problem, right? And I think, Mishka talked about the idea that in some states, there are legal mechanisms for actually incarcerating pregnant people with the idea of protecting them, right? I think, in North Carolina, this idea of safekeeping, that is literally the idea that we can lock up pregnant people. Safekeepers in North Carolina don't actually stay at the jail because they've acknowledged that the jails can't provide care. So they move pre-adjudication folks, pre-charge folks to the state prison where they're separated and isolated. I think that judges and others we have a lot of education to do around what these systems actually look like. I think that there is a false belief about what the quality of care and what treatment looks like in these facilities. I think if you asked any one of the pregnant people that we have worked with over the last decade plus in Minnesota, if they felt like their substance use disorder or their mental health needs were met while they were incarcerated, they would say no. There is a dearth of mental health and substance use treatment in these facilities. There is not enough. And so I think there is this misperception that these are environments that are providing services. And I think that is really one question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want these environments do some people want to put resources into the carceral space to make those resources more available? Or are there upstream solutions where we can be putting in places where we don't have to send pregnant people to prison under the assumption that they're going to get substance use treatment there? We had a PO in Minnesota, so we've passed legislation to be able to have the Commissioner of Corrections release pregnant people into the community for up to 1 year during their pregnancy, which gets most of those pregnant people. And we had a PO who returned a pregnant person to prison. She had then 30 days to serve because he couldn't find her a community-based substance treatment program that would take a pregnant person. So it speaks to this issue. He thought, I have no other option but to send her to prison. She's relapsed, she's using, I've got to get her out of this community. But he tried to send her to a community-based substance use treatment. There were none, right? There were no places to take a pregnant person. And so then Is the solution investment in prisons? Is the solution community-based supports? I mean, I have clearly an opinion on that. Sorry.
First of all, this was an excellent panel. I really appreciate you all pushing our thinking even beyond child welfare to think how it's involved in these other systems, including substance use treatment and incarceration. And one of my take homes from you all is the import of asking the question about what service sectors, what services the families get are involved in, and this issue that you all have raised about instability. So we are trying to push our fellow, under Julie's leadership, fellow HBCD sites to really get at the instability itself. So I think we're moving there, but I don't know that we've gotten far in terms of service receipt. Like even the question you all raised about treatment versus untreatment, are they getting treatment in the carceral system? I mean, we just have not quite gotten there. So I just wondered if you all could say what service question should we definitely be asking? I mean, this is not a service study, I know, but I'm convinced from this panel that we need to do more in that respect. So just curious.
I'll start. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm glad that the sort of idea that like carcerality is more than incarceration, and that we have systems of surveillance and control that aren't just locking people up, and that sort of policing paradigm exists, across other agencies such as child welfare, but also, is within the practice, within the home of medicine itself. And that means when we talk about decarceration, which tends to mean, like getting people out of prisons, I think we need to also think about, at least for me as a provider, how we decriminalize like the healthcare setting itself. I'm going to answer your question by saying I'm not the person to answer that question. Like we need to talk to impacted peoples who are their own experts and the experts in their communities and partner with community-based organizations that know what the resources are, that know not just what the resources are, but the resources that are welcoming, for pregnant and parenting people who use drugs, and find ways to sort of leverage support of them. And I think there has been in the last 5 years or so at the NIH an increasing awareness of the role of community-based organizations and a start to try to sort of fund partnerships, in support of community-based organizations. So it's really people like, it's ways to sort of, what I like about your description of the plans of safe care, is that it's really an empowerment model. Right? You're giving a person a resource, a binder, a recovery, journey map, and putting in it, because the question is like, whose plan of safe care? If it's the state's plan or the judge's plan, that's not the plan we want. We want it to be, the person's plan.
I'm even convinced, you convinced have that question about, do you have a plan of safe care? Do we ask that anywhere? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that would be a phenomenal addition to it if it's not already there. And again, I would concur I would say, how are you, or do you have the voice of people with lived expertise as a part of this that can speak into that? And do you have at that community level, those that truly have family-centered therapy or family-centered treatment? And I use that term, and I would say really define that, because sometimes a family-centered treatment, it's like this big monolithic name, but I would really dig in, because at the community level, they will know again, who those real family-centered treatment providers are. And I think they can speak into that piece there as well. And then another quick thing about the family care plan / plan of safe care, one of the radical shifts that a lot of providers had to make is that idea that this belongs to the pregnant individual. This belongs to the family like that. And let's just be transparent. That's scary. that's weird. That's kind of counterintuitive to a lot of other things that we do. So it took a lot for them to basically entrust and say, yes, this is yours. What do you want? And that's where taking the theology behind it and putting it into practice was a big deal. And I think we've seen a lot of growth from that, from providers to basically say, hey, we empowered them, and dude, they're loving it. Like they're doing it. So yeah.
Yeah, I just have a comment about that. Watching your presentation, I'm one, and Mishka's as well. How do we get that education out there? So clearly social workers are dedicated and they want to do well, right? But it sounds like they have a different view. And so where's the responsibility to get all of this wonderful information to those people that are on the ground level?
I would shamelessly plug the National Center. But in all seriousness, I think it's figuring out, I use this term a lot of times when I'm working with sites, is where is their attention right now? And how do we get this message in front of their attention? You know, in Wyoming, we're doing some phenomenal education with medical providers in there. We got to figure out where's their attention. Okay, they're used to webinars and they really love it when CMEs are provided free, blah, blah. So we're doing that, you know, starting in June. So we're getting the message out in front of them, but it also takes champions that believe in the why behind what you do. And so that would be my suggestion there.
I would also just add that I feel like we have to, as researchers and scholars, leave the academy, right? It doesn't do us any good to hold on to this evidence. It took me a long time to feel like I had expertise to go talk to judges and guardian ad litems and attorneys, because I felt like, well, I don't have legal training. And then I sort of got myself in there by partnering with an attorney, and she would do the legal part and I would do the developmental science part, but we have to give the science away. And I think we have to be very intentional about doing it. Otherwise it's I would say extractive.
Yeah, and I would say too, is taking the science and the research, and do we package it in a way that's digestible to the field as well? I would really process that. What does that bridge look like? Because I've seen a lot of great data here and I'm like, oh man, this site could use this and that. But it's like, I'm thinking through, how do we package it in a way to where it adds value to the work, you know, that they do?
So I was struck by both Mishka and Sean's presentation about thinking about the experience that women who use substances have in this process. And so some of the work that we've done is both women who are in treatment for substance use disorder, and then also a lot of the women that, so both in the context of the care that they get in the birth hospitalization, as well as their trust of the system. And when we ask them, who should approach you to invite you to be in our study, they categorically say, not my doctor, no healthcare provider, because I don't trust them because they're going to call DCM. And so we create a perverse incentive for them to not get prenatal care and for them not to get medication to support or for opioid use disorder, because what women experience is that people experience is that you go into the hospital, they know you're using buprenorphine, for example, and your care is already less because you've got a big red flag that says, I have a substance use disorder. They feel like it's better off if they avoid prenatal care and SUD treatment, because those labels are going to get them really bad care when they're in the hospital. And I'm wondering, as we change these, I love moving the plan of safe care up into the prenatal period, but has there been any assessments that have looked at actual changes in practice as opposed to just changes in policy? And then any work around engaging the community of individuals who are both pregnant and use substances in making them aware of these changes, because it doesn't matter what the reality is. What matters is their perception. And if they're not going to engage in care because we've created systems historically that failed them, and we had an example of that from 1994, but these data I'm collecting have been in the last 5 years, right? So we haven't had any change that I can visibly detect. So I just wanted, that was a lot of words. So I'll stop talking and let you all comment on that very easy issue to tackle.
You know, I would say, again, I go back to engaging people with lived expertise as a way to do that. When we talk about implementing again phenomenal changes, I'll use the STAR Clinic in Oklahoma City whenever we launched that. Again, phenomenal. The doctors there super bought in. Like, I mean, and we helped train the nurses and all the staff that really the experience starts the moment you get a phone call, and they need to feel valued and they need to feel validated from that to the moment when they walk in the doors to the moment they receive. Like, we design that really, really cool, but how do we get the word out? How do we dispel the stigma around it? And that's where we engage people with lived expertise. No one can tell their story like they can. Having them a part of the outreach efforts, having them a part of, so that a pregnant individual, whenever they come to the STAR Clinic, within the first 2 weeks of coming to the STAR Clinic, they're partnered with an individual with lived experience. Not just anyone, but someone who was pregnant and and was dealing with the disease of addiction. That's huge. That helps to dispel that myth. I think those are practical ways to create that meaningful change.
So, wow. Okay, I'll just set back a little bit. First of all, thank you for a fabulous panel. All three of the presentations were just wonderful. So I guess I have mostly a comment that, Sean, I'd like you to reflect on or just respond to. And then I had another one, but so what my research team saw in looking at the laws related to prenatal substance exposure and reporting as either reporting as child abuse or notification is that even in many states where they have changed or developed a notification pathway, there is still residual law left that probably in many cases, well, we know in many cases came from the 1990s or the early 2000s in response to either cocaine and perceived crack babies or methamphetamines. There is residual law that still says that if a child tests positive at birth, or in some cases, if the pregnant person tests positive during the pregnancy, then that information either triggers a child abuse report in and of itself, or even when it doesn't, even if the pathway is notification, that information in many, many states creates a presumption that a woman is an unfit mother if it goes into a TPR setting. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is that, first of all, some states, and I would say Connecticut is an example of this kind of state where they have this very convoluted pathway for practitioners to try and navigate this thing where if there's a positive test result, you have to go down this child abuse report. And if there's not a positive test result, you have this perhaps much more public health supportive pathway you can go down. But beyond that, I feel like it might create a kind of a group of women who still are, and families that are very at risk for losing their child because of this presumption associated with a positive test result. And so I feel like there still needs to be, that's an important piece of policy that often hasn't changed because states, like the people doing the policy work, are not necessarily focused on that piece. So I would just like some reflection on how we get policy that's actually coherent, right? And then my other piece, which I don't think we'll have time to address, but I was just really thinking of Michigan, thinking about how the carceral gaze, as it gets incorporated into medical practice, how does it actually influence the provider-patient relationship and change it? And I think we got a little bit of that maybe also from Kelly's question too, but.
Yeah, I'll quickly respond so that you can respond to the other piece as well. I think part of that, again, you're right. Like, we can sit there and we can have the policy or the legislation at the state level that says it's not considered child abuse or neglect, but how is that lived out? You know, and so I think that's where it's about getting the right people at the table and being able to share the right message, especially like when we talk about toxicology. Like, I'll just brag on Dr. Turpin here. Like, I love getting him in front of sites that are dealing with that. Like, and it's a real struggle. And the way that he communicates it, I always get feedback. Wow, I never thought about it like that. Oh, that makes sense. You know, and so I say it's like knowing who the experts are and getting the right people in front of them to help basically evangelize that message, if you will. I think that's part of it. And this is one of those deals that it's simple, but it's not easy. that takes dedication. That's tough. Like getting the right people together and then making sure that they're in a space where they're receptive to it. And then what does the follow-up conversations look like around it? Like it's all those little relationship like based things that I think help to shift and change minds. Because in the essence, that's what you're doing. Like policies evolved from someone saying, hey, we could do this better. Or what about this? That's where it started. So I think getting the right information in front of the right people is that first step.
There's so many, there's so many things we haven't talked about, like we've talked, stigma, discrimination, this information sharing, which is really what you're talking about. And I'm particularly attuned to this in the sort of post-Dobbs universe, because there's, and also sort of legislative, like forgotten legislate, the Comstock has just like that laws can stick around and then suddenly, like become, salient again. And I don't understand that process, that most things don't sunset. And so there's at the bottom line, I think somewhere it's, you don't need a specific state policy to arrest, prosecute, convict and incarcerate somebody for using drugs in pregnancy. You can have state statutes that protect, like autonomy and dignity of pregnancy and parenting, but you can, that doesn't prohibit, that sort of activity. In the last 2 weeks, I've been pulled into 10 legal cases related to substances in pregnancy, 4 of which are actually criminal, which is a little bit newish to me. And I think we're seeing sort of like this, and it relates oftentimes to information flow, self-managed abortion, information sharing. In the Wendy Box review of the Tennessee criminalized statute, like almost all of those cases of those women who are, incarcerated for using drugs in pregnancy, there was information in the court record that was quoting the medical record. And I think we have to, recognize that, care is not safe, and actually birth is increasingly unsafe, in particular, for pregnant people who use drugs. And that discrimination, one way I think about as a pathway is thinking about discrimination as a patient safety issue. And I like that because it plugs into what you mentioned, the perinatal quality collaborative work. It plugs into a QI process that exists at the state level that is looked at, hemorrhage and C-section rates and other sorts of outcomes. And you can have your driver diagrams and you can sort of think about what the intervention is. And we don't have good measurements of stigma, and how things change, but there's a lot of work in that space. But still that idea, that discrimination is a patient safety issue and that birth has become increasingly unsafe in the United States.
With that, I have to announce it's now lunchtime. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch. I'm Julie Paleman. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin. And I'm really excited to introduce this panel. As a scientist and as fellow scientists in the audience and as presenters, we thought the science section should be substantial. And so we're really excited to have this in 2 parts. So one of the goals of this workshop is to summarize the scientific evidence on the sequelae of maltreatment and foster care on the brain and behavioral development of affected children, on the functioning and processes of families involved with the child welfare system, and on the impact of child welfare services on involved children and families. So we'll be able to spend 1 hour on each of these 2 parts with a break in the middle. And in the first part, we'll focus on the science regarding the effects of maltreatment. And we're really delighted to have 2 speakers. So Dr. Jody Manley is the clinical director at the Mount Hope Family Center at the University of Rochester. And in addition to being a leader in the field of developmental psychopathology, Dr. Manley brings more than 35 years of providing clinical services to children who have experienced trauma, really focusing on the infancy to adolescent period. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Manley.
Thanks, Julie. I appreciated right before lunch. Yeah, I have the after lunch slot and they said that they were adjusting the room temperature, so it'll be a little warmer in here. So I've got both the after lunch lull and a warmer room to combat here. So I might burst into song to keep you guys awake, but I have too much data to cover in a short period of time. So I'm going to forge ahead. So before lunch, Rebecca brought up some really important points, one being the multiple hats. So one of the hats I wear is as clinical director of Mount Hope Family Center in Rochester, New York. And we are part of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network. So the other thing that Rebecca really helped bring into the conversation is having a trauma lens, which I think will be also important to our conversation. And as part of the NCTSN, and I'll encourage you to go onto the NCTSN website for lots of resources that are available related to child and family trauma. As part of wearing that hat, we provide evidence-based trauma treatment services for kids and families. And through SAMHSA funding, we also have another project called Sustaining Change, where we're supporting organizations for implementing evidence-based trauma treatment and then sustaining those over time and trying to facilitate continuation of trauma responsive services. Then wearing my other hat as a researcher, I'm also here representing our Transform National Center, which is a capstone center. I want to express my appreciation for the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development for our funding as a P50 center. And in this center, we're looking at translational research to adapt new science for maltreatment prevention. And under the leadership of Dante Giacchetti and Sherry Toth, who are the PIs of that center, and we have a collaborative effort really looking at that translational focus as well as conducting both basic and applied research and then trying to put that in the hands of multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary professionals who may be able to make use of that information. And so one of the assets that we bring in our Transform Center is more than 2 decades of research in child abuse and neglect and being able to bring that extensive data archive that we have. And so I'm going to be sharing some examples of some of that data that we've collected in my time today. So given that Dante Giacchetti is one of the PIs of our center, all the work that we do is in the framework of developmental psychopathology. He was one of the founding fathers of that field. And so from a developmental psychopathology perspective, we're trying to understand what is the current state of the field in terms of normative child development to inform our research, as well as how different trajectories can inform us not only in how to support those kids and families, but what does that tell us about normative child development as well. And so one of the things that's really important in the field is looking at the balance of risk and protective factors, because there's no clear pathway or no single path that, for example, a child who's been abused or neglected might follow. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the experiences that individuals have. We're particularly interested in the developmental timing and understanding how child maltreatment that occurs in a certain period of development can affect the mastery of the stage salient developmental tasks of that period, or perhaps not so effective mastery of those. And we want to really look at the child in the context of their family, of their community, and of the broader cultural aspects of their development. in looking at those proximal and distal factors. So similar to this tree image, some other principles in developmental psychopathology are this idea of equifinality. So just as the roots of this tree come from many different directions to all end up in the trunk, there can be many different pathways towards a single outcome of like substance use disorder. Or similarly, just knowing one aspect of somebody's history, like experience of child abuse and neglect, doesn't tell you what their pathway is going to be. There could be many different trajectories of adaptation, maladaptation, and it's certainly possible to have resilient and very adaptive outcomes despite a history of trauma. And there can also be challenges in that pathway. So what we know from our research at Mount Hope Family Center, as well as other research in the field, that child maltreatment can affect multiple domains of development. And I'm not going to go into too much detail about the physiological consequences of child abuse and neglect because Amanda's going to talk to you about those when I turn over the mic to her. But certainly we are aware that in the 25 years since the ACEs research were published, that adverse childhood experiences can have long-term physiological consequences, whether it's disruptions in the neuroendocrine stress hormone regulation, impacting immune functioning. There could be different genotypic profiles that may convey additional risk or protective factors. The field is looking at epigenetics as well and how environmental factors and experiences can impact the way that genes may be expressed, either turning on or off different genes, and that especially if the adversity is chronic, then it can create a wear and tear on physiological systems. So really increasing that allostatic load for affected individuals. But not only in the physiological sphere, certainly domains such as interpersonal development. We know that kids who've been maltreated are much more likely to have insecure and particularly disorganized attachment relationships. And that's very relevant in the child welfare space because we know that so many children have disrupted relationships with primary caregivers if they're in foster care or kinship care or changes in those caregiving relationships. And we know that attachment in the development of early trust and understanding of relationships in the early years of life can then be related to other types of relationships as kids get older, including relationships with peers, with teachers, with other individuals in their lives. And we know from research that kids who have experiences of abuse and neglect are more likely to have aggression as well as withdrawal in peer relationships. They're more likely to experience peer rejection and peer victimization as well, and to have more difficulty in relationship development over time. Other domains include challenges in emotional functioning, both difficulties accurately identifying emotions, appropriately expressing them, and challenges with emotion regulation. And we know that there can be developmental cascades. So problems in one of these domains can ripple across multiple domains of functioning as well. So for example, a kid who has more trouble with peers and with their emotion regulation may have more trouble in their adaptation to school, for example. And we can see that there can be a cascade that results in psychopathology and personality disorders, such as increased rates of mood disorders, suicidal ideation, and of course, the focus for today is on substance use. So one of the ways that I've been involved in this work is with my colleagues, Doug Barnett and Dante Giacchetti, developing a maltreatment classification system. And the motivation behind this was to develop operational definitions within the field of child maltreatment knowing that, as has been mentioned before, there's tremendous variability in state statutes and state laws, differences between US policies and policies in other countries. And we really wanted to be able to have some consistency within research to be able to study empirically the impact of these types of experiences on kids' adaptation over time. And while there's been a lot of attention paid to types of maltreatment, whether it's physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, emotional or psychological maltreatment, we felt it was also important to focus on dimensions within maltreatment, not only subtype, but also the seriousness of the parental behaviors, the timing of these experiences, both in terms of frequency and chronicity, and how they interacted with kids' developmental periods, particularly with regard to child welfare, looking at the impact of separations and placements, be they foster placements, kinship, or other types of changes in caregivers, and also looking at the identity of the perpetrator and the relationship with the perpetrator of that maltreatment, and how all of these different dimensions could shape kids' outcomes. Now, the reality is, and here's a Venn diagram for you, looking at, if we look at these subtypes, this is from a Vachon et al. Paper, looking at more than 2,000 kids from our summer camp studies, where we did classify their experiences based on our maltreatment classification system. And you can see that there's tremendous overlap. And maltreatment experiences often co-occur and can persist across development. So if you look at, for example, sexual abuse, most of the sexually abused kids in our samples have experienced multiple forms of maltreatment. The one subtype that tends to occur more often without other subtype occurrence is neglect. But I think of neglect, particularly with lack of supervision or endangerment, could be placing kids at risk for subsequent exposure to trauma. So looking at what we know specifically about child maltreatment and relationships with substance use problems, Cicchetti and Handley did a great review paper in 2019 that summarizes a lot of this, but we know that individuals who experience maltreatment can be at greater risk for earlier initiation of drinking, faster increases in heavy drinking during adolescence, and persistently elevated heavy drinking in adolescence and adulthood. Shin and colleagues found that particularly for adolescent girls who had a history of childhood sexual abuse, that they were 5 times more likely to be heavy polysubstance users compared to those without a substance abuse or sexual abuse history. So some of the questions, I should mention that none of the risk factors that I'm talking about are deterministic. It's about probabilistic balancing of those risk and protective factors. And it's not only trying to understand, are these kids at risk, but what are those processes? What are those mechanisms? Because if we can better understand the process and the how and the why these pathways develop, that maybe we can identify areas for prevention and intervention and have more effective responses. So one potential pathway is looking at this externalizing pathway. And there's a lot of evidentiary support for this kind of pathway where things like a difficult temperament in infancy might be then related with more problems with aggression and poor self-regulation as kids enter early childhood, maybe increases in rule-breaking behavior in middle childhood, and then affiliations with substance-using peers in adolescence that could be one possible route for developing substance use challenges in adolescence and adulthood. So there is some support for this pathway. There's actually quite a bit of research support for this kind of trajectory, knowing that kids who experience maltreatment are more likely to engage in rule-breaking behavior. They're more likely to have difficulty with impulsivity and self-regulation and to exhibit aggression. So my colleague Liz Handley and other colleagues at Mount Hope used a 20-year longitudinal design to track kids over time and look at risk for alcohol use, and found that conduct problems mediated the effect of child maltreatment on problematic drinking. So an illustration from that study, we'll talk about the internalizing pathway in a minute, but looking at how early maltreatment was associated with conduct problems when kids were between the ages of 10 and 12, and then those were associated with increased alcohol use in emerging adulthood at an average age of 20. Another look at this sample examined the extensiveness of child maltreatment, leading to increased rates of antisocial behavior and relational aggression in childhood, which led to more interpersonal problems in romantic relationships as well as friendships in early adulthood. So once again, looking at those pathways, Justin Rosati and colleagues then took a slightly different take, looking at the timing of maltreatment. And what he found was that maltreatment that emerged early in childhood but was more chronic was associated with both internalizing and externalizing behavior. But it was through the externalizing pathway that in emerging adulthood we saw increases in antisocial personality disorder and substance use disorders. So that externalizing pathway is one possible route that can connect maltreatment with substance use later down the road. The other slightly more complicated and nuanced pathway is through a more internalizing route, where babies who have a more inhibited temperament might develop more internalizing symptoms of depression and anxiety in early childhood. And if there's a continuity of those symptoms as they continue on in childhood, there may be more problems with interpersonal skills. And a key piece here is looking at positive expectancies about substance use, which could develop into this self-medication idea of using substances to cope with these negative emotions and mood difficulties. And it could be through that route that more substance use disorders develop. So there's some support for this pathway as well, because we've seen that maltreated kids are more likely to have symptoms of depression and anxiety, more likely to have peer difficulty and social withdrawal. And so these kids may develop use of substances as a way of coping with some of these negative experiences. Handley et al. Also looked at genetic variation that may increase the likelihood that someone who's experienced maltreatment may drink to cope with their negative emotions. So that's the internalizing route in this model, where particularly with certain genotypic patterns, this maltreatment was associated with internalizing, and then these alcohol expectancies that were associated with alcohol use in adulthood. So the other point that I wanted to make is that I think looking at intergenerational patterns is also really important. We know that parental substance use can increase risk both for maltreatment and for substance use of their offspring. And so one study that I did with my colleagues looked at early maternal drug dependence diagnoses prior to the age of 4, increased the risk for maltreatment and specifically severity of neglect in the preschool and early school years, and that neglect was then associated with increased externalizing behavior when kids were about 9. So we know that a lot of people with substance use disorders have experiences of their own parents having those disorders as well. I think we want to look at those processes as well, and there's a lot that still needs to be investigated in terms of for example, how that intergenerational pattern happens, and particularly looking at things like parental histories of trauma and how that affects parenting, not only with specific parenting practices, but also things like all of those domains that I talked about earlier, all of those consequences of child maltreatment. Those kids and adolescents grow up to have children of their own. And how do all those challenges in those domains affect, for example, a parent's regulation of their own emotions and their interpersonal relationships, not only with their partners and friends or lack thereof, perhaps lack of social support, but also their relationship with their child. So I think we really want to look at what do we need to do to address parental trauma, and what do we need to do to support families. And then I was the discussant in a symposium at the ISTSS conference in Atlanta last fall. And Blake and colleagues were looking at these intergenerational patterns. They certainly found associations between parental substance use and substance use in the subsequent generation. But one of the other key elements that they found contributed to substance use in the children included a history of family separations. So that family separation piece increased risk. And I think we need to really look at that if we're looking at child welfare context, because certainly there are times where kids need to be placed in out-of-home care for their safety. But we also have to be very mindful of the implications of those separations and those changes in caregiving in terms of the impact on those kids' development. So to leave you with a more hopeful note, there are examples of evidence-based prevention and intervention models that can work. Given the earlier presentation, I'm just going to add a little commentary that some of those evidence-based models may not be in the preventive services clearinghouse because the decision was made to only include treatment evaluation studies that compared to a no treatment or wait list comparison group, and any treatment evaluation studies that compared with an active intervention were eliminated from consideration. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But I will say that child parent psychotherapy, which is near and dear to my heart. I'm a national trainer and on the national dissemination team for CPP, full disclosure. But CPP I mention in part because it's also part of the Safe Baby Court Teams models, as those are being used to support kids and families. And now the latest in the CPP world is perinatal child parent psychotherapy to address parental histories of trauma and support pregnant people even before the baby is born to hopefully set things in a positive trajectory. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into our Building Healthy Children program, which is a home visitation model that we've done extensive research to support. And there are other models as well, but I don't want to cut into Amanda's time any more than I already have. I just want to think about building resilience for kids in supporting their relationships, providing positive role models for them, really identifying their strengths and talents, helping them to feel in control, even if they're in foster care and aren't in control of a lot of things happening in their world. What can we help them feel in control of? How can we help them develop a sense of being welcomed and belonging? And with that, I'll just leave you with a few takeaway considerations about the heterogeneity within maltreatment. And we know that kids who've experienced abuse and neglect are at risk for developing substance use problems, particularly related to challenges with impulsivity, emotion regulation, time spent with substance using friends and using alcohol and drugs to cope. But there are a lot of things that we could implement in terms of prevention and intervention to reduce those risks and address those experiences of trauma. So there's lots of other reading you can do. I'm happy to point you to publications by my colleagues as well as others. And I thank you for your attention, as well as thanking my colleagues and all the kids and families that have contributed to our research.
Thank you so much. So the second presentation today is by Dr. Amanda Trullo, who's an associate professor of psychological and brain sciences at Boston University. And as Dr. Manley mentioned, the importance of looking at resilience, one of the things that Dr. Trullo does is to examine resilience in kids who have experienced trauma. So enjoy, and join me in welcoming Dr.
Whoops. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. I'm honored to be here, and it's really been a wonderful day. So I want to just start with, what is the purpose of even mapping out effects on the developing brain, right? So there's not an inherent value in just cataloging. Here's all the ways that brains of kids who have been through the child welfare system are different than kids who have not. If you do that and stop there, somebody gets a publication out of it, but it doesn't help anybody, right? So I just wanted to start with making the case, and this is not all the possible reasons, but some of the reasons why there could be some value added from looking at neural correlates or hormone effects of child maltreatment and of poverty. So first, it can help pathways from early abuse and neglect to later mental health and social emotional and cognitive outcomes. So if we understand, how does early abuse and neglect change the brain, and in turn, how might that lead to some of the adverse effects that we see downstream, that gives us more potential to understand and then inform intervention approaches. It also can inform policy. That shouldn't be the case. Everybody who studies behavior or mental health, like, obviously it's in the brain, where else is it coming from, right? So if you see behavior problems or mental health problems, then really there's not it's not necessary for us to prove that it's in the brain, but it kind of is, because sometimes for policymakers, there's something compelling about saying, like, it's damaging the brain, more compelling than saying someone has some mental health symptoms, right? So it can be a lever towards change as well, I hope. So what am I going to talk about today? I want to just summarize a bit of the state of the field on the impact of child abuse and neglect on brain structure and function, and then on stress physiology. And then kids who are in the child welfare system, that's not the only thing that's impacting their brain development, right? They also, as has already been mentioned this morning, are much more likely to have experienced living in poverty. They're more likely to have experienced structural racism, right? They're, as Mishka talked about, also prenatal substance exposures. All of that can also affect the brain. And so if you're thinking about the whole child is how they're going to function and how they're going to navigate their situation is shaped by everything that has ever happened to them, right? And so I think that there's some value to crosstalk across fields. And so I'm going to talk about some, as an example, some work from my lab, from kids who are experiencing poverty, but who are not involved in the child welfare system, to look at some of impacts of poverty specifically on the brain, and how that might then inform how the later outcomes that we see. And then finally, to end on a little bit more hopeful note, thinking about, to what extent might some of this be reversible? Can interventions make a difference at a biological level? So child maltreatment, just to talk about the effects of child abuse and neglect on brain structure. This is exactly what I told you didn't have value in itself. This is a list of all the ways that child maltreatment can have effects on brain structure. But how do we interpret this? There's been a lot of debate about, what does it mean? So there's a school of thought that this is an indication of damage, right? And then there's a competing school of thought that's saying, no, this is an adaptation, right? This is the brain developing in a way to adapt to the circumstances that the child is experiencing. And then I think there's a more integrative way to think about it, that Some of these might be adaptations to help the child function within a context of abuse or neglect, but which then might cause problems for them in other contexts, which might come at a cost, right? So that it can be both in a way. It can be in some ways adaptive to navigating a traumatic situation, and at the same time can have downsides. Most of these areas are involved in threat detection, right? And so these are impacts that are coming from the experience of threat. So what about brain? I also could say that most of the impacted regions have a lot of receptors for stress hormones. And so you can see then, where is this coming from? Cascades of biological stress responses that are then affecting the development of regions of the brain that are very reactive to biological stress. And animal research suggests that this is causal. So if you manipulate the animal's experience, they come out with similar structural brain abnormalities. These differences, as I said, are involved in the response to threat, and also not as good connections between regions involved in the threat response. So, but these effects are super complicated. So while I put on that slide the regions of the brain, like the amygdala, that have most consistently been found to be different in kids who are involved in child abuse or neglect, those effects are very nuanced. It depends on how old the child was when they experienced the abuse or neglect. It depends on how old they are now. So sometimes effects can change over time, where it looks one way for young kids who are in the midst of it, but then by the time they're an adult, their brain also looks different, but sometimes even in an opposite direction. Types of maltreatment, so physical abuse versus sexual abuse versus neglect, can have differing impacts. And the presence of psychopathology and substance abuse, both of those also can have effects on the brain. And so when you're looking at someone who's experiencing PTSD and also has experienced abuse, their brain may look different than someone who has experienced abuse but doesn't have PTSD. Importantly, though, these structural abnormalities are not just a list of differences. They predict and relate to behavioral and mental health problems, right? So they're indicators of who may have more mental health challenges. So for example, one of the things that you often see is increased amygdala volume, and increased amygdala volume is linked to increased anxiety. So they are playing a role. Amygdala is involved in threat. If your amygdala is overactivated, everything feels like a threat, and that can make someone susceptible to anxiety. So what about brain function, right? So not just the differences in how big are the brain regions, but also in how do they respond in real world situations. One of the most consistent themes is that emotional stimuli, especially faces that are fearful and faces that are angry, are more salient. I think it's very intuitive why that would be, right? Why it would have been adaptive for a child to be very, very aware of the first signs of fear or anger in other people, right? But then that's something that's transferred not only to the context in which they experienced maltreatment, but everywhere. And so consistently, we see increases in the way that the amygdala, which is responsible for detecting threat, responds to emotional faces, a stronger brain response to angry faces, and regions that are involved in the fear response in maltreated adolescents has a stronger response. So you can imagine that if a child is navigating the world feeling like everybody's angry all the time, right, how that can affect their day-to-day interactions, right? If their brain is telling them at the least sense of someone's annoyance that that's anger, then there are gonna be ways that can create social difficulties. Conversely, there's another line of research showing that when there's an anticipated reward, the brain is less reactive to that. So there's been sort of a derailing of reward systems in the brain. That the brain doesn't respond as much to anticipated reward, and so it's just more focused on negative stimuli. So what about the stress hormone cortisol? So cortisol systems are immature when a child is born and are very much shaped by early experience. Why do we care about this? Because cortisol plays a big role in both physical health and mental health in adulthood. And the way that the system is shaped in the early years of life has long-term consequences for physical and mental health. And so this is a great recent meta-analysis that looked at many, many studies of child maltreatment and cortisol. And the one consistent finding that they had was that blunted cortisol response to stress was blunted. That might be counterintuitive, but basically if you overtax the biological stress system for too long, then you can end up with it kind of shutting down a little bit so that there's not the reaction to stressors that we need in order to meet a challenge. But I'll talk on the next slide about some of the complexities of why other findings might be more inconsistent. We also see that over time through middle childhood and adolescence, this is work by White, hair cortisol, which measures stress exposure over time, chronic biological stress, decreases. So that decrease in hair cortisol concentration is linked to maltreatment. And again, that suggests that the system is down-regulating, that the child is having more trouble mounting a biological stress response across protracted maltreatment. And there's evidence for epigenetic changes in genes that are involved in regulating biological stress as well. So, I want to shift. I lied when I said it was on the next slide, but what I was going to say is that cortisol is also very much impacted by psychopathology, and so the interplay of type of maltreatment and types of psychopathology can also play a role in how cortisol systems function, and that's one of the reasons that it's hard to find consistency across studies. Okay, so I wanted to. Oh, there it is. So what happened to my picture? I wanted to talk a little bit about impacts of poverty on the brain and on biological stress, again, because children in the child welfare system are also often have been shaped by poverty and are bringing that to the table. So we know from many people's research that a low socioeconomic status is associated with more difficulties with executive function, with attention, with inhibiting an impulse, with regulating your attention and ignoring distractions, all things that matter a lot in settings like the classroom and also in social interactions. And that there are structural differences in the brain regions that are involved in executive function. But we know much less about the impact of poverty on how the brain functions while engaging in executive function, during attention and inhibitory control tasks. Does the experience of poverty do something to the way that the brain processes the demands of those tasks? And so that's what we wanted to look at in my lab. This is work by my former student, Ashley St. John. And so she looked at 4- and 5-year-olds and she did a zoo go no-go task. Basically, you have to make it fun or the kids are going to walk out on you. So the story is that you're the zookeeper and all the animals have escaped from the zoo. And every time an animal pops up on the screen, you want to push the space bar to capture that animal. But the orangutans down there are your helpers. So you should not push the space bar when they pop up. Right. So it's both an attention task and a task of inhibitory control. And so she was recording their brain activity while they did this task and was looking particularly at how their brains responded when inhibitory control was demanded of them. When the orangutan pops up, how are they processing that stimulus that tells them that they need to exert impulse control? And she looked at a particular component called a P3B, a parietal region response to that stimulus. And what she found was that the children who were experiencing low income had a blunted neural response to that orangutan popping up, to that indication that they needed to exhibit impulse control. So the orange line is the kids from lower income households. The blue line is kids from more affluent households. We looked at it continuously, but just to depict it, I just showed it categorically here. And this is the time since the orangutan pops up on the screen, and you can see that the orange line is lower. The perceptual processing is similar, the lines are overlapping, and then they diverge because the higher level cognitive processing is not as robust. What does this mean in the real world? It could mean that a kid who needs to manage their emotions, needs to manage their behavior, that need is just less salient, right? That the stimulus that requires them to exert that at a brain level is not as salient. And that can have implications for intervention in being aware that at that early stage in the process, that may make them less likely to inhibit an impulse because their brain is not making as much of a point about it to them. So Diana Lopera, one of my current doctoral students, also was interested in what might be the implications of experiencing poverty to brain function during social interactions. And so she recorded brain activity from 12-month-olds in two situations. The same babies experience a baseline where they were just boring, looking at objects on a screen, no people, nothing. And then a friendly researcher came out from behind a curtain and started talking to them and pointing at objects. And these are people who love babies, so they were super charming and engaging. And the question is, what will happen to their brain activity? Can we compare those two contexts? Will there be a change in their engagement? And so she looked at EEG coherence, which is a measure of how coordinated brain activity is between the frontal lobe and the rest of the head. And you would actually want to see EEG coherence go down. You'd want to see more specialization of activity when there's something to engage the brain in a social situation. And so the blue line is kids experiencing lower income, and the orange line is kids from higher income, just to make it confusing. I'm just noticing the colors are reversed from the other slide, sorry. So what you can see is that for the orange line is kids who are experiencing higher income, and you can see that there's a drop in coherence when you move from non-social baseline to social interaction. So that means that their brains are adapting to the new context, right? That their frontal activity becomes specialized in the context of a social interaction. However, for the kids from lower income households, it's a totally flat line, that their brain activity looks really similar in the two contexts. So they don't seem as much as if they're engaging. And that worries me because being able to adapt to the context that you're in could help a kid to take full advantage of learning experiences and social interactions that are available to them. So I want to just briefly talk about cortisol. So as I mentioned, cortisol can be a pathway from poverty to adult physical and mental health outcomes. But both poverty and cortisol are multidimensional. So there's many different dimensions of poverty. So just saying poverty doesn't really tell you somebody's day-to-day experience. And there's also many dimensions of cortisol that you can measure day-to-day regulation and also cumulative exposure. So we looked at many dimensions of cortisol and of poverty. And what jumped out at us was that factors that had to do with unpredictability were most related to children's salivary and hair cortisol. So food insecurity, whether the parent perceives the neighborhood to be dangerous, household chaos. And even in infants, whether the parent perceives the neighborhood to be dangerous was strongly related to their biological stress, which is really interesting because the baby doesn't know, right? So it's not the baby's perception of the neighborhood, it's coming through the parent. It's through if the parent feels unsafe, if the world feels unpredictable to the parent, that takes a toll on the baby physiologically as well. So this fits in with adult literature that also has linked high hair cortisol to unpredictable and unsafe contexts, but we're extending it now to young children and seeing that as well for children, if their parents are feeling that things are unsafe and unpredictable, that takes a toll. And in listening to the presentations today, it really made me reflect on unpredictability experienced by children and parents and foster parents in the child welfare system and what might be the physiological toll of those experiences. So to end on a more positive note, just to think for a moment about to what extent might this be reversible? For the brain, we really don't know. There's very little research on this. I wouldn't be overly optimistic because there's so many sensitive periods that if you don't have intervention early on, there's likely to be enduring effects. But there is research from the Bucharest Early Intervention Project that may have some relevance here. So these were kids that were removed from an orphanage and placed in an intensive enriched foster care program, and that the neural effects of orphanage-based neglect seemed somewhat mitigated. But I think we're a long way from having an answer on the brain structure and function piece about reversibility. There's more positive evidence from cortisol, So for several different well-established interventions, you see that these interventions were related to improvements in day-to-day cortisol function. And to add to that, transitions in foster care are associated with dysregulation of biological stress. And we see that if you have a intensive intervention, that can prevent that dysregulation. So it can be a protective factor. So there's some hopefulness around regulating biological stress through intervention. So just to summarize, we see some consistent patterns in widespread reductions in brain volumes and increased neural salience of negative emotional faces and underactivation of the HPA system associated with maltreatment. And poverty can exacerbate the effects of child maltreatment on the brain and on biological stress. But intensive parenting interventions can at least help with the biological stress piece to normalize those rhythms. And I'll end there, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If Amanda and Jody, if you don't mind sitting up there, and then we have about 13 minutes for questions. We are going to break at 3 o'clock for 15 minutes. And I just wanted to remind folks, when you're in the room asking a question, please say your name so people know who you are. Otherwise, the Zoom audience doesn't know who you are. And by the way, this is Julie.
So, hello? Okay. I was very nice presentation. I'm Claire Coles from Emory University. Very nice presentation. I was struck as listening to you, particularly talking about the imaging, that we had done imaging of very similar kind with children exposed to cocaine and alcohol and got essentially the same results. So when you take it back a step, it strikes me what we're talking about is stress, and that whatever is causing stress is producing these effects, and they're pretty non-specific. And that makes it a little difficult to sort out in research context, although it's probably an important thing to understand that what we're doing is stressing the system and it's reducing all these negative consequences.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's right. I think also it can be very difficult because the same kids, sometimes we're experiencing multiple levels of stressors. And so if they're not randomly assigned to stressors, and so it can be very challenging to figure out what impacted what. But I would agree with you, there's a lot of overlap.
For your presentation. My name is Darcy Merritt from U of Chicago. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what does one do when you're presenting these findings and you're using the overarching term maltreatment, when we know at any given day the bulk of the children that are impacted by the child welfare system are due to contextual poverty-related neglect. And so context is often not considered in such studies. So what are your thoughts on, how to make sure people are understanding your findings well when you're presenting results using the term maltreatment, which is a huge umbrella. So it's hard to tease out how maltreatment is actually having an impact on these particular results and these biomarkers and things like that.
Yeah, so of course, that's a really important consideration. One of the ways that we've handled that in our research is that our comparison groups are also from the same communities and are also experiencing poverty. The other way that we have tried to really tease that apart is by not using child protective labels for neglect, or in New York State, a lot of times various things are adjudicated as neglect. So to really try and specify as much as possible what the actual experiences are. And also, as Amanda mentioned, to subsequently try and look at the various stressors. So we know that there's a lot of overlap with kids who are also experiencing exposure to community violence, also experiencing, multiple forms of trauma. So it's a very challenging to disentangle all those pieces. The child maltreatment terminology is also tricky because what's considered maltreatment within a child welfare context might differ by state, or might be like, that's equated to neglect in some ways. So I think our language is very important. I think also our science of how do we try and first assess all those different component parts and then look at the relative contributions of all of them. But bottom line is really trying to understand the experiences of the kids and families who are in our research, in our service systems, and in all the different systems that we've been talking about.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was talking about. Like the term maltreatment, it's huge. There's all kinds of different types of maltreatment. And so when I look at the results and I look at the slides and I read child maltreatment has this impact on XYZ. For me, I feel like we need to figure out a way so that we can actually articulate specifically what type of maltreatment is having that particular impact on whatever the outcome is. I think it's critical. So
well, and I agree, which is one of the reasons we developed our whole maltreatment classification system to really try and capture all of the nuance and all of the different types of experiences that people can have.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I think I would just follow up on Darcy's slide to mention the importance of language. When you show a slide that says child maltreatment leads to these things, that's really sowing disinformation because the category is too big to say.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I think it's really important to weigh those risk and protective factors and say, there's not one outcome. There are a lot of different forms and there are a lot of different outcomes that it can take too. So that's one of the challenges with doing the big 30,000 foot view in 20 minutes. But I look forward to your presentation later to unpack some of that, Darcy.
Okay, thanks.
I would just add to that as well. I think it's a limitation of a lot of the existing literature that the sample was very heterogeneous, right? So within most of the studies that have been done, there isn't the possibility to tease that apart. And that's a shortcoming of the literature. And so thank you for raising that. And I'll try to be more cognizant of saying, this is a heterogeneous group. We can't really, one of the reasons we see so many inconsistencies in the literature, I think, is because different samples had different combinations of experiences. And so it's really, I'd say, a research agenda going forward to try to be more careful in who's in the sample and characterize them more clearly to be able to unpack some of that. So thank you for bringing that up.
My question's for Amanda then. Alan Detloff, University of Houston. Amanda, could you discuss the effects of forcibly separating young children from their families on the developing brain?
It's a trauma. And I think it has enduring effects, whether it's border separations, whether it's, separation from a caregiver here, there's an attachment, and kids, we are designed as a species to be with a caregiver who is a consistent caregiver. And so separation from a caregiver is very damaging to the brain. It causes toxic levels of stress. I think Charlie Zena has done a lot of work around sort of a more attachment-based kind of a foster care system that takes into account the need of the child to be in contact with attachment figures and to invest in for the child with the caregiver that they're seeing every day to try to buffer that from that. Because if you separate a child from a caregiver and then the caregiver that they're with is thinking of it as temporary and is not fully emotionally investing, that just makes it worse because now the child doesn't have anybody day to day who's fully there. So I think there's effects on the brain of the separation, but there's also questions about what is happening to them while they're separated. And the quality of the care in that circumstance can also make a difference.
Right, but given that the trauma on the brain is so severe as a result of the separation, why do you think the government is still allowed to do that to hundreds of thousands of children every year?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that because I'm not actually even in the child welfare field. I study effects of poverty on the brain.
I'm going to take us in a slightly different direction. I'm curious if one or both of you could talk a little bit about sort of where you think interactionally, and Jody, you started to get there in terms of parent-child interaction, but I'm curious about disruptions in parent self-regulation, and you started to get there, and what that means for co-regulation in infancy, and where these are potentially developmental processes that lead to potentially self-regulation problems down the line and then subsequent developmental sequelae.
Well, I'll speak to that a little bit more from a clinical intervention standpoint, because that is an important consideration. I think that co-regulation piece, that's certainly important in child-parent psychotherapy and other intervention models to help families really with that co-regulation process. And I do think that's a challenge for a lot of parents who have their own histories of trauma, that regulation, self-regulation is hard, and then responding to their, especially babies and toddlers, and helping them as they're learning self-regulatory practices and coping skills. I think it is challenging, and I think that's an area that we really need to do a lot more to support families in how to address the history of trauma and how that may impact the parents, and also how to support families in developing those skills and those patterns.
Yeah, and the thing that really strikes me is as we layer on the piece here around substance use and sort of how substance use or chronic substance use can impact a parent self-regulation, particularly in periods of withdrawal or in, early periods of sobriety. And I guess trying to layer that on when we think about parent-child interaction or just stress and strain in the relationship is super interesting. So any additional comments on that would be welcome.
Well, and I think that that's an important point, as well as the point about changes in the reward systems and how parenting may not bring the same kind of rewards if you have the whole history of challenges in that area, and how we may need to find ways of supporting particularly parents who may not only have a history of trauma, but also have the changes that go along with the substance use that may impact parenting and the relationships with their children.
Thank you both for those talks. Amanda, I have a question for you. I appreciated your nuanced and sort of subdividing of types of poverty. But I'm wondering how, what the relationship is between some of the outcomes that you look at, and not poverty measured as an individual kind of level variable, but really the relationship between income inequality within, sort of societies, and some of the, findings that you detailed.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Obviously, many of these aspects of poverty are co-occurring in the same people. And so one of the reasons that I emphasize it is that so many studies are just looking at something like income or education as a way of classifying experience. And that might be a proxy for some other aspects of poverty. So I think the first step is to measure thoroughly so that you can look at what is the variable that actually is making the difference, or is most strongly correlated. And it might not be income. That's pretty distal to the kid. It might be something more about their direct experience. Income inequality is, it isn't something that I can speak to from other countries or from other societies. But I think we can think about it in a more micro level within neighborhoods. If you have a neighborhood where everyone has a relatively similar income versus a neighborhood where you are the one at the most disadvantage, what that feels like. And I think well-intentioned people can set up situations that move people into situations where they, like busing or something, where one unintended consequence can be now that more salient income inequality. There is research on in adults on subjective social status, and when you perceive yourself to be at the bottom of a hierarchy, that has consequences for executive function, that has consequences on brain activation. I don't know of that research in early childhood. You'd have to have high enough cognitive level to perceive it, right? But for older kids and adolescents, I would imagine that that's a concern as well.
Thank you so much. It's 3 o'clock. So everybody stretch, breathe, lower your cortisol. Thank you. We will be starting again in 1 minute. Became quiet so quickly. I'm used to classrooms full of young people who have to wave my arms and whistle. And so thank you. So now we're embarking on part 2 of the Science on Children and Families and Child Welfare. And so for this part, we also have an hour. We have 2 speakers, and then we'll have time for questions. So I'm delighted to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Cecilia Casanueva, who's a senior public health researcher at RTI International. And she's done some amazing work analyzing data from NSCAR, the National Survey on Child and Adolescent Wellbeing, which has just really helped the field move forward. And she's also done an evaluation of the infant toddler court program, which is really relevant to some of the work that we're doing here. And I hope she can come up and join us here to talk about research with the child welfare system, challenges, solutions, and lessons learned. So please welcome Dr. Cecilia Casanueva.
Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you to the committee that invited me. It's an honor to be here. I know that you have to deal with my accent, so bear with me. I know my accent is very strong to the point that it happens to me once. I'm an NPR contributor, and I was interviewed by them once, and then years after, they were still using that recording. I was driving back from work from RTI, and I caught a segment of one of those pieces that they have when they are doing a fundraiser. I say, oh gosh, that woman has such a strong accent. And she began talking about Chile, my country of origin. Oh boy, that's me. That's horrible. Okay. So bear with me. We'll go through this together. Okay. So I'm going to try to cover today what, in my perspective as a researcher, you may need if you have not yet worked with the child welfare system. So I'm going to try to integrate the different pieces that you have learning today. So first, I'm going to go over, I'm so sorry. Okay, the overall challenges conducting child welfare research. I'm going after that to provide some examples of RTI child welfare research studies. Of course, the one that is the flagship is ENSCO. And then I'm going to go over RTI lessons learned across these child welfare studies. And from the perspective of what I assume you're going to be facing as you begin to implement your grant. Okay. So there has been a lot of talk today about state variations in child welfare policy. And I know that you're going to have 25 sites, one data set, 7,500 children. And that means that when you are modeling, you may want to consider how you're going to integrate into that modeling the variations, not only in child welfare policy, but also in state policy. So you can see in this representation of the different states in the United States. This is work that we did with Dr. Michelle Johnson Motoyama, who was at Ohio State University, an extraordinary expert on state policy and child welfare. I highly recommend taking a look at her work because she has been able to model and integrate these different elements in her modeling and also interaction between them. So in this case, you have a map with an example of the differential response policies Not all states have this track that was described in the morning by Kara Kelly on having the investigation part or alternatively the differential response part that is less adversarial. It looks very different in each jurisdiction. So it's difficult to have an umbrella term, but more or less, there is no investigation, there are no charges, there's no substantiation, and they try to move you through services. So that is represented there with green. And then the red around a state, it represents is the state have a refundable earned income tax credit. Remember, there's a federal level for that money that families can receive annually when they do their taxes. And if they make less than a certain amount and they have children, they will get a federal refund, but you can get a state refund too. And when you put together those two pieces, you can see, particularly in the work of Dr. Johnson Motoyama, the decrease on reports of child abuse, on substantiated child abuse, and in foster care placement. So that makes you think immediately on what are these other policy, economic elements that are influencing, because now we are not even talking about the family and what did the family do in terms of your maltreatment classification system. Is way more general situation. But then you have the issue also, and it's represented in this map by Massachusetts. So they do have differential response. They do have the state earned income tax credit. But when you look at what is the variation on the maltreatment, the rate of maltreatment reports across years, yes, as a state, they have decreased maltreatment report. And there's overall decrease in that state. But the amount of decrease varies by county. And this is within the same state. So you have the light yellow is the highest decrease across the years on child maltreatment reports. And the very strong orange is the smallest decrease, basically. So you also have the county level issues. Likely you are going to have the child welfare agency issues and even the judge level issue. One example, this morning there were mentions of medication-assisted treatment. And we all know that for people that have substance use disorders, it's a chronic condition. They need medication-assisted treatment. The issue is not that they is, quote unquote, abstinence, or is parental impairment versus parental functioning and being able to parent. And parents with MIT can be parents again. But for some judges, medication-assisted treatment is the equivalent of continuing to use drugs. So they do not accept medication-assisted treatment in their courts. And that's when you begin to understand why you may have variations within the same state or within the same county. If you can get that information in advance, even before you begin talking with your child welfare agency, you're in a much better position to try to understand what is it that you're going to have in front of you. Kara Kelly also mentioned the SCAN, the State Child Abuse and Neglect Policy Database. It's very easy to obtain. You just download your spreadsheet. It's about 350 variables, very manageable. You can merge it with your data, and then you can even print your PDF with the profile of the states that are involved in HEAL, and you can begin to compare kind of difference. It's low-hanging fruit for your modeling, okay? So you can at least incorporate those elements while you begin to learn about the local issues that might kind of change the outcomes that you are seeing in the HEAL study. Of course, there are other issues happening. The SCAN data set also include information about human trafficking. this is an important problem. It does touch your study. There are a number of youth that when they reach a certain age, they run away from foster care. Then they are more likely to be victims of predators for human trafficking. And of course, then pregnancy happens, etc. And they might be coping with the situation by using substances. So that's another area. That's a good example on why we need to look at this and why it's a challenge. The second challenge is that this morning, many people mentioned the Family First Prevention Services Act. In my mind, that has been a huge milestone in this country. I think we have been waiting for that for decades. And with Family First, there has been a change on the type of data that is needed by the child welfare system. So for many years, because it's mandatory, if you want to receive funding from the federal government, states have focused a lot on reporting maltreatment, if it was substantiated, removals, how many changes in placement, what type of permanency, type to permanency. We can talk about this the whole day as researchers, because that's what we do, basically, in terms of our outcomes. But the type of data that is going to be needed and that is of interest for states, now that Family First is the biggest federal legislation, is very much related with a change in shift and the conceptual framework that you are using to work with your families. So now there are a lot of states that are beginning to use conceptual frameworks that are focused on strengthening families. One example is the framework used by the Center for the Study of Social Policy, being used by a number of states to try to prepare their Family First plan and how they basically create a new child welfare system. If you look over here at this section of the conceptual framework, they talk about parental resilience, social connections, knowledge of parenting and child development, social and emotional competence. There's a lot of interest also on, as it was mentioned during the previous presentation, on co-regulation, okay, problem-solving skills, etc. But if you go to the data that is usually collected by states, they have to report on child risk factors and on parental risk factors. None of these things are there. If you have it, they are going to be interested, okay? So when you prepare those meetings with your child welfare system, these type of conversations are going to be very important. What do they want to know? And what is the piece of interest for them? Okay. Today, there has been a lot of mentions also on evidence-based programs. As part of Family First and the Family First plan that every state has to produce, they also have to declare what are the interventions that they are going to be using on the three areas: substance use, mental health, and parenting. This one comes for Indiana. You can even see the title, Strengthening Indiana Families. This is their flower model. And one of the drops is about navigators. That was also mentioned today, the kinship navigators. But if you go to the 4E clearinghouse on the type of programs and what is the scoring of those programs, and that scoring is important because as a state, if the scoring is positive, I can go back to the federal government and say, I can use my 4E funding to pay for these services. So that's the whole thing with the scoring is, are you paying for the services with Family First, basically, or not? But the problem is that the navigators, particularly the keen navigators, which is one of the focus of the legislation, there are very few that have a score, very few. And the states need to offer navigators. If you don't receive help on navigating services, you're going to be very lost very soon, okay? So any data that you can provide will help them. There's no doubt, by the way, and I also don't want to enter into that topic, that some of the best evidence-based interventions, particularly for young children, is not only CPP, is the attachment and biobehavioral catch-up. You check the 4E and they are not a score because they have a comparison group over here that have an intervention. So that's a problem for the states because the number of randomized controlled trials on CPP is quite astounding. The same for ABC, by the way. But if you're not a score, you don't get the money. That's a problem, okay? Okay. Challenge number 4. There has been several mentions today about working with people with life experience. When I began my professional path many years ago, participatory research was a big thing. And we were all talking about that. The promise of that participatory research and implementing that in the field has been very elusive. In April, ACF organized the 23rd National Child Abuse and Neglect Conference, excellent conference, very inspirational, very much focused on the need for change because the system also traumatizes families and they break children and they break parents, and we need to stop this and we need to change the system. So we can really strengthen families and support them. And that conference was about this need to change and the need to work with people with life experience. And there was a panel that included both parents with life experience and youth with life experience. And they used this ladder of participation. They talk about a lot about tokenism with researchers, that they are invited and they are put on the table because that is a request on your grant or your whatever. They are the latest RFP that is available that can fund our research. But they know that is not real. It's because we need to do a check mark, not because we are really integrating their experience. And one of the documents that you received today is by the NE Casey Foundation, beautiful example of really trying to work with people with life experience. I found it super interesting. And the level of participation, by the way, is several decades old. It began with hard working with the United Nations to create the children's right, and that the need to work with children so they could also have a voice on what are their rights. Many decades after, we're still talking about the ladder of participation and still having the problem of tokenism. So that was a topic on that conference, and that is a challenge for us, that what we do is real, that they really participate with us, that they help us think, improve our work. And I will touch on that at the end of my presentation. Okay. And then the 5th big challenge around you is that if you think that Family First is from 2018, as it was mentioned in the morning, by now 39 states have their Family First plan already approved. They already have listed the interventions that they are going to use and what are they going to be doing. So they have their own state's initiative. Again, the example here is Indiana, the one with the flower. Now you can see where is their toolkit framework and how they are approaching this work to improve their child welfare system. The other example is from Washington State, also doing a number of initiatives related with family first. And my question for you, if I were the child welfare, is how your research integrates with my plan over here and with the initiatives that I'm already having in place and with the type of interventions that I'm using. A number of them, by the way, are using CPP, and they are also using ABC and Child First. Okay. Child First includes CPP. Okay, that covered basically kind of my big rush across the big challenges that you have. And I'm going to talk next a little about research at RTI, particularly the National Survey of Child and Adolescent Wellbeing. And then I'm going to finish my presentation with what we have learned across them and the type of challenges that we have faced and the solutions that we have implemented. Chris Fortunato today did the presentation on ENSCO, so I'm just going to talk from the perspective of a researcher, okay? You go to the OPRE website, you are going to find a number of reports, brief, one-pagers, whatever is your interest, okay? Please use it because across ENSCO 1 and ENSCO 2, there have been hundreds of publications. Likely we are even passing the 1,000 and conference presentations, etc. Is a wealth of information about children involved with the child welfare system and their well-being. As a researcher for my own research, even when I work for ENSCO, I still have to apply to use ENSCO for my own research, okay? Not difficult, you don't have to pay. The one thing is your IRB approval for whatever idea you have on using ENSCO. Once you have your IRB approval, the process is a two-step process. You send your approval, they review your thing, and then basically on the second step, you have to declare the people that are going to be working with the data set and how the data is going to be protected. I highly recommend that you consider as part of your research using ENSCO, either because you have some research questions that are not going to be covered by HEAL, or if you want to better understand well-being indicators. ENSCO 1, the first cohort, by the end of the study, we have more than 40,000 variables. Okay, you can just imagine how much information we have. The application is through, and again, the information is on my slides. And as I say, please consider using it because it's an amazing resource. Many of the topics that were covered this afternoon in terms of emotional behavior problems, aggression, depression, indicators of developmental delay, etc., are available in ENSCO. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second because across the day, there has been kind of different summaries of what we have learned. In the case of ENSCO, for me, one of the most important contribution of ENSCO is that it has allowed researchers to connect the dots between child well-being, placement, permanency, and safety. You may remember that decades ago, the child welfare system only focus was safety. And then it was safety and permanency. Very late in the game, it was child well-being. It is still the case that in some courts, the well-being piece is kind of still secondary because the main issue is the safety of the child, okay? What ENSCO has allowed researchers to do is this connection of the dots. So there's plenty of research showing the connection between child well-being and out-of-home placement. And there has been very sophisticated modeling that you may want to consider as part of your analytical strategy, including modeling where you basically look at the same time at both factors. So if you have more emotional behavioral problems with at ENSCO baseline, how does impact the number of placements that you have? Or if you don't have the problems, but you have multiple placements, how are you going to end up over here? Okay, and the interconnection on those two, so when there are directions to both sides. And there's no doubt that children with emotional behavioral problems are at higher risk for placements out of home. If you have more out-of-home placements and for more time, it is associated with anxiety, depression, aggressive behavior, emotional dysregulation on the youngest children. And once they enter the school system with negative academic outcomes. Importantly, there has been a lot of research focusing on placement with kin, and in general, that research shows better outcomes for children. That is a very important contribution of ENSCO. There has also been a number of papers related with child well-being and child safety. ENSCO uses the maltreatment classification that was discussed in the previous presentation. And we also always mention that team that supported us on using that maltreatment classification. And certainly physical and sexual abuse are related with higher emotional behavioral problems, trauma, depression, and again, negative academic outcomes. But there's also the issue of exposure to other type of violence in the community and family violence. We are talking about physical abuse of the mother, which is also associated with higher emotional behavioral problems across time. There's a line of research by Helton and Cross that is very informative on children with chronic conditions, disabilities, and impairment that are at higher risk of maltreatment longitudinally. And finally, that children with developmental delay in 3 or more areas also have higher risk of maltreatment report. There's something for everybody in this room on ENSCO, and I really encourage you to use it and get the data set, do your own analysis. Okay, now I'm going to move to the third part of my presentation, which is across the different studies that we have done. This includes, by the way, I have involved with several of the evaluations of the Safe Baby scores with 0 to 3. And we have learned across all of those projects on the type of challenges that you are going to face. And the first challenge is buy-in for your research on your local child welfare agency. My main recommendation, try to work with your state university, your local university. The research at the social work programs usually are wonderful. They're very interested on partnering with other researchers. They have worked for many years with the child welfare agencies. They can help you identify the people that you need to talk with so you can have a champion for your study. They can help you understand who is who on the agency at the state or county level. And more than anything, my recommendation is in your timeline, consider that you're going to need a lot of time for a lot of meetings because communication is difficult within child welfare agencies. They are very overwhelmed. They work long hours. And you think that you have communicated your information, but this group over here have no idea. And it's likely that the caseworker have no idea. So consider all of the levels. You are child welfare agency representative, your supervisors, and your caseworkers, and meet with all of them. Second is the issue of the burden. The pandemic has been honestly like an atomic bomb for the child welfare system. The level at which they are overburdened and they have had to deal with a number of issues is beyond anything that I can describe. We have a mountain of data from the infant court process evaluation that was done during the pandemic, and the type of problems that they have faced, it breaks your heart, including all the children that were placed with kin and the number of grandmothers who died because of COVID. Okay. We have had judges kind of crying during interview because there's not a relative left to put children. You may have read about the number of children that have lost parents and caregivers during the pandemic, and particularly for families in poverty, is huge. There's a lot of loss and trauma and grief. There are some counties in the United States that during the years of the pandemic, the annual turnover was 120%. So they lost more people than the ones that they were able to hire during the year. That's a summary. There were nobody to send to the field, basically. So if you can offer compensation, financial compensation, I'm talking about, okay? So someone can be dedicated to help you with your project, with the data that you are going to need, with locating parents, etc. That would be great. You can offer to embed one of your researchers on the child welfare agency and to extract data files. There are a number of things that you can try to do. 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to run over the rest of the challenges on solutions. So I went over turnover. I don't need to go over this. It's enough with the links. It's just a reminder that there are confidentiality laws are different by state, and you might not be able to receive the data. So check who can receive the data in your state. There's records expungement, which means those that are not substantiated will disappear in 6 months. And there are a number of data requirements that you can take a look over here. I'm going to skip the last one, but you have the slides on all of the issues related, and already I touched on that. You need to work with people with life experience. They can help you with the last slide of challenges. Okay, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Tyressa Washington, who is a Senior Program Area Director and Distinguished Senior Scholar for Child Welfare at Child Trends. And she has experience in both academia and practice because she has been a professor and a licensed clinical social worker. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Washington, who is talking about examining the strengths and complexities of African-American kinship care families.
All right, all right. I see some smiling faces. And I think I kind of see my virtual smiling faces out there too, because I invited family and friends and colleagues. And I am honored to be an invited guest speaker here today. And I feel both excited and blessed that I'm able to share a topic that I'm very passionate about. So with that said, we will get started. So just to give you a quick overview of what my presentation will cover, I'll talk a little bit about how my practice experience has led to my research experience. I also will provide some basic definitions to make sure we're all on the same page concerning what I'm talking about. And I will talk about the prevalence of kinship care. Then we'll go into talking about research on African-American kinship care families. We'll talk a little bit about racial inequities in child welfare, just a little bit, because I'm gonna leave that to my colleagues tomorrow that I can't wait to hear. And then we'll do some research on all children in kinship care. We'll talk about that a bit. So I actually started off as a foster care social worker. Later, I was a supervisors in foster care. And one thing that I noticed is that the children who were in Child Protective Service was not doing so well. I seen children get moved frequently. I seen a lot of them being placed in group homes, a lot of folks or children getting charged with juvenile justice and juvenile delinquency. And I just also, unfortunately, firsthand observed the trauma when you have to go tell a child that they can't go home, right? Or when you find out that a child is going to be separated from their parents. And sometimes we seem to talk about numbers, but I want you guys to know these are real people, real children that we're talking about. And while I was in this position, I began to know or notice that some children were doing better than others. And those children were the ones who tended to be placed with kin. So that's kind of where my research interest first started. Okay, so when we talk about kinship care, we are talking about relatives raising children when their biological parents are unable or unwilling to do so. And kinship care is usually defined in two areas. We look at formal kinship care, and that's when children are actually in the child welfare system, but they're being placed with a relative. And also that placement is being supervised by the child welfare system. And sometimes you'll hear it called public child welfare, public kinship care, or you'll hear it called kin foster care. For informal kinship care, we are talking about children who are placed with relatives once again. And those children or those cases, they're not being supervised by the child welfare system. Now, mind you, some may have been investigated and then diverted to informal kinship care. There's other family members who have done this on their own, okay? And I also want to point out too that when I say kinship care, most times it's going to be grandparents raising grandchildren, but also it could be an aunt, it could be an uncle, it could be any type relative, right? An older brother, older sister. It can also be someone that has a kin bond. So at that point, we might be talking about a godparent, we may be talking about a church member or someone in the community, but basically it's not what we consider traditional care or what some people may call stranger care. Then I just want to kind of let you know, I do this interchangeably. I use both the terms African-American and Blacks. Usually when I'm referring to African-Americans, I'm talking about US born. When I say Blacks, I'm kind of talking in general that you can have any nationality. And I will try to stick to what I'm saying the definition are, or the definitions are, but I will let you know. I probably won't. Okay, so from this slide, what I really want you to notice is that for every one child that's being raised by kin in the foster care children, and in the foster care system, there's about 18 children who are being raised outside of the foster care system. So those are our children who we consider to be in informal kinship care. And today we say that there's over 2.5 million children in kinship care, but most sources will tell you to take those numbers with precaution, because at one time it was over 2.6 million, some was very close to 2.7 million. But what has happened with COVID, we don't think people are reporting it quite as frequently as they were before, because what we continue to see year after year was an incline. And now this is the first time since COVID, or during the COVID time is where we're starting to see a little bit of a decrease. If you look at these numbers, in 2010, we had about 26% of children who were in foster care that were being raised by kin. But now in 2020, it's showing 34%. So it's increasing basically. And I also want to point out in our southern states, and these are not all our southern states, I just picked 10. And of course, I picked North Carolina as one of the 10 southern states because that's my home. Yay, North Carolina. And out of those southern states, there are almost 1 million children out of these 10 states. So basically, what is this letting us know? That the majority of children who are in kinship care tend to live in southern states. Again, or should I say, that doesn't mean that they don't live in the Midwest. That doesn't mean that they don't live in northern states. It doesn't mean they don't live in California, but I'm just giving you an idea that the majority of these families tend to live in southern states. So I want to talk a little bit about the strengths of children that are in kinship care. When children are placed with care, they tend to have more favorable behavior outcomes, mental health outcomes than children who are placed in non-related foster care. Also, children in kinship care seem to benefit from stability, family connection, and being able to maintain their culture. Children in kinship care tend to have better academic confidence than children placed in traditional foster care. So there are quite a few benefits. All of them are not here on this slide because I only have 30, well, how long I got? 20 minutes to talk. So I couldn't give you everything. Okay, now I just want to present a few of the complexities in kinship care. There are a small amount of studies that are showing some things that we want to think about a little more, right? So in the adolescence age, it's showing that when children are placed in kinship care, they're more likely to have substance use, pregnancy, and also some delinquency when compared to children who are non-kin foster care. However, given the longitudinal well-being data and research that suggests that the conditions prior to children would experience prior to living with kin may account for some of this poor functioning. And even in my opinion, more importantly, there's quite a bit of literature that shows that these behaviors or these functions tend to improve over time when they're placed with kin. So I would think myself, many other scholars and certainly practitioners definitely believe that when children are placed in out of home, it's best to place them with kinship care because we consider that to be a protective factor. So now I want to talk a little bit about the prevalence and the history of kinship care among African-American families. Oh, if I lift this up, I won't have to bend down. There we go. I was getting tired. Woo! Okay, so while kinship care is common among all race and cultures, it is most common for African-American children, right? And about 20% of African-American children will spend some time with a relative. And when we think about the history of kinship care, some scholars, including me, suggest that kinship care is disproportionate amount among African-Americans because, and this is dating back to the time of slavery, right? So when families were forced to be separated and when families were enslaved, they counted on other enslaved individuals to raise their children, to take care of their children when they were no longer to do so. Also, this has definitely been used as a way of upward mobility in the Black community. So when we think of maybe the 60s, could have been the 50s and 60s and 70s, even if we think in the time of the Harlem Renaissance and whatnot. And I'm saying that because, again, I'm in North Carolina, and I know a lot of my family members moved north because of economic oppression and because of racism and being denied education. So they went north for better opportunities, and they would leave the children with the grandparents in the South. Today, it is still used as a means of upward mobility, but also to address some factors such as parental substance use, parental incarceration, mental illness, and teenage pregnancy. I know people touch quite a bit today on incarceration and how that affects children. Also, I want to quickly mention this because some people may be sitting in this room and may later watch this video and are in shock and saying, oh, that's what they call this kinship care. So I know in the Black community, this term is a little newer, probably in other ethnic and racial communities, particularly Native American. This is a new term because I grew up, my grandparents were farmers, right? So I grew up on farmland. It was my house, my grandma's house, my Aunt Pearl's house. And later on, across the street, I had another aunt to move there. Well, my grandmother raised 2 of her grandchildren from birth and infancy. And she had another grandchild that lived there for about 6 or 7 years. Now, mind you, we didn't have that term. The only thing I knew is that this was supposed to be my first cousin, but I called him my Uncle Keith, right? And I'll hear my daddy say all the time that my baby brother is coming. My baby brother's coming home, but his baby brother was actually his first cousin as well, but we considered them to be, my uncles. Also, even when my uncle died, my aunt across the street, well, she moved there recently, but she raised one of my first cousins. So this is something that's been even going on in my family for quite some time. Didn't know what it was called, was used to it. And then I start doing this research. I'm like, hey, I had that in my family as well. Okay, so I don't think we can really talk about African Americans, Black folks, really anybody of color without talking about racial inequity. So I'm going to do a little bit of that, about that. And then also, we're just going to talk in general about racial inequities in child welfare. So structural racism, there's several definitions. I'm going to present this one. So structural racism refers to the historic and contemporary policies, practices, and norms that create and maintain white supremacy, by segregating racial and ethnic communities from access to opportunities, upward mobility, by making it more difficult to secure quality education, jobs, housing, healthcare, and equal treatment in the criminal justice system. Then I'm going to briefly just provide you some examples of how this tends to work. So just last week, we had our federal agency, the IRS, come out and let everyone know that they have been participating in some policies that were like, huh, really, what? It's 2023? And basically what they admitted to is that Blacks are more likely to be audited than non-Black taxpayers. And this, what they admitted to and reported, really confirmed a Stanford study. And there's been some other studies too, but we're going to talk about the one in Stanford that said that Black taxpayers were up to 5 times more likely to be audited than non-Black taxpayers. Also, when we look at home values, Black homes in Black neighborhoods are usually valued at 20 to 23% lower, almost 2 times more likely to be appraised below contract rate. Several people have touched on this today, but I don't know if we can hear the truth enough. So when it comes to criminal justice, and this is referring to both juvenile and adult system, when Blacks are commit similar crimes and are convicted of similar crimes, they result in more severe punishment than their white male counterpart. And so, for example, they're definitely more likely to be incarcerated. They have 20% longer sentences. They often get more infractions when they're actually in prison, and they have a lower odds of being paroled, and they have a greater odd of receiving the death penalty. So now we're going to talk about a little bit, because again, I'm going to say this for my colleagues tomorrow, but Black children are more, when they're in child welfare, Black children are more likely to be reported, more likely to be investigated, more likely to be adjudicated as victims of child abuse and neglect. They're removed from families and placed in foster care more than their other counterparts. Legally, they're more likely to have their parental rights separated or terminated. So my We also use the National Financial Survey, right? And what we found out from this pilot study is that most families were struggling financially and reported their resources were only seldomly or sometimes met to cover their basic household needs. We also found out that caregivers reported being unaware of certain public benefits that they qualified for, and also some reported that had a difficulty navigating the system, so just kind of gave up on it. Another one of our findings is that what we did was we compared with these, and mind you, these are both informal kinship caregivers, the last two studies. So what we did was did a demographically matched sample from the national survey along with the informal kinship caregivers. And what we found out is that informal caregivers were less likely to be secured or have security on the three indicators of financial stability. So they were less likely to be able to cover their usual household expenses. They were less likely to have incomes that exceeded their expenses, and they were less likely to have emergency savings. I currently am the principal investigator of two studies funded by the National Institute of Health and Human Development. And those two studies are both mixed method studies. One looks at the children outcomes. So we're examining social, academic, and behavioral outcomes. And we're looking at both formal and informal kinship care families. The other one, once again, being concerned about the entire family, we're looking at ways to reduce stress and also cardiovascular disease in hopes that this will reduce their chances of being diagnosed with Alzheimer's or being at risk for Alzheimer's. And one important balancing act that we really tried to do, I try to do this in most of my research, but especially when I'm collecting original research, is to think about how I can get folks involved who actually have lived experience. So this study that I'm going to talk a little bit about now is a study with children of all racial and ethnicity, and it's a larger study. And the purpose of this study, which included both formal and informal families, was to determine if kinship care was a protective factor. Another thing I would have to say, one of the big things that stood out about this is that it's a large sample. So we had about 500K. These were racially diverse students who were in grade 8, who were in school grades 8 to 11. As you can see, it's about 47% African American, 12% Latinx, and 51% white. And we got this sample by merging 4 administrative data sets, and we use standardized testing. And what I mean by that, which I think most folks know, but just in case other people don't, is that a lot of times when we're looking at academic outcomes, we tend to look at more subjective outcomes, right? So we're looking at grades. We're looking at the reports of grades from teacher, reports of grades from parents and whatnot. But this one actually standardized testing, which is end of the year testing. And what we found out is that children who are in traditional foster care had poorer academic outcomes than their peers in formal and informal kinship care. And we also found out, so this is an exciting finding that we found out, that children's academic competence who resided in formal kinship care was similar to children who were in non-out-of-home care placements. So basically what we're seeing is when children are placed in formal kinship care, they do just as well as children who are in quote unquote the general population, or again, who's not in out-of-home placement. And what my colleagues and I think this suggests is that when you live with relatives and you are provided formal support and formal services, that is helpful. Now, we're not suggesting that we increase families in formal kinship care, because that still means it's going to be supervised by the system. But what we are saying is that for every one child, again, that's informal, there's 18 that's not. So we know that there's a lot of families, over 70% of the families in kinship care are in that informal. And this is a group that truly needs support, right? That truly needs resources, because a lot of states don't pay their kinship caregivers. A lot of states, I mean, that's the formal one, but to be quiet, when I'm saying they don't pay, we have some states a little bit more liberal in that even when they're informal, they'll supply some resources for those families. But I can only imagine how helpful it would be if these informal kinship care families had someone to assist them to go to IEP meetings, to help link the children to therapy, or whether they needed as a family to have family therapy together or to do substance use treatment. It's just many things that you can have if you have what's what I want to say. I'll just say some good workers, right? Some that really care, that's really love us. So if you have some of those to provide those services, it would be wonderful.
Appreciation to you, as well as some other panelists that have been using language that I really appreciate. I'm big on language, so I know somebody was consistently using the term impacted. So I do qualitative research, as you'll find out tomorrow, and I'm actually mixed methods, but that's what I'm going to present tomorrow. And my parents have told me that they don't prefer to be called child welfare involved because they're not voluntarily involved. They prefer to be called impacted because they feel impacted. So I appreciate using that language. I appreciate the last slide where you encourage folks to really pay attention to the lived expertise and lived experiences of people that have been interfacing with these systems. I think it's critical that we not only just switch our propensity to say risk and protective and rather say protective and risk if we're going to have to do both. If we're going to have to assess both, I think it's important for us to be really clear in our language because it can be harmful when we just focus on the deficits rather than the strengths and the resilience of families that are impacted. And I also want to encourage folks at the end of this day to really do a deep dive into what anti-racist and anti-oppressive research methods in science looks like. So that's all. Thank you. I really appreciate all of the talks today.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Rebecca Schleifer, University of Minnesota. I'm wondering, Dr. Washington, if you could talk a little bit about where you see sort of the balance of the harms of surveillance in family informal kinship placements with the potential benefits, financial or otherwise, of formal kinship placement. So like sort of where do you see that balance? There's a level of, with the formal kinship placement comes a level of surveillance that is not always often not great for families. But what I hear you saying is that can often be financial benefits and other benefits in terms of services and supports that could be beneficial. So what is that? How do you hold that tension or that balance in your work?
So I love that question. Would love to hear some caregivers to answer that question and how they feel when this happens. I can only report, which is a small number of what I've seen and the few who have brought this up, right? So they still are nervous because social workers are coming into their house. They're still not sure if if they're not doing something correctly, will the child be taken away? A lot of times they don't have the privilege to make the same mistakes as birth parents or parents who aren't being surveillance wise, right? So unfortunately, sometimes even they get moved. And in my opinion, it's a lot of times when they shouldn't get moved. So again, I think that question is really for them, but I want to make it clear, and I hope I said it, that we just really want to make it clear that we're not suggesting that we place more kin in foster care. But what we are suggesting is that those who are with grandparents, aunts, uncles, and whatnot, who get the opportunity to stay in their community, that get the opportunity to have more stability, that those families receive support, that they need support, not that they need surveillance. Whatever support means to them, again, we may have to ask them. I have some ideas of what it means because a lot of times, a lot of parents, to be quite honest, parents with limited benefits or limited incomes, limited education levels, they're nervous to go meet with teachers. They're not sure what question to ask. They're not sure what to push. And I think that some could benefit with partnerships of folks who are experienced in doing that stuff. So definitely our families, informal kinship care families, which are the majority of folks in kinship care need that. But also we can think about other families who even have economic challenges. Yeah, so definitely support is needed. Thank you.
I'm Kelly Gurka from the University of Florida. So I have two quick questions this time. So I think you talked about children that are placed in kinship care had higher outcomes with regard to teen pregnancy and substance use. Do you think that is not a causal relationship, but that children who go into those out-of-home placements were more likely to have birth parents who either had a teen pregnancy or had a substance use disorder, so the children were innately at higher risk of those outcomes. It's not really the placement so much as the underlying risk based on the circumstances of why they're in out-of-home placement. And then my other question was, you also commented on children who were in kinship placement. Do you think part of those positive outcomes is related to the increased likelihood of positive involvement of the birth parent in that out-of-home placement?
So you might have to ask me the second question again, because I was busy writing down the answer for the first question.
Fair. Two questions, so I could go one at a time.
So for the first question, those weren't my studies.
Okay.
Not sure how they did the analysis, but what I do want to make it clear is they were with adolescents, right? And from the other research and things that I have participated in is that the longer they stay with care, the better it seems their outcomes tend to be, right? So if you're placed with a kinship care at 5, 6, 7, 8, their outcomes is going to look different than someone who's placed there as an adolescent. And these results were adolescents, and I have no idea how long they've been there. Also, we have years, maybe even decades, to be quite honest, of longitudinal research that shows when children are placed with kin, over time, their behaviors, if they have behavior problems, they tend to decrease, they tend to do better. So when you look at it all in all, this may be the few studies that are showing these challenges. This may be due to what they experienced prior to being placed in kinship care, as well as the age they were placed there in kinship care. And also, we just have to keep into account the longer you're in kinship care, the better your outcomes seem to be. Okay.
That's great. Just trying to understand, sometimes we look at associations and assume they're causal, which is not a fair interpretation of the data that we're looking at. So be really cautious about that.
Right. So that's why I'm trying to point out is when we're looking at the longitudinal relationships, would definitely be more meaningful.
Thank you for the context of some of those studies.
No problem.
And then second question was, you talked about these positive outcomes, and you also talked about the importance of involvement of the birth parent.
Yes.
And I was wondering if part of the, benefit of being placed in a kinship situation is that that those children are more likely to have a positive involvement with their birth parent than if they were in, for example, out of home placement with, I forget the term you used, formal.
Traditional foster care.
Traditional, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, so that brings up a couple of points, even the person questioning the back and what it feels like for former kinship caregivers. So sometimes they put stipulations on the former kinship caregivers, like they don't want the birth parents to come around and that type stuff. And that makes it challenging because that's still the caregiver's child and they still love their child, regardless if they're in prison, they have substance use issues, they still love their child. So I have no doubt that some visitations happens without the former foster care system knowing. And what the research is showing is that birth parents do matter, right? So that communication, that friendliness, they do matter. I would also say, and we have Dr. Ben Crumbly. He's done quite a bit of research and practice training around kinship care families. And he pointed out something very important in conversation with him, and also at a presentation he was given, is that there's some challenges with birth parents being involved. So we want to make sure we're realistic with this, because birth parents sometimes may say they're going to show up and not show up because they're homeless, they have limitations, that kind of stuff. Also, there's a change in role. So at one time, the grandparent, their parent, they might have been the number one, right? But now it's the grandchild. This is my number one priority. I can no longer try to keep you out of jail, help you with that. So there's lots of times a change in role. So we know it's important, but what we also know is that it can be challenging. So as researchers, as practitioners, we want to definitely keep that in mind.
Cecilia, can I just ask you to share a few of the findings from the Safe Babies Court? I have an investment in that program. I just wondered if you could share a few of the findings that you all got.
So one of the biggest findings that we have is that we use ENSCO as a comparison group, as it usually happens in the case of the infant court research. Many times there has not been enough funding to have a comparison group, and we use propensity score matching to create a similar group that we use as comparison from ENSCO 2. This approach was used previously by Dr. Kim McComb using ENSCO 1. And for infant courts, we use over 10 infant courts, and we compare with ENSCO 2. And like the research from Dr. Kim McComb, we also found that involvement with participation in the Safe Babies court meant that children were more likely to reach permanency faster, and that the type of permanency also was more likely to be reunification. So that was a very good result. Now, a big difference with Dr. Kim McComb publication in 2012, we submitted our manuscript in 2022, was that at the time of ENSCO 1, both groups, about 20%, didn't reach permanency. And in our investigation, it was about 17% on ENSCO 2, but only 2% on the infant courts. So there was a significant decrease of the children that were still in foster care or in out-of-home placement. I will say that that is one of the kind of biggest finding lately with the Safe Babies court. The other thing that has been very interesting for us on our second research that was funded by HRSA, that project was during the pandemic. And we had the opportunity to analyze what happened with the parents that began participating in the Safe Baby court the year before the pandemic, and then that entered Safe Babies court during the year of the pandemic. And our expectations were kind of our hypothesis basically were very negative, that it was going to be very challenging during the pandemic to receive services, etc. And we were very surprised to find that in terms of children health services, the percentage of children in need that received the service was pretty much the same, 98%. And that there were even improvements during the first year of the pandemic in terms of the time to receive services. And one of our hypotheses for that was that one of the good things of the pandemic was telehealth. And all of a sudden, Safe Babies court that were in rural areas for which are very difficult to get specialized services for children with developmental problems, etc. All of a sudden, they did have access to an expert, but that was on the city through telehealth and still received the treatment that was needed. There is an information memorandum, by the way, by ACF on the lessons learned from the pandemic and the things that we should think about keeping and making part of the many things that were good during the pandemic. One is that is telehealth. On our side of process evaluation, we saw a lot of creative examples on different Safe Babies court. For example, there was one court that realized that giving devices to parents and giving them a hotspot is not enough. Some of these families are in very difficult and chaotic situations. So even if you give them a device and a hotspot to participate remotely on a hearing or on a family team meeting, they may lose the device or other things are happening to the devices. Let's put it in those terms. So one of the things that they began doing was putting devices for parents in multiple points in the community, at the libraries, etc. And they will let parents know that if they lost their device, it was okay. Even during the pandemic, they could got a room at the public library that was private, that they were alone, and they were able to connect remotely with their virtual hearings. A lot of, by the way, of community coordinators began to make partnership with the local provider of telephone services. So a lot of telephones were distributed for free with hotspots and minutes so they could participate on things. A lot of people began donating food and diapers and formula, and community partners putting together packages and then community coordinators distributed them, particularly for teen caregivers, etc. There were a lot of positive things.
Thank you so much. So Michelle is going to close out the meeting, but thank you.
I'll just remind everybody, tomorrow's meeting will start again at 9 o'clock. The shuttle will pick you up out front. It's ready to take you back to the hotel. Did I say something wrong? No, okay. And I just wanted to again say thank you to everybody who participated today. This was a really fascinating day for me. I learned a lot and really enjoyed all the presentations. So thank you.